I know they do gra, I know they get. Right now I know they do gra, I know they get. Right. You know one walk, you want to trouble. You know one strive, you want to flex. So you must serve before you be boss. So you know one suffer, you want enjoy you. Right now me I'm chilling in my chulo way. God knows say I walk out to be right. If you try to mess with me, I look the other way. But if you fuck up, you will never get away. Right now I know they do gra, I know they get. I see me, I know they do gra, I know they get. Everything is popping up for my side. That's why the people eyes they shoot for my side. I can't shoot as a way because homicide. Me how they sail every day with all of my guys. I say thank this food. Person with it talk, don't chop belly food. Back in all the days, them call me a fool. See me today, say my God I'm grateful. It's true love. Say me I know they do gra, I know they get. Right now I can do gra, I know they get. I say you don't want no, you want to jump up, you don't want to drive, you want to flex, so it's where they worry you do for your body. Person where they feel I like to complain. You don't want you said you could be good. You don't expect man to fall from heaven, right? Person where they carry last to the complain. It's where they worry you do for your body. Do gra, I know they get. That's why I know they do gra, I know they get. I beg. Me, I don't want nothing to bother my head. Me, I don't want someone to lay my bed. I only got they butter my bread. Yeah. I beg. Me, I don't want anything bother my head. I only got they butter my bread. Me, I don't want to go wrong money bread. Chulo, mama. Chulo, but that's nobody. My first album back then when I start was true story. But the place when I dance with them, me I give God all the glory. Oh Lord, shower your grace. You put no face sweating woody and hash the face. Alhamdulillah, you know you more for the praise. 2020, no they look a face. So woman then come and go, I dey give them rap pam. For the place when I dey, when I step in the town, then rap and talk the boy, yeah. They can't stop the boy, yeah. You know, rap pam. Chulo pam, chulo, but that's nobody, oh, chulo pam, chulo, but that's nobody, yeah, chulo pam. I watch you from my eyes, I'm in love you see. And the way you are wine and the way you are going. They say the man I'ma try to rush you like the bird and stop. Yo, but baby girl, will you be mine? Let go, show your skin because you're one of a kind. Me not gonna lie, girl, I must be in love. Cause the way you are going, you have my car top. Girl, now I'm feeling like you let me go. I'm feeling like you let me go. as a lead champ king in your life. Girl, king on my name can't change. And if I come over here, so I'll go with the flames, yo. I feel like letting go. If you never know, baby, now you know. Cause you're one of a kind, and you dress so fine. Like with them in my chain, you shine so bright now.
DJ, thank you so much for giving us music and keeping us entertained. Good morning, everyone. Please, before we get started, I would just like to oblige you to please come forward. I mean, there's a lot of seats. We're expecting people. We know how African time can be, but we also have people watching online. So please feel free, fill out the seats, move up to the front, and make sure you are fully participating in today's event. My name is Sheyiton Atigari. I am a journalist and news anchor with the Arise News channel. But today, I will be your host. I want to just add that this is also being streamed online, this event, the Mentor Matchup Challenge. This is the 5th edition, 5.0. It's being streamed on the 234 Finance YouTube page. So please, you can also share with your friends, your loved ones, business partners, people that you know would benefit from this if they are not able to make it down. Now, before I get into today's events, I wanted to just talk briefly about why we're here. Now, over the past decade, the Nigerian economy has exhibited resilience and challenges such as recessions, a global pandemic. I remember, I don't know if we're all here in 2020, and we saw what happened with that global pandemic. We've had a financial crisis, and of course, even till date, geopolitical tensions. Now, climate change is impacting agriculture, which is a vital sector for Nigeria, and it's slowing the global adaptation to changing conditions, having contributed internally and externally. Now, despite the average economic growth and the socio-economic conditions, we've seen a limited improvement. Nigerians are known to thrive even in the most difficult situations. Micro, small, and medium enterprises play a crucial role in Nigeria, constituting over 96% of businesses and contributing significantly to the GDP. Now, these businesses particularly youth-owned, are essential for job creation, representing a nearly 90% of employment. We know that the business climate reforms currently in Nigeria aim to support MSMEs by addressing the constraints and facilitating their growth. However, looking ahead, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu has promised to address the pressing challenges affecting MSMEs in this current administration. However, it's a company like 234 Finance, which is deeply aligned with the mission of promoting problem-solving entrepreneurship, has positioned itself as a valuable resource for SMEs. 234 Finance offers financial advisories and services tailored for SMEs, and the company actively engages in mentorship programs across various platforms. But why we are here today is for the Mentor Matchup Challenge, a flagship annual event. This is the 5th edition that showcases not only success stories of businesses scaling up operations and thriving after participating at the Mentor Matchup Challenge, but it also reflects 234 Finance's commitment to bridging the gap between entrepreneurs and potential investors. If we can just put our hands together for 234 Finance. This is not easy. We've been doing this for 5 years. And I'm about to call on stage the woman, the queen, the matriarch, the one who has made it all possible. I met her a few years ago, and I have to let you know that she's a force to be reckoned with. She's a powerhouse. And despite the success that she's had, she's looked back and said, how do I give back? Fine, we have our government, we have, public institutions as well as private institutions. But here we have an individual that has decided that through the Mentor Matchup Challenge, she's going to give back to those entrepreneurs that need it the most. I'll be calling up to the stage very shortly the managing partner of 234 Finance. Her name is Ezine Wazulu. She's a business development expert, and like I said, the managing partner of 234finance.com, which is an online media platform that promotes African entrepreneurship by bridging the gap between investors and investment opportunities in Africa's emerging markets. In the last 10 years, Ezine has developed the content strategy of the platform and manages a database of 12,000 plus startups. I don't think you heard me. Ezine Wazulu has, over the past 10 years, managed a database of 12,000 startups. Please put your hands together for her, please. 12,000 startups, investors, and strategic partners. She plans and executes, because it's one thing to sit down in your parlor and say, I want to do something. But when you take an idea and you execute it, and you can see it, you can feel it, you can touch it, you can see the results, then you know that this is someone that means what she puts forward. Now, like I said, she also she plans, executes mentorship programs, business accelerators, funding opportunities, and networking for startups in the region. Ezine actively participates in events and forums geared towards building the entrepreneurship ecosystem around Africa, and of course here in Nigeria. Thank you. There's a bit of feedback there. Like I said, there are people who are also watching online. I would like you to put your hands together for the managing partner of 234 Finance and the brain behind the Mentor Matchup Challenge, the 5th edition, Ezine Wazulu. Please keep your hands together, put your hands together until she gets on stage. It's not easy. Please keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. As she makes her way to the stage for her opening remarks. Please keep clapping until she gets here. Thank you so much. Good morning.
What an introduction. Thank you, Shaitan. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to officially welcome you to the 5th edition of the Mentor Matchup Challenge, themed Promoting Indigenous Industries. This year's event is particularly special because for the first time ever, we are introducing an exhibition to MMC to showcase some of the very impressive brands out of Nigeria and indeed Africa. Promoting indigenous industries is important for a number of reasons, including job creation, wealth retention, diversification of the economy, innovation, supply chain resilience, environmental sustainability, national security, and balance of trade. Supporting local industries is not only about economic considerations, but also about building a resilient, sustainable, and self-reliant nation that can navigate global challenges while fostering community development and cultural preservation. 234finance.com, the brand powering this event, is a digital ecosystem for African enterprises. Our mandate is to bridge the gaps between investors and investment opportunities in Africa's emerging markets. As you all know, Africa has become the investment frontier of the world, and we are excited to be part of the ongoing shift. At 234 Finance, we are very passionate about the global brands emerging out of our region today. We are also grateful for technology as an enabler showcasing the brilliant ideas and talent emerging out of Africa. We imagine a world without borders or limitation, where anything is truly possible. Technology has democratized the immense opportunities available to brilliant entrepreneurs and is truly connecting people across the globe. We put together MMC 5.0 because there's an urgent need for Africa to become self-sustaining. By engaging with thought leaders in 6 key sectors of focus, we hope that the conversations will spark something inside of you to look inwards in your sector. Knowledge, they say, is power. MMC 5.0 bridges the knowledge gap young Africans lack access to for practical solutions to the challenges that we face in running businesses. As more young people venture into entrepreneurship, it is crucial to embed mentorship into entrepreneurship programs. Businesses have a higher chance for survival when there is a blueprint. The most practical blueprint you can have as an entrepreneur is to learn from the people who have walked in those shoes before you. We have carefully curated today's event to add value to your entrepreneurship journey and get you one step closer to realizing your dreams. With the support of our platinum sponsor, UTM Floating NLNG, I would like to welcome you to the Mentor Matchup Challenge 5.0, and I want to encourage you to network and mingle as much as you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a good way to welcome us to today's event. And we're not going to, it's a packed day, so we're not going to waste any of your time. We're going to be kicking off very shortly with our first panel. If you have access to the brochure, please, ushers, make sure as the guests are coming in, they get the brochure so that they can follow with the event agenda accordingly. But before I get into that, the first panel, I would like to use this opportunity. I know I introduced Ezine earlier, but there are also other people who have made today possible, and those are the sponsors. So I would like to use this opportunity to say thank you to our sponsors, JFO Energy Solutions, Moneda Invest, we have OB Ezemwa, we have Baird and Butter, Geo Travel, as well as UTM. I'm going to have to make sure that our sponsors are appreciated because they have done everything possible to make today's event come to pass. So thank you so much to our sponsors. We appreciate you. Now, let's get back to the event agenda. Are you excited for the first panel? You have to, if I don't hear any excitement, I'll just call it a day and then say good night. Everybody can be going home. I know at least there are about 20 people. Come on, we can make some noise. Are you excited for the first panel? Woo! I can't hear you at the back. One last time. Are you excited for the next panel? Woo! I can't hear you. Yes, thank you so much. Now, don't worry, the hall is going to fill up very shortly. You know how Nigerians are. That's why we said 8 o'clock, so that people will get here on time. But still, they are on their way. All right, then. So let's go to our first panel. I'm quite excited about this because it's about local production. The local production panel will be looking at the sustainable supply chain practices among indigenous producers. Now, in an era where global commerce intersects with environmental responsibility, the conversation that we're about to have delves into the pivotal role of indigenous producers in fostering sustainable supply chains. As we explore the intricate dynamics of sourcing, production, and distribution, our esteemed panelists, each a trailblazer in their respective fields, will shed light on these innovative strategies, ethical considerations, and the socio-economic impact of sustainable practices. Join us, whether in person and online, as we unravel the stories, the challenges, and the triumphs of these producers who are committed to forging a path that harmonizes economic prosperity with environmental stewardship, paving the way for a more sustainable and equitable future. Now, I would like to welcome to the stage for our first panel session, starting with Mr. Buffy Okeke Ojiodu. He's the CEO of the Zebra Group and leads an organization with interest in agro-processing and media. He founded Zebra Agro Industries, focusing on agro-technology and processing with a mission to create jobs, boost local economies, and increase smallholder farmers' incomes. In 2020, he founded EAT, a platform for agro-entrepreneurs and policymakers to share ideas. Buffy, not Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but Buffy is also the publisher of Abuja Times newspaper and chairs the Oji Udu Foundation, a philanthropic organization supporting underprivileged youth in West Africa. Recognized on the True Africa 100 list, he's a TED speaker and a frequent public speaker, offering advice to government authorities. He's a public speaker, so I'm sure he would have no problem fitting in on stage. Please put your hands together for the CEO of Zebra Group Limited, Buffy Okeke Ojiodu. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time. Please, yes, please. Thank you. Put your hands together for him as he sits down. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we're moving on to our next panelist. Mr. Aminu Nyako. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Please I like to make sure I pronounce names right, so please just shout it out. Yes? Okay. Aminu Nyako. He's the managing director of the Sabor Group. He's the managing director of Sabor International Farms Limited, He's an economist and public policy expert, renowned for his innovation in projects large scale. He's an economist and public policy expert renowned for his innovation in large-scale projects and global business strategy in emerging markets. Being a passionately patriotic citizen, he also served as chief of staff to the senator representing Adamawa Central Senatorial District in the National Assembly of Nigeria. And as a thought leader, he excels in managing diverse teams, closing deals, and driving growth in complex environments. In 2020, Aminu pioneered the Sabor Agro-Industrial Free Trade Zone and initiated the integration of 500 smallholder dairy farmers into the Sabor Dairy Factory. This program has grown to encompass over 18,000 farmers and is still growing today. Even more so with the meritorious support from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Please put your hands together for Mr. Aminu Inyako, the Managing Director of the Sabor Group. I'm going to have to look for you to tell me how you were able to get some funding from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation later. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, like I said, we have some trailblazers on this panel, and I'm so excited to introduce the next person. He goes by the name Obi Ezemwa. Obi serves on the board of multiple organizations such as the Pine Trading Europe Limited, Sky Nigeria Limited, a leading building products supplier and service provider with projects ranging from Microsoft, Facebook, Dangote Refinery, MTN, and more. Talk about a bio. Now, Whitestones Hotels and Resorts Limited, Smart Brands, Limited Afro Beverages and Distillers Limited, Midland Life Sciences, which is a UK-based life sciences startup, among others. Now, that's just to mention a few, okay? So, I told you, trailblazers. He's renowned for driving innovation and growth in various sectors across Africa and Europe. He has expertise in startups, medium-sized companies, large enterprises, and the London Stock Exchange AIM-listed businesses. He boasts of over a decade of experience in generating new concepts, building strategic partnerships, securing funding, and executing complex projects. And he's also a keen supporter of the Nigerian charity, The Roses, which helps vulnerable women, especially widows and their children, to get out of poverty. Now, that's a man after my own heart. Any man that just does anything for women like this, does it. He's already a man after my own heart. Now, let's put our hands together for Mr. Obi Ezemwa, the director at Pine. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way to the stage. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. All right, then. Now, the next panelist, the last but definitely not the least, is Mr. Obinna Anyaegbu. He's a multifaceted professional. He excels in business development, asset management, and supply chain expertise. With a rich experience of serving 55+ businesses, he currently heads a team of business development professionals overseeing the establishment and operation of a 24-hour command center that provides real-time monitoring of fleets, passengers, and cargo. Obinna is currently working on a project with the Federal Road Safety to establish one of the most equipped commercial vehicles for driving schools in West Africa. He has also spearheaded and finalized a deal with Dutch counterparts to assemble, market, and sell DAF trucks and buses in Nigeria. If you could please put your hands together for Mr. Obina Ayaegu, who is the CEO of Chisco Express Limited. Please put your hands together as he makes his way to the stage. Okay, now we have our, I'm so sorry, I apologize for this. I'd actually said that was our last panelist, but there's one more person who is here, and definitely not the least. He's going to be coming on stage. I'm talking about Mr. Rabiu Umar. He's not here, but he's going to be joining us on stage virtually, because that's how we do it over here at the Mentor Challenge 5.0. Talking technology, you don't have to be in here to impart wisdom nuggets onto us here. So joining us virtually is Mr. Rabiu Umar, who is currently the Group Sales and Marketing Director at the Dangote Cement PLC. With 20 plus years in the downstream petroleum and cement manufacturing sectors, with a focus on transformational leadership. In his past career, he has held different management roles within the marketing business and led the sales and marketing transformation plan successfully at Owando PLC. Later, he joined Lafarge Africa, managing energy, power, and strategy for West Africa, leading projects in Nigeria, in Ghana, and Cameroon. He also held the position of the Chief Executive Officer, MD, and Director at Ashaka Cement PLC. If you could please put your hands together for Mr. Rabiu Umar, who is the Group Sales and Marketing Director at Dangote PLC. He's there on stage. Thank you for joining us virtually. We appreciate your time. So now I'm going to hand over. Okay, all my panelists are getting microphones. Perfect, perfect. Thank you so much. I can hold on to my microphone then. Please, I want to remind you, so we have notepads and pens. I know people that like to take notes on their phones as well. Please, these are people that are trailblazers in their industry. You are literally getting this knowledge at the barest minimum, but it is the most that you can get. So please, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Buffy now, who is our moderator, and you can take it away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the audience for being here this early, and panelists for making it out. Okay, so we'll get into it. The Nigerian logistics and supply chain space, as of 2018, was valued at over $580 million. As of now, it's estimated to be over $10 billion. How true that is, I don't know. But still, there are a lot of challenges in this space. It's also quite fragmented, especially when you look internal, and internal logistics specifically focused on the manufacturing space. So one challenge that people typically talk about is that with anybody operating in manufacturing, or companies operating in manufacturing, agro-processing, extractive industries in general, they struggle to manage supply chain, especially when you consider moving commodities and products from rural provinces to their last mile or mid-mile facilities, and then moving them on from those facilities to urban areas. The last mile part seems to be more difficult, and that's the feedback you get from a lot of companies. What companies then seem to tend to do is either have to build out their own logistics network or work with mom and pop shops, which can then be more difficult to manage. So there's an open question now for everyone on the panel. What challenges have you encountered in managing your supply chain? How have you overcome them? And how's that been over time? I'll start with Aminu, because when I follow you on social media, so I see all the work you guys have been doing in agricultural logistics.
Good morning, everyone, and a big thank you for the opportunity to be on the panel today. So my name is Aminu Murtala Nyako, and as introduced, I'm the MD of Cebu International Farms. It's a dairy farm located in Adamawa State, so on the other side of Nigeria from Lagos. And we currently are probably the largest dairy processor in Nigeria, processing about 150,000 liters of milk on a daily basis. That's our capacity. And we do this by aggregating milk from pastoral farmers in the interland, as you can imagine. And what most people don't realize is milk, most people think the most perishable product in Nigeria is tomato, because that's what has the headlines. But in all honesty, the most perishable product is milk. And milk is perishable in the nature because once you milk a cow, you actually have to cool the milk to 4 degrees within 2 hours. If not, it starts going rancid. So for us, the question of logistics is of critical importance for us. The question of cold logistics, which is even at a more complicated scale than the actual logistics, is of critical importance. And just the system by which you keep the product or agro-commodity, its quality top-notch, is of critical importance. So to date, we have about 18,000 farmers that span from southern Borno, maybe a stone throw from Sambisa, all the way to Adamawa to Taraba State, the Mambila Plateau, and we collect milk from them daily. And we really had to innovate to see how we can establish systems that allow for the milk to come to our factory in its highest and purest form. We process this milk into yogurt, butter, mozzarella cheese. We're the only producers of mozzarella in Nigeria, ghee and ice cream. But what we have leveraged is that we have seen that petrol costs are much more expensive in that part of the country. I think diesel in the Northeast now, I believe, is 1,500 per liter. I don't think any other part of the country experiences this kind of price. So we leveraged renewable energy. The factory is completely renewable. We are producing about 5 megawatts of solar power with 5 megawatts of battery. That has allowed us to have an energy smoothing cost and maintain the integrity of the factory. But not only that, we have about 78 collection centers in the local communities as well that are also powered by solar and batteries. And that has given us, at the first line, at the very communal level, ability to cool the milk at the farmer level. And we then have trucks that go around on a daily basis to collect the milk, aggregate it, and bring it to the farm. What we realized is the old system that Nigeria relied on when we had cheap energy is no longer viable in the new economy the country will be moving into. And as such, I think private sector and maybe other panelists here can shed more light. We actually have to be the trailblazers in the new ideation that we believe can move the country forward. Nigeria is blessed, but we have trapped potential. When I was invited here by Zini, she told me to bring some of my products for the exhibition. For me, it didn't make sense moving my product all the way from Adamawa here, because if I'm also going to be in charge of logistics, that cost to move the product cross-country is a bit too massive. I really do think that moving forward, government and other private people that want to enter the logistics space have to enter it in such a major way. I think the logistics cost in Nigeria is still probably one of the highest globally. It's not for anything, but our forefathers believed that the roads that they should create should go through every major town. And as such, you would snake through the entire Nigeria to get to Lagos. And you're skipping viable customer bases, viable markets. So you find it very difficult moving product within the country as opposed to outside the country. So for us right now, I know the government is looking at CNG, LNG, electric vehicles, but I think we need major highways and rail that can be able to fully unlock the value, especially if you're going into perishables like milk, meat, vegetables, and fruit. But I will move on and I can comment on it later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Aminu. I had a quick question. So when you said you move from the rural areas to, you collect, is it your own trucking or do you outsource that service?
There's no outsourcing. We do all of it. We do the entire value chain from feed systems for the rural farmer, cold logistics at the community level, trucking to our farm, processing on the farm, last mile transportation of cold vans to supermarkets and the rest. Most agro commodities don't require cold logistics. So you would mainly find some private companies that do Lagos, Abuja, and maybe Lagos, Port Harcourt. But they don't go into all the other states that have trap potential.
I can imagine the cost of that. So Obi, I know you guys are in beverage manufacturing and all the way in Aba, so Lord knows what you're going through.
Yeah, thank you, Obina. Yeah, my name is Obi Esanwa. I wear many hats, but today I'm wearing the Smart Brands Afro Beverages and Distillers Limited hat on. We're a very versatile beverage manufacturing facility in Aba. Several millions of dollars were invested into this facility, and I say versatile because we can produce pretty much any type of beverage and put in any type of packaging. Apart from what my dear friend here does, milk, we probably don't produce milk and brewed products, but pretty much every type of non-alcoholic and alcoholic drink you can think about, we can produce. So, I mean, we have, you can see one of our brands, I think, in the gift pack. So I was able to bring mine. It's a Chapman in Cannes. But we also have several other brands. Now, in terms of the question, the challenge, I'm going to echo some of what Aminu has said, actually, and I'll try and summarize the challenges. I think they're largely in two parts. One is the high cost. And I know some of you always say, yeah, we always say that high cost. But the cost of diesel, the FX situation in terms of maintaining these logistics vehicles has significantly increased the cost of shipping goods, right? And I'll say this actually, when you look at the entire value chain, I'll say this from when we've produced our finished goods to getting it to the final customer, that is actually a nightmare for us. And the second part that I would say has to do with bad roads. And the bad roads has two effects. It increases the journey time of the logistics, and then two, it produces damages. From our own perspective, we're shipping things like cans, glass, etc. Because of these bad roads, you then get to the end customer. By the time the truck gets to the end customer's time, and by the way, you're trying to tell the end customer, oh yeah, it's left. The truck has left this night. It should be with you tomorrow. You can never predict the journey time. It can go 1 week, it can be 2 weeks. I've seen 2 weeks for a journey that should take 1 day, right? Because the truck stopped on the road, they need to change tire, this one, that one, and it gets them. So really I just want to echo what he's saying. From a challenges perspective, we are now unable to promise our customers certain things. But from a supply inbound logistics perspective for us, we actually don't have that much challenges, mainly because as a beverage manufacturer of our type, 5% of only 5% of what constituents of our products really are imported. The rest are locally sourced, and we try to work with our local manufacturers that produce some of these things, basically to get the product to us on time, etc. I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
That does. Thank you. Before I go to you, Obi, I'll touch on something that was mentioned. I believe, Amini, you mentioned that it is up to the private sector to start working to bridge some of these gaps. And I know that in in the States in the 1920s, thereabouts, you had, the robber barons, the people who built a lot of the core systems and structures of America as we know it today, right? So you had the likes of Vanderbilts that built out the rail lines, which conveyed at first energy, oil, et cetera, before Rockefeller built out the pipelines and Andrew Carnegie, the steel that held all of these together. And it'll be interesting to see how that plays out here. Like, are we currently at that time? And this is leading to you, Obi, for Chisco, because for our operations as well at Zebra, one of the core challenges has always been logistics, outsource or do it internally. Now, there's the headache that comes with building out a national logistics network for your operations. That's a different business altogether. And, we'd always wondered, how come nobody is focused and is building a sector-specific solution or service, for the agriculture space? So, for example, call it Agro Express. And Agro Express, if you're a producer, a manufacturer, you could just engage their services and you know what the costs are. Maybe there's an app even, and it's traceable, it's transparent, it's easy, right? And you would imagine that that would exist already, as opposed to working with pretty much drivers and parks. Drivers and parks. And that brings me to you, Obi. For Chisco, most of us know Chisco as a platform that conveys people and then goods, domestic goods. What I've recently found out is that you guys also operate in the manufacturing space. The question then would be, one, is there an opportunity for logistics companies who have tailored services for manufacturing, for manufacturers? And how is that working for you guys so far, and what do you do in that? Tying back to the original question of the challenges.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I also like to thank the MMC management, Ms. Ezine, for inviting me. Very honored to be part of this event and to be in the midst of such a distinguished panelists. My name is Obinna Anyegbu, and I'm a director in Chisco Group, also the CEO of Chisco Express, who is focused on infusing technology into supply chain services. That includes warehousing and transport. I know that I'm representing logistics in the midst of all the complaints about logistics from manufacturers today. But it's obviously not just the private sector. They really, if you check the best and most productive economies in the world, you find out that there's a lot of private-public partnership to actually build out infrastructure. And once there is, because we have creativity here in this country, we have a lot of bright minds. We can see it all over the world where Nigerians are the best at whatever industries. So we have the ideas. Now, is the government willing to actually invest with the private sector to be able to have a 20-year plan? Because you have to choose whether you're in the infrastructure business or you're in the logistics business or the manufacturing business. But unfortunately, a lot of companies don't have that opportunity to choose. Because of the way we are and where we are in time, I would say that if you want to really grow your product as an SME, you basically have to be in charge of your logistics in the beginning. Because I think it takes time to actually build out the competence to even outsource properly. Because it's a matter of understanding what it means to actually own logistics assets. And you have to own your service. One of our colleagues on this panel who is through technology is here. I always say that the biggest logistics operation today is Dangote, because they are, moving. They probably have about 8,000 trucks. Chisco today is about 40 years, but we have about 1,000 vehicles. So obviously we can't cater for his need for moving all those assets, and we can see that it's not just about what you produce; it's about what you can distribute. So I think that yes, logistics plays a huge role in our productivity, in our sales. I think that there's a dearth of logistics and supply chain knowledge, because it's not just about the CEO, it's about operations managers, it's about the drivers, it's about the mechanics. So there's a full knowledge, a body of knowledge in order for our products and productivity to actually spread out across the country and build more prosperity. That's why conversations like this are good and important for us, maybe for us to learn from ourselves and sort of put it into practice. Maybe maybe some other people have more access to finance. I had some finance access here, which is a big part of making the infrastructure available. Like trucks today are not cheap to own. But if there was an intentional policies to actually make productivity increase, then making trucks is something, is a marker for increase in GDP or increase in productivity in an economy, because that's what manufacturers use to actually deliver those goods to the market. So a lot of goods, as one of our colleagues said, gets spoiled even before they even get to the market. And of course, with energy rising very quickly, we are blessed with CNG. Not many countries are as blessed as us, but now it's chicken before the egg or egg before the chicken, because in order for you to buy a CNG vehicle, you need the CNG to be available to fuel the vehicle. Are you in the energy business or are you in the logistics business? So it really has to be a lot of harmonization in our economy, and maybe that's why conversations like this are good, so that we can. There's still a lot of things missing in the framework to make our productivity better. Thank you.
Thank you, Obi. So, within the space that you're operating in logistics of manufacturing, is it, and this is a side question, is it profitable? I know you wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't profitable at all, but is it worthwhile for other people to think of entry into the space?
And that's why I actually said I'm the school of thought that I want more manufacturers to come up in Nigeria. I found out that obviously Chisco has been doing manufacturer logistics for about 23 years now. So Nigerian breweries, Promasidor, Olam, companies like this. Now all these companies are basically foreign owned. So there are still not many indigenous companies that are actually built out. Obviously we have the Dangote, but there are not many. There are not many that are mature enough to say that they have a big enough operation for a company like me to go to the bank to say, I want to buy a truck for you. So so we are into manufacturer logistics. We have been, and of course, as I said, it's reducing. Margins are reducing every day. Energy cost is rising, and we are also battling with the right human capital. A driver comes to me today with a driver's license, and I'm pretty sure, there's no confidence I have in that driver's license. Same thing with any trade test from a mechanic today. So I have to start all over again. So I'm now in the training business. So these are the things that are making costs to actually go very high. And for us to still, give services to our clients. So I would say that it can still be profitable, but it's dwindling. It goes without saying, the roads. Some of us are seeing what is going on the roads today. There's some places we basically have no roads available for vehicles to pass through. And of course, it's increasing our maintenance costs by over 25%.
Wow.
So it's harder and harder to actually own assets in the country. And I would say, to be honest, it's the most patriotic thing to do, to actually own assets in the country, whether it's factories or assets that are mobile, because you have to have some level of belief that it will be better, Very
true. Very true. Thank you. Thank you for that. Mr. Umar, I don't know if he's still with us. I don't see.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Okay, good day. Thank you for making it. So, Dangote Industries is the king in this space. So I'll throw in a wide open question of how have you, if any company has been perceived to do things right, it's been Dangote. How have you navigated as a company these challenges, and what have you found to be the best solution? There was a point where we know that the Dangote Group had a program where drivers could own the trucks, I believe, and I believe that program was then reversed. So what were your findings?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for being invited to this panel. It's a privilege. And the question that you're asking is a very wide question. So I'll try to narrow it down to one or two key things that are still relevant. Obina, the last speaker, spoke about being in the training business, being in the energy business. And as he said, that's exactly what happened to Dangote when it started out. Dangote tried to get third-party transporters to basically provide that service of logistics. And very quickly, the company found out it was not possible to get enough trucks at the scale they were looking for. So Dangote never wanted to go into that space as a desire. But the realization that without logistics, you're dead. You can produce the product, but if you can't get it to the market, then, you're not able to convert your efforts. And that led the company to invest in trucking. And to date, I think we're very close to the numbers. I heard, I think, about 80,000 trucks. But that would be perhaps for those the cement business. The other group of companies also, the companies in the group also have their own different efforts. Many things were tried, including getting graduates to be drivers. Some things worked, some did not. So as any business, basically, is over time you try things, they don't work, you scrap them and you start again. The ones that work, you try to deepen them. That truck ownership scheme was stopped, but then we started another one whereby customers that are, for example, people who buy cement from us are distributors, were able to send, allow them to also participate in trucking. So that kind of saved the company or reduced the exposure the company has in terms of trucking, because the headache is a lot. Managing just 100 trucks is not really easy because you have all the issues that all the players have spoken to. But the group has kept trying to innovate and to do things differently, one of which is to invest massively in CNG. Even before anybody thought CNG was going to be a lifesaver in terms of cost. Trying to also build some infrastructure to be able to refuel along the line. Trying to invest in even truck assembly. We have an assembly plant where we assemble brand new trucks. So all these efforts are geared towards, doing it yourself, because if you look at things in Nigeria, there are very people that scale we have. That is not without challenges. When you look at, for example, you want to keep trucks, you can open an LC and to close that in 18 months or 2 years or 3 years, even basis. Of course, that the cost that you are not sure what will be the eventual cost of these trucks. You look at tires, we don't produce tires in Nigeria. You look at the roads are mostly not good. And of course, that has an accident. And the way for me, which is the most important part of this conversation, is how do we innovate? How do we improve on the infrastructure? For heavy goods, you have to go back to in my previous role when I used to run Ashaka Cement. We invest heavily in rail from Gombe all the way to Kaduna. We invested our own money to be able to move cement to go farther without spending a lot of cost. Because if you look at rail cost compared to road, probably you're looking at a third or 25% of the cost of going by road. So which means basically for you to thrive and compete, the more you're able to use the rail lines, the easier it is for you. Of course, there's the issue of double handling, but if you have the right infrastructure, especially cranes, and you have things like forklifts, and you have warehouses very close to the rail lines, then of course it saves you some cost. So my view is that the focus is what can you do to reduce your costs. One end is the energy cost, which things like CNG, or in some cases even LNG. It's not just CNG, you can use LNG as well. Right now there are kits that people buy and put on their vehicles, and you're able to reduce cost. But then you have full CNG vehicles, which mean that you're going to even be able to reduce your cost further from if you're using a mixed hybrid, probably you're getting only 25% benefit. Whereas if you're using a full CNG truck, you can get 100% benefit. LNG is a bit more complex, but it exists. Today we have people like Greenview in Nigeria who are using LNG to power their trucks, and they're able to go much, much further. These are some of the things I believe that can help. Manufacturing closer to the market where possible. If you look at the gas pipeline network in Nigeria, there's a lot of effort to expand it. There's the AKK pipeline going all the way to the north. So if I have, instead of having one big factory in Lagos and then distributed countrywide, it's an opportunity for companies to have mini factories nearer the demand locations. And that way you're able to save on cost, because more or less the cost of transporting gas is similar. It's not really that different, and you're able to, more or less flatten your cost of production. So these are some of the comments. I would pause here and then probably come back later. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that extensive deep dive into the challenges. And it seems like a uniform challenge here is, not even challenge, observation, is government infrastructure. The state of public infrastructure affects the cost of logistics so significantly that private sector players are now forced to take matters into their own hands, bearing the effect of that decay in infrastructure, or then going into investing, building rail lines. So we're short of time, so I'll go to the next question very quickly. Now, the raw materials that feed our factories come from the rural provinces. The rural provinces, Nigeria's rural economy is very cash-based. I know that a challenge that we have in Zebra is some of the communities where we aggregate and store commodities, they require cash payments. Only cash. They're not going to deal with you. And we have a point where you have these POS agents there who are sitting around with 30 million naira in a village in Benue State. In fact, I got this feedback yesterday in Boko community. And because they know that nobody takes transfer, so you transfer to them, they pull out cash. And this is one facet of a multifaceted challenge about how to ensure traceability, transparency in supply chains. Because if you're having to deploy cash, that's a blind spot, for instance. So how do you digitize that? So the question now comes to digitization. Are there opportunities for digitization, IoT, blockchain? Is it even feasible in this market, considering our realities? Have any of you employed this in your operations? If you have, how? And if you haven't and you struggle with it, why? I'll start with you, Aminu.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, it was before we started the aggregation of integration of local farmers. This was one of the main touch points that Sebore as a company had to kind of identify and innovate around. It's important to give context as to what it is. Adamawa State is 5.5 million people. We have 23 local governments. However, there's only banking infrastructure in 3 local government areas. It tells you that there's limited access to formal finance, and that is the reason why a lot of the rural farmers who don't live in local government headquarters, but in the hinterland, heavily depend on cash. However, moving that cash and transacting that cash comes with a lot of security concerns, traceability, and the rest. So what we decided to do within our program was to create digital payments network amongst all 18,000 farmers. So the current program is completely cashless. Every farmer within our program has a mobile wallet. For those farmers that did not have BVN or NIN, we registered them. We entered a partnership with Airtel. We bought them phones. We highlighted to them the benefits of having digital infrastructure. But we also deployed a tactic that made adoption very high, in the sense that the lowest earning farmer currently in our program earns about 187,000 naira a month, which is about 6 times the minimum wage. The highest earning farmer earns around 890,000 naira a month. As such, knowing the potential of their milk, we initially never beg them to go to mobile wallet. What we do is we pay them cash every Friday. Once they receive the first bout of cash, 50K, before our program, I think the average pastoral farmer maybe sees 10,000 naira in 6 months during the dry season, because he's done his harvest during the rainy season, and then he uses that sale from the rainy season to coast the dry season. Access to the dairy program of Sebore has given them access to year-round cash from their milk. So what we do is we tell them about the digital payments infrastructure, but we don't force them to do it. At the initial stages, they want their cash. We give them payment, 50,000. The next week, they get 50,000. The upper week, they get 50,000. Then they come running to us that they can't sleep, that they have the money under their beds, they are seeing shadows at night, and things of that nature. And then we move them over to the mobile infrastructure. And we've been collecting milk now for over 24 months, and we've paid every Friday unfailingly. And that has then given them the confidence to understand the link between digital money and physical money. And I think earlier in the year, they had this cashless policy that derailed the informal economy in quite a significant way. So what we did now is that all 18,000 farmers have Sebore ATM cards now. They now have access to the ATM, and they can now make payments and use sort codes to make the payment. For me, I tell you that I have seen a level of sophistication within rural farmers, is that we need to, government, but private sector mainly from our side. The reason I don't talk about government as much when it relates to my program is what I tell the farmers is, look, Nigeria is in a mess. Our balance sheet is in a mess. Even if the federal government gets a loan, most of it will come to Lagos. Then the balance will go to Abuja. And the remaining, God willing, may reach Port Harcourt and Kano. Before it reaches Adamawa and leaves Yola and goes to Mayobalwa, Fufore, and all the, you go die for that. So you have an asset, which is a cow, that is giving you weekly cash flow. You need to focus, you need to listen, we need to come together as a community to help each other out. And the only way I can help you is that I will create the infrastructure or take the risk of building infrastructure in your local community that can unlock your value. You have to then listen to me and trust that the systems being put in place is for your best use. And I'm telling you, as at today, we believe that if not for the devaluation and some other things, we think we would have been at 50,000 farmers, because we get more and more farmers coming with their cattle. I'm sure in the news when you heard of the new administration saying that cattle should not move around northern states, and you had that young man saying, "Nabi, they will come and carry my cattle." What I kind of tell people is, Nigeria has kind of lost sight of what wealth looks like. You would see a young young 10-year-old boy, maybe moving with 150 cows, and you look at him and say, this boy is poor. Where are his parents? He's not going to school. But the cost of a cow in the market now is 400K minimum. So if he's moving with 100 cows, moving with 40 million naira, and you are looking at him as a poor man. And I'm telling you that if the 100 cows are giving him 1 liter of milk a day, then that guy is going to be earning 100K a week. So for us, what I have seen is that there is wealth in Nigeria. Private sector has to kind of unlock it because government has lost sight because of their viewpoint on oil and gas. But in so doing, private sector is the only one that can be nimble enough to look at innovation, be it mobile payment systems, Bitcoin for traceability, IT systems. We are the sector that is nimble enough to be able to implement, try out, test out innovation, and then hopefully, if we have the right leaders in place, can look into it and try and find scale for that kind of thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aminu. Thank you. Obi, same question.
Thank you very much, Obina. I mean, for our business, the beverage business, we're completely cashless because we're dealing with B2B, business-to-business people. Our payment solutions are pretty straightforward, transfers, etc. But I know a little bit about the agriculture and the mining sector, and again, want to echo what Aminu was saying. I think if you're sourcing products from rural areas, from agro-allied areas, you have to use an outgrower approach, assimilate them where it's almost like a symbiotic relationship where you give either these farmers, or I've also done a bit on base metals processing. So sourcing lead, copper, zinc from mainly from the north and from the south, and it's the same situation. I know exactly what you're talking about. You have people sitting on cash. You have to take cash there. It's very risky. We had to withdraw on the base metals business and stop taking cash to these local mines because they're in very, very risky areas, if you like, and started to look at the value chain and instead started to work with some aggregators that we could work with from an educated point of view, do transfers, and then they then manage the local small-scale miners there. So I think, yeah, you almost have to assimilate these suppliers into groups, cooperatives, or groups of some other sort, basically, where they can aggregate in a formalized way. There's other issues to think about, like quality, because if you're then removed from it, then how do you control the quality of the raw material that you're sourcing as well? To be able to create a system whereby you're getting what you paid for, basically, the quantity you paid for. But again, let me just echo what he said as well. Nigeria is a very blessed country. We're producing a lot of agricultural produce. We're producing a lot of minerals. We, as Nigerians, are actually afraid to go into these deep areas, but I can tell you the Chinese are there. Yeah, the Chinese are in the mineral space. They're driving these trucks themselves. You may know about this, basically. They're driving these trucks themselves, going there, carrying cash, paying, and then they're coming out. Right, so I think we're actually best placed to solve some of our problems, but it is going to take coming together with these rural communities and with perhaps value-added processors like ourselves, basically, to make it happen.
To build a system, right? Thank you very much for that. OB2. Okay. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you. I think a lot of things have been spoken already by my colleagues. I'd like to commend even our Nigeria so far. I would say that technology has actually gone quite far into our economy. The telecom sector and the internet penetration in Nigeria. I think over 120 million mobile users right now in the country. So it's actually a lot more than a lot of countries that you would actually see around. We have a very young population that is very creative and energetic. So this is really the right time for innovation. As you said, you were saying, Buffy, you were saying that the Vanderbilt and the men that built America, I would say that yes, it is that time because there's a lot of infrastructure deficits. But fintech has gone very far. Telecoms has actually gone very far and has helped us a lot. Since 2007, I think that was when Chisco published their first website for people to pay by cashless. We had like maybe 0.5% penetration at that stage, but today, Chisco is completely cashless. So you can only get tickets or pay for way bills through agents and online as well through omni-channels, whether it's by SMS or cards. So I think that technology has actually gone quite far to actually help cashless transactions. And people have come at least farther to trust the process. And I think we don't go that rural. So we do a lot of B2B and B2C within cities. So we don't have too much challenge right now being able to convince people to use cash because the channels are actually there. So even if you have cash, there are agents out there that are actually able to collect your cash and we can give the services. But I think we definitely have a lot of opportunities that technology can actually help to boost our productivity. I would say from our own standpoint of transport, I would say telematics has gone quite far for us. Internet of Things. Now that we're able to see our vehicles wherever they are across West Africa, as we have operations spanning to as far as Abidjan, Accra, Benin, and nationwide as well. And we can see our drivers with dash cams. So we're able to see if you're nodding off or if you're using your mobile phone just to improve our safety records. I think to a large extent, the technology, we are ready to embrace technology in our part of the world. I would say that it's still education and human capital that would boost this because a lot of technology is coming this way. We believe that with the kind of creativity and the young population we have, there should be more solutions coming out of here because our problems are unique and our businesses are unique and we should be solving our own problems.
I 100% agree with you. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Umar, if you're still with us, if you can touch on the question.
But I'll take it up a notch and talk about Africa because today, like Obi is saying, it's not just about being able to sell goods and services within the shores of Nigeria. There are many, I would say there are many efforts to try and make things easier for people to trade across the border. Afrexim came up with the Pan-Africa Payment and Settlement System, which has started being able to allow people to pay in in local currencies, but you're also able to do it, pay in Naira for goods you buy in cities or in SAFA. The reality is that it's going to take some time for it to really work, but so far, so good. There are a few fintech companies that have also gone into that space. I to give the example of Dangote that operates today from Nigeria, we export to a few countries across in West Africa. So how do you get your money back? How do you, when you make dairy products in northern Nigeria, in Adamawa State, for example, I reckon that there's a market for northern Cameroon and Chad and Niger Republic, very close to Adamawa. or if you make a product in whatever it is in Nigeria, there are options, there are opportunities for you to sell your goods across the border. So this is my take on in terms of payment. We don't have a problem as such as a business getting payment, because most of the people we deal with are people who are able to make. They are the banked population. And where they sell to the unbanked population, there's the process of POS and the rest that takes care of that space.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that answer. We're out of time, so we'll do a hard stop here for any further questions. Thank you very much to the panelists for all of your insights. You're all doing great, and eventually we will bridge these gaps in our country. Thank you guys.
A round of applause for the first panel. If you joined, as they had already started, what you just witnessed is the local production, sustainable supply chain practices among indigenous producers. Now we're just going to pose for media, take pictures, videos. I'm giving you 15 seconds because we've run out. In fact, we've gone over the time. All right then. No. Have you gotten all your pictures? All right then. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As they make their way back to their seats, please can you put your hands together for them one more time? And please, if you have questions for the panelists, please you feel free to approach them for a one-on-one question and answer segment, of course, just happening at the back there. Feel free, you can just walk up to them and ask them questions. It's not just about listening to them speaking to you. If you have anything that you'd like to bring to them, please feel free to do so. And it's exciting times. I was listening to Mr. Rabiu, of course, talking about the PAPS payment system, which was introduced by Afrexim Bank. I was in Egypt just 2 weeks ago at the intra-Africa trade fair, and it was just really amazing to see how much work has been put out there by these banks trying to make sure that trade within Africa becomes a reality. But something that really stood out for me on that panel was when Mr. Aminu spoke about the cost of cow. He said it's now 400,000 naira for a cow. Wow. And they ran out of time, so they ran over the time. So I was thinking maybe I can have the four gentlemen just share 100,000 naira in between them and just pay for us to have like a cow feast at today's event. But of course, we are moving to our next panel session. I was just talking about the intra-Africa trade fair that happened in Cairo, and that in itself has been able to push for African countries, Nigeria, Egypt, Ethiopia, Kenya, to be able to trade among themselves with little to no issues. Doesn't make any sense. I want to buy something from someone in Cameroon, but I have to change Nigerian naira to dollars first, then change it to their foreign currency. Why do we need to involve these, first world countries? Why do we need to, involve the West? And that takes me to our next panel session that is coming up very shortly. At this point, I would like to please remind our anchors that the panel sessions last about 30 to 40 minutes. We'll give you that extra 10 minutes grace. If at the 30 minutes gap you still have questions or the panelists aren't done talking. But once it's past 40 minutes, the anchor would be fined one cow. You have to buy one cow and we'll share it among ourselves here. And it's 400K, so think about that, okay? All right then, our next panel session is on the trade and retail panel. Now, the topic is how indigenous traders and retailers can succeed in the African marketplace. Now, anchoring or moderating this panel session is Mr. Samuel Abiola Jacobs. Samuel is a seasoned expert with 20 plus years of experience in world-class business operations, customer service leadership, and strategic partnerships. He currently serves as the managing director of the Luxury Network Nigeria, a global luxury business club, which features the award-winning international digital magazine. He is also the principal consultant at AJL Consulting. Aside from his business interests, Samuel has a big heart for philanthropy, which he has demonstrated through his contributions to youth development and empowerment over the past 18 years through WORD, a youth initiative, and also his support for other various charitable causes and mentorships. Please put your hands together for Samuel Abiola Jacobs, Managing Director of the Luxury Network Nigeria, and he will be moderating today's panel. Thank you so much for being here. Moving on very quickly to our next panelist. His name is Mr. Obinna Ike. He is the Managing Director of West and Central Africa. Niger Burbs, renowned for his exceptional strategic thinking and execution prowess. With a proven track record, Obinna seamlessly blends conventional brand management with targeted marketing acumen, driving innovative solutions and cross-platforms implementations. His key specialties are, but not limited to, strategic marketing planning and development, strategic alliances,
How can you harness the strong points and move on better from there?
Thank you. I mean, Obi, let me come back to you then, just on this topic of skill acquisition. So with Niger Bev and perhaps some of the other companies you work with, you've worked with quite a few big companies, international companies. On top of my head, I know one prominent one is LVMH, and of course you've worked with Grand Oak as well, and now Niger Bev as the managing director. Very strong marketing background as well. But with this skill acquisition, training, and all of these things, one of the things that I think we all have to deal with is, number one, not having the talent all the time. And then when we finally do either find the talent or train the talent, is now retaining the talent, right? Because there is almost like a scarcity, if you like. So you find that a lot of staff, a lot of talent is being poached, or they themselves move to other big opportunities. So is that really a big problem, or have you found a way to make sure that you have good staff retention, employee retention, and things like that? How do you make sure that all the investment that you've put into training and upskilling, all of these things, how do you make sure that you actually get to retain that talent in your organizations?
So retaining talent is a very tricky one because talent go where it's mostly recognized and where it's mostly valued and rewarded. And unfortunately, as a country, we are dealing with some of that, the impact of that at the moment. So I'm going to use my own personal experience to answer your question, right? So I was trained mostly in Europe and the US. I spent most of my adult life working in the US before relocating to Nigeria in 2016, right? I relocated here because I wanted to provide value, and I felt like my talents can be rewarded better here, right? So today, we've seen a lot of people leave the country and go abroad, a lot of young people, because that's where the talent is being recognized and being rewarded. And I think as companies in Nigeria, we deal with that. I deal with that every day. I have young people leaving my company, resigning, not because they don't want to be in Nigeria, but resigning because of the harsh economic realities, resigning because they feel like their talent is not being rewarded properly in the environment. So I think as companies, we have to come up with innovative ways, so not just attract talent, but also reward and retain the talent. What we are doing as an organization is we are investing in programs that bring in young people straight from universities and try to keep them in the organization. Because we've also seen that going into the open market to put talent sometimes is not very sustainable, right? They come in, and after a few years, they move to competition or they move somewhere else. So we spend a lot more resources bringing in young talent, giving them incentives and rewarding them to stay with the organization over a long time. It's going to be more difficult going forward because we live in a global world now. And anybody can find job anywhere staying in Nigeria. So we're still going to have challenges with talent. And I think domestic companies have to do a lot more to recognize talent, reward the talent, and retain the talent.
Thank you. We actually have Mr. Cosmos Maduka Jr. joining us now. Hello, Mr. Cosmos, can you hear me? Okay, I think you can hear me, but we can't hear you. If you could just help us with the sound for Mr. Cosmos that's just joining us. Or, yeah, we still can't hear him. So Mr. Cosmos is joining us virtually.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you for joining us. How are you?
Thank you. I'm very well. Good morning. Thanks for having me. Thank you, Zine, for putting up a very interesting and engaging event so far. I was supposed to be there, but unfortunately, I had issues with my flight, so I'm still out of the country. But I was determined to be a part of this, so I joined virtually.
Well, thank you so much for coming online. So Kosh Charis Group is a name we all know and has some very, very beautiful brands that's desirable brands for a lot of people here and online as well. I know that Kosh Charis has been around since 1977. That's a long time, and I think there's a lot of insights you can share with us. That's nearly 50 years. So my question for you, Mr. Cosmos, is in what ways has Kosh Charis Group effectively built and sustained strong partnerships with local and international suppliers, and how can startups replicate these strategies?
Okay, thank you. For us, one thing that we pride ourselves with is our values as a business. Our core values, one of which is integrity. So integrity, your integrity should speak for you in any venture or any business endeavor you try to take on. Your partnerships with your local or international partner. I mean, people are in business primarily to make money. So when you're going into a partnership, that should also be top of mind. And you should also realize that, look, as much as you want to make money for yourself and your business, whoever you're trying to deal with as a supplier or a partner is also in business to make money. So there should be mutual trust, mutual understanding and integrity. If you say you do something, you do what you say you do. If you have a supplier who gives credit, terms or dates or whatever, try as much as possible to hold up, be a person of character, be a business of character, because that is something that we find lacking a lot especially in our side of the world. Integrity and trust is very short. So that's really the way you can grow your business with a local, international partner or supplier. If you meet your agreements as at when due over a long period of time, trust grows, and then you can then start to request more and more things from your partners who are willing, because of your track record, to support and add value to your business as you have done theirs. So in a nutshell, I'd say it's down to two things: trust, integrity, trust and integrity.
Integrity, yes, very well said. So, okay, let's talk about more like around innovation. I know that we're very stressed for time, so I'm trying to get to as many things as possible, so many subjects as possible, so that at least all of our mentees that are with us and online, can try and get as much for the retail and trade side as much as possible. So let me stay with you, Mr. Cosmos, for a moment. How are you fostering? I mean, being in business for so long, how are yourselves fostering a culture of innovation, in your business at Kosh Charis Group? And what lessons can startups learn to stay agile and responsive in a competitive market?
I'll take the first question. How are we fostering innovation? A business is an entity. It's an organization, so it means it's like an organism. It has life. So the same applies to human beings. Once you stop learning, you start dying. So business should never really attain its goal. If we're being serious, you should always have a goal that you're trying to attain. Even when you think you've achieved or met a milestone, then you set a new milestone. And in this age of technology, the world becoming a global village, there is always something to learn. There is always a disruptor in the market. I mean, taxi companies have been running efficiently for about a century till Uber showed up in their business and disrupted it. That was innovation. That was technology. Hotel chains and business and motels and hospitality businesses were also comfortable with not much competition till Airbnb showed up in their industry and also disrupted that business. So we have to constantly, in whatever field or whatever economy or whatever sector, whatever business you find yourself, you have to constantly be trying to evolve, constantly trying to do better, because the customers or the world is always evolving and is always demanding more. And what better way to be innovative than to use technology that is available to you? Now we're going beyond just basic Web 3, the web. We're going to Web 3.0. Web 3.0. Web 3.0. We're going to AI. So there are a lot of disruptors coming into the market. There's 3D printing this has been out for a while now, is going to become on a mass scale where you can 3D print different tools, equipment, parts. So if you're not looking at the technology in your sector, your business is definitely going to be left behind. So constant learning, constant research, constant development is how the business stays innovative and can live or outlive its founders, because I believe that's what entrepreneurs set up businesses to do, to outlive their founders and be second, third, fourth, as long as the business survives. And sorry, please, can you just quickly remind me of the part B of the question?
Oh no, I think the second part of the question was really, I think maybe you kind of touched on it already, but it was more around just staying agile and responsive, to the competitive market. So I think you've handled that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let me come back to you as well on the same question, just in terms of technology and innovation. I know you're quite big on that as well. But how can sort of SMEs and be able to use this to grow their businesses? How would you advise them as well?
So I think being flexible and being in tune with the market realities is first, because if you don't innovate, you die. So if there's a disruption happening in your industry, you need to position yourself to see how you can be part of that disruption. Because if you're not part of that disruption, you're going to die. And I'll take it to Nepal, for example, in our retail business. The retail space in Nigeria, I would say, hasn't caught up with how sophisticated retail is in other parts of the world, where you go to a Walmart and there are things like loyalty programs, and there are things like having to retain customer loyalty. And because fuel is actually an essential service, you'll find a gas station that is not even branded, but because they have a good price, people are rushing to buy from it. And the owners of those stations are just comfortable where they are. But what's going to happen, I'm just speaking specifically in my industry, what's going to happen is when there's deregulation, because we can't avoid it, it's going to be a competitive market, more competitive. So how are you going to differentiate yourselves from the next gas station? And that's where things like loyalty, looking at, being able to collect data, understanding your peak hours and your low hours, and the best, periods to be operating, and rewarding customers for, patronizing you. So that's one way to innovate specifically in the gas station business. But in general, as a startup, data is very important, interpreting data and understanding what that data is saying to you, and being data-driven and making decisions based on the data that you're getting. And just, being able to keep up with the trends in general in your industry. Like Kozma said, there's disruption happening across different sectors, and it's coming for our sector as well. So we need to be in tune with the realities and be willing to tweak. And I think there's also opportunities for more established companies to collaborate with the smaller companies, because they're smaller and they're more nimble. So those sort of collaborations, or I'd say investments in those nimble companies, to be able to still be in tune with the market realities. So that's just what I'll say to them.
Okay, great. I heard both of you basically say no innovation, then you would die, basically. But I also know, we all know as well, that if there's lack of funding, you also die, right? For businesses. Funding is so critical for businesses. So isn't it just on you again, before we come to Obina? So how do you, let's coin it this way. How have indigenous companies overcome initial hurdles in terms of funding and resources? And what advice can they offer to SMEs in securing support for their ventures?
Okay, that's a very good question. Bootstrapping. Bootstrapping. I mean, in these days, people are raising millions of dollars, even from just ideas and not actual real business, right? So I think it's very important for businesses to grow organically, because if there's a demand, then there'll be, there'll be turnover, and you need to show traction over a period of time. Bootstrap as long as you can, and just grow organically. And as you grow organically, you'll be able to, show enough traction to, access different types of funding, because there are different types of funding available depending on, the type of business you're in and how you're turning that business over. So in our business, we're traders, then retailers. So debt is what works best for us, because we're able to quickly turn over the petroleum products that we're selling. So it's very important to understand, because it's not every type of funding that, would work. The one that works for A may not work for B. So you need to understand, bootstrap your business long enough to even understand the cash flow of that business, so that you're not killing that business by injecting capital that is not just a good match. So that would be my answer to that.
Okay. Obina, do you have a similar or different sort of answer to that? I mean, how have you been able to manage with funding for the businesses that you've been engaged with, especially the one? I mean, you were talking about FX and some issues like that as well. What about in terms of funding? What advice can you give to smaller companies about funding?
Yeah, so funding is an integral part of any business, and in manufacturing, for companies like ours, you really can't do without serious funding infrastructure in place. We deal with huge machineries. We deal with lines, bottling lines that make the product. So the kind of funding we have in place is like long-term funding, mostly with our strategic banks, because it runs into millions of dollars for the manufacturing that we undertake.
So your debt as well?
Yes, we mostly use debt. It's actually, it's almost like impossible to do it without debt. So we use mostly debt for our funding. But I do have a bit of experience with a few startups, as you might know. As you've already explained, I think the funding is, you got to bootstrap up front, right? To some point where you can actually prove value. And when I look at startups, I always ask myself, what problem are they solving? How unique is the problem? How big is the market, right? Once you have a good solution, I think there are so many ways to access funding, because there are people with money looking for good ideas or good solutions. And there are enough people with money in this country to fund good ideas. But the problem got to be there. The problem you're solving got to be unique. And the market has to be big and differentiated.
Okay, great. I think I will ask maybe just one more question, just because of the time. So marketing, I want to talk about marketing now. Marketing for businesses. And I know, Obina, you have a lot of experience in marketing, so you're probably the best one to start, talking about this. And I don't know, I feel with a lot of sort of clients that I have as well that, they spend a lot of money starting up their businesses, whether it's from the construction side to, the interior design, all the things that we can see with our eyes, and of course training, and so many other costs. Even the sort of operating costs are, quite high. But a lot of business, especially retailers, maybe in the supermarket, I can speak for supermarket side, they don't always put enough focus on the marketing budget, to be able to now, push these businesses where they ought to go, especially as it's got mass appeal. So my question for you really is, what insights and business gain from the marketing and branding strategies employed by successful indigenous companies like yourselves can companies use to establish a strong market presence? So a strong market presence, what are the strategies?
So marketing is always an interesting topic for me to discuss because I come from the marketing and brand management side of the business before accessing the MD CEO role. Most MDs and CEOs come from finance or supply chain. I come from the commercial side of the business, which is the front end of the business, marketing and sales. And I really, really believe that's the heart of the business, marketing and sales. It's a major concept we struggle with in Africa, particularly in Nigeria, because I think most indigenous companies don't know the difference between marketing and sales. When you ask them about marketing, they talk about sales. When you talk about sales, they talk about marketing. But I do believe that marketing and branding is one function that make a huge difference between most successful companies long-term and the ones who flatten out after some time. Why is marketing and branding important? Because it builds differentiation, it builds distinctiveness, it helps your brand, your product, develop emotional connection with the market and consumers. Most brands in this environment basically trade, and they get to a point, their trading flattens out, it can't grow any further. And that's the major difference between multinational brands and our local indigenous brands, is the power of marketing. So I believe for most SMEs and most startups, they're gonna have to think about marketing. However, you cannot market a product without value. So you gotta build the value first, but you get to a point where you need to build proper branding and proper distinctiveness for your brand, and that's how you can command premiumness, that's how you can command value, that's how you can take in prices. So I could go on and on this because that's sort of my comfort zone, but I like to give her an opportunity to say something about this.
Yeah, and also maybe is there some sort of guide in terms of like in your sort of budget, like how much should be sort of, a portion to marketing?
I would say
like
this is an ongoing war in my organization. Let me just be very straight up. Because most indigenous organizations, they don't have the budget. That is the truth. They're basically trying to survive, right? And for us, coming from a B2B, trading at the depot, we've been around, only people in the oil and gas industry knew Nepal until we started retail, right? And that was not our comfort zone. That was not where we were competent at, but we've been forced, based on industry trends, that we had to go into retail. And I mean, when, I joined Nepal Retail, it was tough for them to get the management to understand the importance of, branding. It was like, oh, you just want all the fancy, but those things matter. Over time, you look back, they matter, and that's what builds a brand. That's why you pick a Coca-Cola over, another brand, because over time, you've been exposed to that brand, and somehow within your consciousness, it's priority if you're making a purchasing decision. But it's, before you even go into marketing and sales, it's what is that brand's personality, right? What sets you apart? What are you known for? Because the brand is really what you make out of it. Marketing is the PR side of sales, if you ask me. But what is that brand's personality? If they call your brand, what can people... What would people resonate with your brand? So I know when we started the retail stations, we're very particular about pump integrity, because that's something that's a very big thing for customers. Customers don't want to be cheated, right? So if you're cheating customers and you're marketing and you're all over the place, it doesn't really do that much because, the bad news goes, it spreads faster. So pump integrity, having competitive pricing. So there are foundational things that have to be tackled when building a brand, like the core identity and the core values of that brand. And when you're able to establish those things that would sell the brand anyway, then marketing can come in and you can use that to also, highlight your business.
Yes. And, if I recall back in the UK, back in those days, looking at sort of traditional marketing, you would see some P&L sheets can go as high as like 30% of their revenue can go towards marketing. And like you said, here we can't really do that because businesses are trying to survive. So it's a whole different playing field out here. But thank God as well now with the sort of advancement with digital marketing, and there's a lot more sort of cost-effective ways to market as well. But I'll allow Cosmos just to say a sort of last word on that same subject around branding and marketing, because you guys have been in the business for a very long time as well. So yeah, what would you like to contribute to that?
I believe my fellow panelists have covered it extensively. Branding and marketing is what keeps you top of mind, top of sight for your customers, for the market. So it's but like was earlier said as well, you have to have value that you are marketing. If the end product is not really sustainable or is not something of value, and you're making all the noise in the public space in marketing, there won't really be any tie back. So if there's value being offered and there is a genuine product or a genuine service, then the marketing can tie in. And in terms of budget, I think also that's something we struggle in this part as well, to really, well, not everybody, because some people understand it very well and do it very well. The telcos, some of the banks understand marketing and branding and do it very well. But a lot of maybe indigenous businesses, SMEs and co, have not really caught on to maybe the effects or the benefits of marketing. So they don't really have specific budgets assigned to it. It's more or less seen as a cost center. But if properly integrated, it can be a profit center, because that's where you get your leads, and your sales funnel is built from marketing and branding. So, but I believe it's been extensively covered by my fellow panelists.
Thank you very much. Well, that's all we have time for. No one's buying a cow today. So I want to thank you. Please help me thank our panelists here for this session.
Yes, please put your hands together for our panelists. Please, can we just have a quick picture, I would say media moment. So pictures, videos, giving the panelists 30 seconds to do that. Thank you so much. Thank you for keeping to time. 15 more seconds. Thank you to our panelists that have been able to unearth the market trends and consumer behaviors to innovate retail strategies as they make their way off the stage. Please put your hands together for them one more time. Also want to say thank you to our virtual viewers, those that were not able to make it down but have been able to link up with us from their homes, offices, and elsewhere. These panelists are going to make their way to the back, and just like the first set of panelists, if you have any questions or any ideas, just don't forget that this is also a place to network as well. Another reason for being here is the networking opportunities. This conference in itself is bringing together professionals, thought leaders, and potential business partners. So feel free to walk up to them. They're at the back there at the I call it the VIP section or the cordion up section. You could just walk up to them and have those conversations. But if you're following the agenda with me, we're done with our first two panels. We still have about 4 more to go. But before we do that, well, considerates here at 234 Finance, the Mentorship Challenge 5.0, we want to make sure that even as your minds are being filled, that your tummies are being filled as well. So we are going to break for 15 minutes. The time is now 12 o'clock. We're going to break for 15 minutes. So I would expect everybody to be back here and seated by 12:15. If you walk all the way to the end of the hall and turn left, you would see the ushers there. We have a little space there with your tea, some, little bread, cupcakes, just something to keep your tummy going while we prepare for the next set of panels. So the DJ is going to just give us some nice tea-breaking music as we make our way to the back. Also remember that there are exhibitors showcasing their work, their products rather. Today we have exhibitors with dedicated exhibition booths where they're showcasing their products and services right here at the Oriental Hotel. So thank you so much for being here. We will reconvene at 12:15. DJ, give me some music. Please, the tea break has commenced. You can have your conversations over tea. We only now have 12 more minutes till the tea break is over. And once the tea break is over, we'll stop serving tea. So please make your way to the back of the hall and to the left, just where the exhibitors are. Thank you so much.
All my life, I've been saying sorry for the things I know I should have done. All the things I could have said come back to me. Sometimes I wish that it had just begun. Seems I'm always that little too late. All of my life. Said I'll take a drink with you. Pull up a chair. I think I'll stay. Said I'm up, 'cause I'm going nowhere. There's too much I need to remember. And there's too much I need to say. All of my life, I've been looking, but it's hard to find a way. Just reaching past the goal in front of me, while what's important just slips away. And it doesn't come back, but I'll be looking for something more to call my own. Up to now, I have found that life as a whole was cold. 'Cause I've never belonged. I wanna be free and live without warning. I wanna finally see what it's like on the other side. I wanna be free, 'cause the new day is dawning. I wanna be me. I wanna show the world I'm alive. Who's to say I need change if I'm not what I'm not? Look at me, what you see has been through a lot. Now it's time for me to find what love's really all about. And all that I've lived without. I wanna be free and live without warning. I wanna finally see what it's like on the other side. I wanna be free, 'cause the new day is dawning. I wanna be me. I wanna show the world I'm alive. I wanna be free and live without warning. I wanna finally see what it's like on the other side. I wanna be free and live without warning. I wanna finally see what it's like on the other side. I wanna be free, 'cause the new day is dawning. I wanna be me. I wanna show the world I'm alive. I wanna be. Chiquitita, tell me what's wrong. You're enchained by your own sorrow. In your eyes, there is no hope for tomorrow. How I hate to see you like this. There is no way you can deny it. I can see that you're all so sad, so quiet. Chiquitita, tell me the truth. I'm a shoulder you can cry on. Your best friend, I'm the one you must rely on. You were always sure of yourself. Now I see you broken and desperate.
tea and coffee and start making our way back into the hall. I know you can hear my voice, even if you're outside, but please make your way back in. You can have your little plates of snacks and and walk back in so that we can start the panel session. The break was supposed to be 15 minutes, but we gave an extra 5 minutes and have unfortunately run out of time. So if you can please start making your way back in, if you can hear the sound of my voice, please start making your way back in. Don't be shy to walk back in with your tea or your coffee, your snacks or your fruits. But please make your way back into the hall. The next panel session will be starting in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Streets across my room, and I'm waking up from another dream of you. Yes, you know I'm on the road. Once again it seems all that's left behind is a chain of broken dreams. But you know that I love you. You know that I love you. Oh, I love you.
Something is wrong, and I hear you breathing softly by my side. And I know that I was dreaming of a time that may come when you would be no longer in my life. I slip out of bed, I go down the stairs, still troubled by the power of the dream. And I know that I don't say it quite as much as I should. The way I feel and what you mean to me. You are my lover, you are my friend, you are my life. To the very end, you bring me comfort, you keep me warm, you give me hope, you make me strong, you take me away to a distant shore. And it's with you that I want to stay forever.
Need someone to see me through, and I was at the end of my rope. I needed someone to cut me loose, and then an angel out of the blue gave me the sense that I might make it through. And somehow I survived with no rhyme or reason. And now I know I'll make it through the miracle of you. I know the color of love, and it lives inside of you. I know the color of you, it's in the image of you. If it comes from the heart, then you know that it's true. It will color your soul like a rainbow, and the color of love is in you. Colors, the 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 colors,
Like a bridge over troubled water. You stood beside me, and your love did not falter. And then the angel and you gave me the strength to know that I will get through. And that's how I survive.
In a bar in Toledo, across from the depot, on a bar stool she took off her ring. I thought I'd get closer, so I walked on over. I sat down and asked her her name. When the drinks finally hit her, she said, I'm no quitter, but I finally quit living on dreams. I'm hungry for laughter, and here ever after, I'm after whatever the other life brings. In the mirror I saw him, and I closely watched him. I thought how he looked out of place. He came to the woman who sat there beside me. He had a strange look on his face. The big hands were calloused. He looked like a mountain. For a minute I thought I was dead. But he started shaking. His big heart was breaking. He turned to the woman and said, "You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille, with 4 hungry children and a crop in the field. I've had some bad times, lived through some sad times, but this time you're hurting won't heal. You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille." After he left us, I ordered more whiskey. I thought how she'd made him look small. From the lights of the bar room to a rented hotel room, we walked without talking at all. She was a beauty, but when she came to me, she must have thought I'd lost my mind. I couldn't hold her, 'cause the words that he told her kept coming back time after time. You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille, with 4 hungry children and a crop in the field. I've had some bad times, lived through some sad times, but this time you're hurting won't heal. You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille. You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille, with 4 hungry children and a crop in the field. I've had some bad times, lived through.
Thank you so much, DJ. Thank you so much. Now, if you can hear the sound of my voice and you are still outside having some tea, please make your way back into the hall as the next set of panel sessions are about to begin. And if you are in the hall, please feel free to move forward and occupy the empty seats in front of you. Thank you so much. Now, if you are with me on the agenda, just to quickly go through what we've done today, we've already had our first panel session on local production, sustainable supply chain practices among indigenous producers, as well as how indigenous traders and retailers can succeed in the African marketplace. But we're moving it ahead now. We're taking it up a notch now. And we're going to be focusing on the tech panel, which is covering the topic Unlocking Africa's Prosperity through Innovative Technology. Now, in this enlightening panel discussion, we are going to delve into the transformative power of technology as a catalyst for Africa, for Nigeria's economic growth and societal advancement. Our distinguished panelists, comprising of visionary tech leaders, entrepreneurs, and industry experts, will unravel the potential of innovative solutions in various sectors from fintech to agri-tech to health tech and beyond. As we navigate the digital landscape, we aim to uncover the strategies, the collaborations, the policies that will harness the full potential of technology, fostering prosperity and shaping a brighter future for the continent. Join us on this journey of discovery and insight into the pivotal role of technology in driving Africa's sustainable development and unlocking new realms of possibility. Now, to introduce the next set of panelists, I'm starting with our moderator. Actually, you know what? Let's switch it up this time around. I'm going to end with the moderator this time around. I'll start with Mr. Akeem Lawal. He is a founding management executive at the InterSwitch Group, who currently leads the payments processing. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, I'm going to take it from the top because I can't do no breaks. Mr. Akeem Lawal is a founding management executive at InterSwitch Group, who currently leads the payments processing division. He oversees a business line that contributes approximately half of the group's revenue. With over 23 years of expertise in electronic payments, payments technology, strategy, and business management, Mr. Lawal played a pivotal role as the head of the engineering team responsible for constructing the InterSwitch SuperSwitch infrastructure. And if you live in Nigeria, there's no way you have not heard about InterSwitch. Now, he has also been instrumental in the fintech revolution in Africa, co-founding the first African fintech unicorn and actively supporting fintech companies across the continent. Currently, he serves as a member of the Governing Council of the Fintech Association of Nigeria. If we're talking about technology, this is somebody that definitely needs and deserves to be on the panel. If you can put your hands together for the managing executive at InterSwitch Pure Pay, Mr. Akeem Lawal. Put your hands together for him as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time. Moving on to our next speaker, Mr. Chijioke Dozie is the co-founder of Carbon Digital Bank, which is transforming African banking with credit-centric digital products, payments, and high-yield investments. Chijioke was previously Chijioke was previously an investment professional at the International Finance Corporation, also known as the IFC, and is responsible for sourcing investment opportunities in sub-Saharan Africa and co-founded Nigeria's first distressed equity fund, KASSF, securing $20 million US from the International Finance Corporation. Through his vast experience, Mr. Chijioke has invested in agribusiness, financial services, and retail sectors in Nigeria, Ghana, Rwanda, and Kenya. Please put your hands together for the co-founder of Carbon Digital Bank, Mr. Chijioke Dozie. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time as well. All right, then. We're moving on to our next panelist, Ifeoma Udo. Ifeoma is a social entrepreneur and the founder of the first fintech for women in Nigeria. The first fintech for women in Nigeria. The first fintech for women in Nigeria. You know, we're about 200 million. So the first fintech for about 100 million people, for women focused in Nigeria. Please put your hands together for her. Now, her career experience spans over a decade in strategy consulting, analytics, and seed funding for notable companies such as PwC, Iroko Partners Limited. Since its launch in 2019, She has become has become a UK tech hub company, and the company was one of 13 companies selected for the NASDAQ Milestone Makers focused on reducing inequalities. You can tell that she's a woman that takes charge. She didn't even wish. Say, yes, that's me. She made her way straight to the stage. But please put your hands together for her, even as she's beautifully seated and ready to give this panel all she has. Now, we still have two more people. The next person is joining us virtually, And I really do appreciate those that can be here and those who have taken out time to also join us. And it's interesting, we're talking about technology, so thank God for technology, right? Udoka is the founder and CEO of Intelia, a software company that serves as NASDAQ's governance solution implementation partner. His expertise lies leading startups to profitability and navigating the complex software industry. Early in his career, Mr. Udoka co-founded Cubix.co, an application development firm based in New York. With his guidance, the firm developed applications used by millions and serviced top-tier clients like Walmart, Sony, and Canon. Later, he established Kinetic Base, focusing on innovative banking solutions, notably developing a patent-pending technology for computerized debit cards. With a proven track record in tech-driven transformations, Udoka is adept to leveraging technological advancements to scale operations, enhance efficiencies, and drive sustainable growth. If you could just put him on the screen, he's joining us virtually. But please put your hands together for Mr. Udoka, who is the founder of Intelia. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time and your virtual presence. Now I'm going to call on the moderator for this panel session. I'm talking about Ada Irikefe. I hope I pronounced that right. Ada is an impactful and socially intelligent leader with over 25 years of experience in delivering sustainable growth for organizations in the following verticals across telecoms, consulting, IT, financial services, and sales. She currently serves as an associate director and currently oversees the experience consulting and disruption practice at the PwC Experience Center here in Nigeria. The Experience Center, which is a collaborative space and home to emerging technologies and innovation, of which she and a select team set up in 2019. She also doubles as the Chief of Staff to the West Market Regional Senior Partner for PwC. Ada is a mentor at WIMBIZ, as well as the Sickle Cell Youth Empowerment Group. She's also the chairperson for the Bantu Blockchain Foundation, a blockchain-based financial inclusion solution developed to reorientate Africa and help people towards technology aligned with the spirit of sharing and equality. Rocking our famous Adire print, making her way to the stage. Please put your hands together for our moderator for this session, Ada Irikefe, who is the Associate Director for PwC Nigeria. A round of applause for her as she takes it away. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dear panelists, good afternoon, everyone. Unfortunately, I busted my knee coming here, so I can't sit that low. So please pardon me. Thank you. Otherwise, we may need a crane to get me up here. So thank you very much and welcome everyone to the tech session. When we say tech, a lot of people just think it has to be hardcore technology, but I think we've gone past that, right? It's nice to see Ifoma, Udoka when he comes up, Akeem, and Chi goes there. Oh, Chijoke, I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, so I just want to start off. First of all, listening to your profiles, I realized that all of you have won the founder t-shirt or are still wearing the founder's t-shirt. So well done to Zini for the attention to detail in selecting the panelists. And to the audience, I would say this is an opportunity for you to tap into the wealth of experience and insight Ifoma, Akeem, Chijoke, and Udoka will be bringing to bear today. I want to start off by just setting the scene. And the scene here is Africa, our beloved Africa. 1.3 billion people, 54 diverse states. At the crossroad is transformation. So unless you've been living under a rock, transformation is occurring every single way sphere in our daily lives, corporate, name it. Whether we like it or not, transformation, whether it's business, whether it's digital, is being powered by technology. And technology is here to stay. Fortunately, unfortunately. Beyond enabling, say, for instance, the financial services, which I think majority of my panelists belong to, we would like to deep dive into how innovative technology has also transformed workforce development, investments, trade, job creation, and more importantly, government policies. Where Nigeria is currently playing, I think Nigeria embraces the diversity and dynamism of the continent. And it's a good thing for us, it's a good thing to drive, and it's a good thing for us to showcase to not just Africa, but also the world. Okay, thank you. All right. So I'm going to start off by delving into the role of innovative technology as it impacts our workforce development and employment in Africa. We currently have about 60% of Africans below the age of 25, which should ideally mean that we should have a thriving economy. We should also have a thriving workforce. Dare I say, it's not exactly the case. The beauty of digital skill is that it's bridging that gap. But how well is it bridging that gap? So to start off with, I would like to ask Chijioke. Chijioke, you have invested in multiple companies. You have hired talents across Africa. I want to ask, with your experience working with young and enterprising Africans on the ventures you currently run, what are some of the advancements that you are seeing take place in Africa in the areas of youth, employment, and productivity as a result of the proliferation of technology as we see it today? Chijioke.
Thank you. I think we're seeing people be more proactive about, their work opportunities and education available to them. I mean, with technology, technology has opened up, more virtual universities than there is available. So platforms like Coursera, Udemy, Udacity has, enabled young people to learn new skills and new courses. So think software engineering, think SQL, data science, digital marketing. And when you look at, 10 years ago, 2010, 2012, the job prospects for certain people were very limited. You're either going to go into the big four, the banking sector, oil and gas, telecoms, and not much there.
Yeah.
Now you still have those, but you have software engineering, both in Nigeria or anywhere in the world. I mean, we have lost a lot of our talent to some of the biggest fintech startups in the world, Revolut, Nubank, etc. Some actually leaving Nigeria and going over there. Some actually working for these companies in Nigeria. Then you have digital marketing, social media planners, etc. So that has all been possible because of technology, because of the availability of courses, as well as I think COVID helped in the sense that it has changed the nature of work. People don't need to be they don't need to be physically located where they're working. So that has opened up the opportunities for African youths to basically compete globally.
Great response. In addition to that, I would also say that technology has become, or rather, having digital skills have become so prevalent that it doesn't really matter where you are. I work for PwC, and in the past, maybe about 15 years ago, you had to have an accounting background. I don't have an accounting background. But right now, it's just open doors. PwC, the Experience Center, the kind of people we have there are not your regular, I'm on camera, are not your regular employees, PwC employees, because we want to encourage that level of creativity, and we have identified that by creating that level of creativity, you need to give them freedom to, should I say, to roam. So to you, Ifoma, just piggybacking on what Chijioke has said around the digital skills and what we can do with the digital skills, what's your opinion around what innovative solutions, how innovative solutions can actually contribute to upskilling our youth? So to add the extra layer to that whilst you're trying to get your mind, I know that the World Economic Forum releases a future of work report regularly. And part of it, they talk about the critical skills to have and critical technologies. AI obviously is smack bang in our face. If you're not aware of AI, all the news around Sam and his cohorts hopefully would have brought that to the fore. So how can we enhance the skills in our environment to uplift our employment?
So when we talk about technology skills and how to enhance it, I noticed that starting early makes a difference. So making sure that even in our curriculum, from whether the primary schools and stuff, people get the opportunity to experience technology very early.
Yeah.
So I, for instance, I went to Futo to study computer science, and by third year I was writing Fortran and Basic, and I knew that, man, there's a problem. So I changed to mathematics, so I majored in mathematics. So people that graduated from math and computer and majored in computer science, some of them they never touched a computer. So making sure that, I know two things. One is early skills. The other one is access to infrastructure, to also make sure that more people get access to infrastructure. That's something else. Then information. How do we sell technology? So when I hear many people communicate about technology to people that don't have the privilege to be in this room, it always sounds like rocket science. How do we make technology, how do we show them that they've also been using technology for a long time, and it can be a tool to make their life better? So I was reading a research where a research that they were doing to find out how technology will reduce what's they called time poverty for women in developing areas like India, and they found out that just giving them washing machine, getting a robot to sweep the house, how do we start inspiring people to start to communicate that technology is basically automating your everyday actions in a way that it reduces or it makes life better for you, because that's the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ifoma. And I like what you just said about using technology in our day-to-day. So it's not necessarily when you are boxed into a room that you're using technology. My mother uses, even though she doesn't realize she's using technology, she's using technology. Just simple, your bank transfers, That's technology. Just to demystify technology. So I would like to just quickly run to investment and trade in Africa. So according to the ADB, intra-Africa trade accounts for about 14 to 18% of the continent's total trade. That for us is massive opportunity. Now, we know that policy-backed technology interventions are effective at facilitating cross-border transaction. Mr. Kim, I'm looking at you, and boosting economic integration. So, Mr. Kim, you have seen businesses and industries across the continent move from the traditional to digital. I know that when I was reading up about my panelists, I came across a statement from you. You attended the International Trade Seminar. I think that took place this year. And you had mentioned that business can only achieve greater stride if they embrace digitization. Am I correct? Okay. Now, if we bring this closer to home, streamlining it to your industry, what role can innovative technologies play in attracting FDIs to African countries and industry? Again, to what Ifeoma has said, how can we make technology more pervasive? How can we start from grassroots? And maybe we might need some form of funding, but how do we position ourselves?
Thank you so much for the question, but I really must thank Ezine for inviting me. It was a struggle to come, but I'm so glad that I came. I've learned a lot from the first two panels, and I'm really excited to be here. Technology is transforming the world, right? It's a given, right? One of the comments I made in the trade fair or the seminar that you mentioned is that the organizations of the future are the ones that are able to use technology to transform the businesses that they do. And it doesn't matter where you are, from small businesses to large multinational corporations. If you're not transforming your business using technology, you will not be relevant in the next few years. It's just that simple. And there are maybe 4 or 5 technologies that are key in that journey. The first will be mobile. You need to take your business to mobile as a channel for reaching the millions of customers who you are trying to reach. The second will be data, access to the large pool of information that is just available all over the world, right? Consolidates that into big data. And then the third is social media, right? Organizations of the future have to play in social media. And then the fourth, which is probably a little bit more trendy, is artificial intelligence, right? And then you can add in there blockchain. To your question, my view is for Nigerians to attract, and any African country to attract the investment, we need to take those technologies and create solutions that solve real-life problems on the continent, right? And this is already happening, right? And I mean, one example, Carbon, solving the problem in digital lending to bring finance to millions of Nigerians. Another is the payments technologies that InterSwitch is providing. But even if you look at the fintech ecosystem, over the last, I think, 2 years, the estimate is that over $3 billion worth of investment have come into this market, just on the back of using technology solutions to solve problems in payments. Right? And that's happening across the continent, whether it's Nigeria, whether it's Kenya, whether it's Egypt, wherever. Right? And I think that's the first step, is how do we take, and I like where the question started from, how do you take those skill sets that we build as Nigerians, convert that into solutions to problems using those technologies, solve those problems in a way that you can then attract the investment and the investors. And it's really just that simple. And there's so many examples. So to find motivation to do it is not really difficult, I don't think.
Fantastic. Solve real life problems, and then we would attract the necessary investments. In addition to what you have just said, there has to be an aspect of governance, right? I always say that the amount of data we have out there, what are people doing with this data? Well, maybe that's an opportunity. I don't think we have really harnessed what we have, the value we have. And truth be told, we don't want to wait for some people to come and tell us how best we can use the data we have on ground. So, is Uzoka on?
Yes, I am.
Great, Uzoka, welcome. So I'd like to tilt towards governance and leadership. So we know that digital governance is a must, and literally every, hi Uzoka, and literally every single nation is tightening the bolt around that, because we also know that as good as technology is, there's some bad sides to it. I also think that for us to attract the necessary investment, our governance has to be top-notch. My question to you would be, I know that you manage a portfolio of companies, and just reading what you've done in the past, we know that the region, Africa, Nigeria, can gain significant market advantage, right? Due to the support of, or as a result of the support of the government. We have seen it out there in the US, for instance, Tesla, how the government has actually backed what they think is a really good deal. Just government support. How can we bring this closer to home? How can we embrace technology or leverage on technology to create transparency, efficiency, and productivity that would attract the FDIs that we talked about earlier? So we have the solutions now, but what sort of government support, or what can the government do better in helping us to position ourselves better?
Thanks for that question. I think in addressing that question, we should look at the root cause of the distrust between investors, government, and other participants in the economic roundtable. And that goes to show that, one, the government as we know it has a poor reputation of being transparent. There's always some shroud or cloak of secrecy. And in order for the government to begin to earn the trust of foreign direct investors, the trust of local participants, businesses here in Nigeria, and I'm speaking generally across the African continent, there has to be a show of faith using technology to drive transparency. One of the ways that I think they can do that is simply by implementing tools and technologies that would allow business to be done easier than it is currently done. Say, starting with business registration, for example, filing your taxes, understanding requirements for licensing and the cost of licensing, and being able to apply for these things in a very clear manner and have the expectation that you receive information, you receive your licenses at when it's due. So the government can begin by doing some type of digital transformation of their government services to make sure that services are easily accessible and people can, at the comfort of their homes, for example, begin to access those offerings. And the other thing that I believe is critical, still talking about trust, is having some type of e-governance framework that showcases, the government is doing it in a very transparent manner, thereby publishing, budgets online, publishing policies in a very clear manner that that isn't cloudy and is digestible by everybody, and it's not subject to multiple, layers of interpretation. So if I am an outsider looking to invest in Nigeria, I'm looking to invest in the extractive.
At that level is the first thing, being very transparent as to why it's very important. Secondly, I feel that there should be a lot of learning, because it's a new situation. Like, I see people sitting down in offices, and I was in G20 for W20, which is the G20 initiatives for countries in G20 to say, come up with policies that we can help implement in the G20 countries for women. So it was very insightful to see very intentional focus group efforts to be able to get from underground to say, how do we use technology? What are the ways we can disrupt, include, capture value from this set of people? So that's another thing. Very intentional, going to the ground roots, going to the key players.
Funds,
to be able to
locally to internationally. What are the policies guiding that, and can I have a sandbox to?
Hi, Uzoka. We lost you for a couple of minutes, not seconds.
Oh, my.
So if I was just helping you to round up. Yeah, you done? Hi, Uzoka, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm done, but I'm not sure what you caught, and what I just kept on rambling on without the audience hearing.
Okay. Thanks, Uzoka. Can you hear me clearly, though? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, all right. Sound coming from you. It's a little bit muffled. Okay, thanks, Ifoma. What I hear you say, we should move beyond women empowerment. I think women have been empowered. Well, we also need to continue being empowered across board, not just, I would rather say youth empowerment rather than women. But hey, She Included is all about women.
No, I have the right term, which is women-led development.
Fantastic.
So the campaign have moved from women empowerment to how do we get women-led development to play a critical role in getting more people out of poverty.
Fantastic. You heard it here, women-led development, fantastic. And I want to believe, I think everyone who's sitting here has great, great, great ideas, but how do we roll these ideas up? I'm hoping that this new ministry, Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, I think the minister seems to be lending his ears. The question is, do we have the right funnel where all these suggestions, your wealth of expertise, can roll up to him? Food for thought, if he's listening. Okay, just finally, I've been signaled that we don't have a lot of time, but I would like to talk around business operation and export. And find digitization, I think it's gained momentum in Africa, like it's been mentioned. Agility, efficiency, the necessary buzzwords are required to compete in the market. I would like to ask Chijioke, comparing the revenue potential of Nigeria to the actual value we derive from exports, right? A lot of work needs to be done. Do you agree? To move us forward, to move the economy forward. What innovative strategies can Nigerian businesses employ to navigate the complex regulatory landscape and improve our export capabilities?
Is this a technology question?
It is a technology. I'm talking about innovation. So it's technology and innovation.
I mean,
You stop.
I mean, let me stick to my knittings, which is like technology, and I would say that I'll use Carbon as an example.
Okay.
We're a digital bank. We have hundreds of thousands of users. We've had over 5 million people download our app, but we've only raised about $15 million. When you look at companies like us in the West, they've raised $100, $200 million, and the revenue profile is maybe similar to us or a little bit more. I think that a lot of African tech companies, we're very good at adversity because we have no choice. And so we're very rugged, we're very practical. We don't really waste much money, contrary to what people might think in the media. And there's an opportunity, I think, for African companies, from a technology perspective, to actually support bigger Western companies. We're seeing it in software engineering. We're seeing it in, business process outsourcing. So from a technology perspective, I think we could do more in exporting our services for other companies. And in terms of, actually, let me just stop there. So let me not talk out of my sphere of competence.
Thank you so much. Akim, do you want to? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer the question. I'm very happy. I'm very happy you directed it at Chijioke. But I did want to make a point, right? I think when you started, you said intra-African trade is about 16% of total trade. Sure. For Nigeria, it is less than 10%, right? Which means that most of the trade that we do as Nigeria is actually to Europe, to West, to China, right? We're not tapping as much into that opportunity of trade on the continent with ourselves. And if you listen to, I think, the first panel, they kind of give a lot of reasons why. The logistics infrastructure is one of the areas where we need to find innovative solutions to solve. I know from the work that we are doing as InterSwitch and many of the partners in the fintech ecosystem, there are two parts of that value chain that we are already providing technology solutions to solve. The first is sales, right? Online marketplaces, digital marketplaces where you can take your goods, your services, and display it and make it available to others on the continent, and they can see what you're selling and they can buy, whether digital goods or physical goods, right? That's there. The second is payments, right? People from any part of Africa can potentially pay you. We still need to solve the dollar problem, which is work that we are doing as InterSwitch to create a Pan-African payment system that does not require any country or central bank to look for dollars. But we will eventually crack the payments problem. But I think where most of the innovation challenge for us as a continent now is to solve some of those fundamental problems around logistics, around trade barriers, around import-export rules, right? I do know that AfroExim and the AFCTA is doing quite a lot of work. I think learning from what they have done from a policy perspective and then finding technology solutions to implement that could really be very powerful opportunities for any of the startups who are listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you, okay. I've been told that my time is up. I think, the future is bright. The future is bright for technology. We all just need to be open-minded. We also need to contribute in our own little way to just reshape Africa and Nigeria as a whole. Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Uzoka. Thank you. Not sure what time it is at your end, but good morning, good afternoon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for them. We're just going to have a mini photo session, as is tradition, here at the Mentor Matchup Challenge 5.0. We get 30 seconds to take photos, videos. Can our media team get to it? And the next set of panelists, please start to get ready to come on stage. Thank you so much. 15 more seconds. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for them as they make their way back to their seats. Thank you for imparting us with knowledge. Thank you. All right then, let's get this show on the road. We're moving on to our next panel session. As we step into the world of international trade, we delve into the dynamics of intra-African trade as a strategy for fostering economic empowerment. In this next enlightening panel discussion, Africa stands at a critical juncture, poised for economic growth through strategic intra-continental collaboration. Our esteemed panelists, seasoned experts in international trade, economic policy, and business, will explore the untapped potential within the African market. From dismantling barriers to fostering inclusive economic practices, we will examine how intra-African trade can become a driving force for empowerment, for job creation, and shared prosperity. Well, join us as we unravel the complexities and opportunities inherent in regional trade, charting a course toward a more economically empowered and interconnected Africa. At this point, I would like to introduce our next set of panelists. I would be starting with Letabo Sitole. Letabo is an international business, trade, and investment lawyer and development practitioner who identifies as a multi-potentialite, playing in many industries ranging from construction, creative and cultural economy, and trade tech. She is the managing partner at Amila Africa, a boutique advisory firm dedicated to promoting trade and investment into and within Africa. She's been an active advocate for youth engagement in the AFCFTA in her role as the chairperson of the AFCFTA, Youth Forum. Thank you so much. A round of applause to her. I was about to say she makes her way, but she's already on stage, so please give her a round of applause for being on stage before I finish reading her bio. Thank you for being here. Now, our next panelist is Dr. Olori Boye Ajayi. I believe she's here. Dr. Olori is a leading expert in African trade with almost 15 years of experience in trade and investment, women empowerment. Please, can you just confirm that Dr. Olori is with us? Thank you. So I'm going to pick up with almost 15 years of experience in trade and investment, women empowerment, and sustainable development. She's passionate about empowering women in business, and she founded the Borderless Trade Network Nigeria and Liberia, establishing a network of thousands of women across various industries, and has successfully secured funding and trade finance exceeding $1 million for women in the export community, and facilitated exports to Australia, the US, and the United Kingdom. In 2021, Dr. Olori was appointed by the Honorable Commissioner of Trade and Investment of Vanuatu to Nigeria and South Africa to execute the Women in Investment Win Her program, and also the first female ambassador for Afrexim Bank, Mansa Ambassador in Nigeria in 2021 as well. She was recognized as an honoree in the Excellence in Trade and Investment category at the African Achievers Awards in 2023 at the Palace of Westminster, the Houses of Parliament in the UK. She was also a finalist for the 30 Leading Women in the African Supply Chain Industry in 2023. Please put your hands together for Dr. Olori Boye Ajayi, who is the MD who is an expert in African trade with almost 15 years and the president of the Borderless Trade Network. Please continue clapping as she sits down. Thank you so much for being here. Our next panelist. Now let's switch it up. We've introduced 2 women, so let's go to a male panelist this time around. I'm talking about Mr. Michael Useni. Please just confirm, ushers could just confirm he's here with us. Okay. Just need to confirm. Okay, let's go to our next panelist, Miss Sonume Inana. Please, is she with us in the... Awesome. All right, then. Mrs. Inana Sonume is an experienced legal and investment professional at Africa Finance Corporation with international expertise in various legal areas, specializing in structured finance and equity transactions. She's currently overseeing a diverse range of energy assets in Africa, including renewable power generation and electricity distribution. Very important, please. We need light in this Nigeria. She's currently overseeing a diverse range of energy assets in Africa, including renewable power generation and electricity distribution. She's skilled at navigating global markets, driving business objectives, and managing legal and regulatory risks. If you could please put your hands together as she makes her way to the stage. Oh, I love that you're representing in Adire, local fabric, Sonume Nana, who is an investment professional at the Africa Finance Corporation. She makes her way to the stage now. Wow, I love this. I'm surrounded by women. I love it. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. We appreciate your time. And now I'm going to call on the anchor, the moderator for this session. I can already tell she's not in the hall, but I'm sure she can hear me. Ezine, we need you. She is the anchor for this next session. Ezine, as I've already introduced, Ezine Wazulu, who is the director of Nepal Energies Limited. Please, any of the ushers, if you could please help us bring her in. She's probably out there somewhere trying to put out one fire or the other. Ushers, please help me bring Ezine back in. Thank you. She's already been introduced, so I rest on all protocols duly observed. She's going to be moderating this panel session, which, like I said earlier, is focused on the intra-African trade as a strategy for fostering economic empowerment. So I'm going to hand over the microphone to Ezine now, and she's going to take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaitan. Well, good afternoon, ladies. It's great to see an all-female panel talking about intra-African trade. That says a lot about the role of women in, getting Africa to where it needs to be. So I'm going to start with a general question for everyone. So, what is the current state of intra-African trade, and why is it important for economic emancipation of African nations? So we can start with Sonume and just, go through all the panelists.
It's a pleasure to be here. Historically speaking, trade in Africa has been quite low, especially when you compare African trade to other regions. You have the total share of African trade in the global markets is only about 3%. And when you look at intra-Africa trade, depending on who you're speaking to, the percentages usually range between 14 to 20%. There are a variety of reasons for this. I mean, you have external reasons, you have internal reasons that, there are internal, probably more internal reasons that militate against intra-Africa trade. The one major one that comes to mind to me is that we don't add value to our products. You have a situation where we literally just dig out our raw materials and sell our raw materials at a pittance to, countries and, continents, other continents. And what ends up happening is that you have a situation where you're not able to add value, and therefore you're unable to make more money on these products. You also have challenges like infrastructure challenges that all of us are aware of, power issues. We have bureaucracies. We have other trade barriers. But I think the most important issue from my perspective is that we need to focus on value addition. If we're able to do this, we're able to create more value chains, increase our supply chains, and find ourselves in a much better situation. The good news is that there's growing recognition of the potential benefits of increase in intra-Africa trade. We have a situation now where the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement there's been a lot of work being done to try and address the barriers. And I believe that this African Continental Free Trade Agreement would be a game changer for Africa if we're really able to if we're able to ensure that it actually, the impact that we're hoping it would propel is actually fully realized. The African Continental Free Trade Act is supposed to increase intra-Africa trade from about the 14 to 20% to about 30 to 35%. It's supposed to increase our FDI investments by at least, I think they're saying 111% to 159%. If you have a situation where foreign direct investment increases, we clearly would be in a position where Africa would have a whole lot more money to establish the much needed businesses. Job creation would obviously, a lot more jobs would be created. And not only would jobs increase in number, you have a situation where higher paying jobs would be realized, better quality jobs. So people would end up, African people, our population of 1.4 billion people would be able to hopefully be lifted out of poverty. I believe that many other countries across the world have been able to use trade as a means of lifting themselves out of poverty, particularly countries in Southeast Asia. I believe that if they can do this, African countries can do the same. So we need to look at this African Continental Free Trade Act very seriously, and all hands should be put on deck to make it, realize its full potential. Thank you.
Alori. Thank you. Got one here. Thank you. So it's quite an interesting topic when we say what is the state of intra-Africa trade, and the reason is because trade in Africa is very informal. So what you see usually captured, which is the formal sector, is the trade volume of 14 to 20%. But then there's the informal trade that's happening, which actually constitutes a lot of the trade happening. And that is as high, between neighboring countries, we're looking at about 80%. And then if you look at maybe trade between countries, maybe in different regional areas, you're looking at about 8 to 20%. So I think it's really important for us to look at why the trade is so low in the formal sector, but quite high in the informal sector, because it is still happening. So when we look at the current state, we have to say, of course, there's a lot of data that's missing in how we can capture informal trade. And this informal trade is constituted and carried out by women and youths. Now, I want to say this because I think a lot of entrepreneurs in the room may not really understand how or why we need to get the numbers up. Right now, like Sonomis said, the AFCFTA, which is an agreement that most SMEs across the continent are not fully aware of the impact, I think understanding that it helps your business to look beyond your country. So the AFCFTA is, in a nutshell, is going to create a single market for Africans. And by doing that, they will, reduce barriers to trade, the tariffs, both non-tariffs as well. And what this will do is you'll be able to go to Ghana and you'll be able to trade. All custom, duties, all those things are eliminated or reduced in some cases. But a very important thing that I have been trying to advocate for is the harmonization of a lot of our regional cross-border trade policies. So you have these regional economic communities like ECOWAS. How many of you know ECOWAS? Exactly. So ECOWAS has its own trade policy. Then you have SADC, the South African, community. You have EAC. Everyone has different trade policies. So what you're seeing with intra-Africa trade is that we need to harmonize all these policies so that the trade can, not only be boosted, but we now have, because you spoke about economic emancipation, that can only come when there is harmonization within all these regional economic communities. But, just to maybe talk about this emancipation, why it's important is because we're going to have a lot more jobs created. Income growth is going to happen. Industrial development is going to happen. So the continent cannot afford not to implement, the AFCFTA as it should, because most economic blocs, and by the way, the AFCFTA is the largest in the world when you measure it by the participating countries and what it's set out to do. Yes, the journey ahead is long, but I think one of the things I'm really hopeful about is what this would do for the future of the Africa we want, because there's an Africa we all want, right? And we want it to work for us as SMEs, as, corporates, financial institutions, and the rest. So right now, the state of intra-Africa trade, to me, needs to capture informal trade and formal trade so that maybe we might see that there's a lot of trade happening on the continent. So I'll leave it there. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Zinni. I think it's going to be very hard for me to follow these two ladies because they've covered everything from tariff to non-tariff barriers and the lack of infrastructure, the need for investment, and also how we define what formal and informality means for the continent. But I think what I can add that is borrowing from what they've said, and also an observation in the developments in, the regulations and the policies, is a call for the Africanization of international economic, international trade, and international development practices, which I think has been where Africa has lost it. We've always followed what the world has done, WTO rules, international trade rules, but they haven't really, even with the most amazing trade and investment policies in the world and regional economic groups, we still struggle to implement because the papers, and as amazing as they are, they really don't match and they don't fit the reality, so we can't implement them. So I think there is a positive development in academia, in the call or the realization that we need to look at the AFCFTA not as a magic wand, but as just one step in the direction of realizing, as you say, the Africa we want. The AFCFTA is just one of the Agenda 2063 goals. At some point, we want to become a customs union, not just a free trade agreement where Africa as a whole can have a single set of rules that the whole world trades with in any one of the countries. But I think that there is a great and positive development in the Africanization of intra-African trade, of international economic laws, and you can also see that in the AFCFTA's protocol on investment. And dispute resolution is no longer set to favor investors. Investors have been coming onto the continent, feeding their pockets fat and leaving us with nothing. But I think there's there's a realization that, yes, we can follow the West and we can follow the global norms, but we need to be a little bit more radical if we want real change. We have to go deeper. Yeah.
Michelle, are you still on?
Hi, hello. Such an incredible panel with a lot of knowledge. For sure, the possibility of integrating our people into a free trade zone will allow us to generate higher economic results, because there is so much possibilities among cross-border between our plus than 50 countries in the continent, that today majority of our countries are trading mostly with Asia or with Europe, sending raw materials and getting final products with the higher price tag on them. And we have been doing this since colonial times. Basically, Africa has always been a raw material continent. And our narrative today, being young entrepreneurs, needs to be a target on the regulation side, but mostly it's to executing what these new regulations are putting on the table. We see, for example, I'm talking now from Maputo, from Mozambique. We see the movement of goods that are passing from the Mozambican ports into Zimbabwe, DRC, Zambia, Malawi, into South Africa. And we need to break all these barriers, not only for the goods, but also for capital to be transferred between one countries and the others. So for sure, the next 10 and 20 years are very interesting in the whole continent, because internet is bringing us much closer. We have seen how some countries in the continent are moving the visa barrier for us to travel. Imagine me holding a Mozambican passport to enter DRC, Congo. I need to make a visa, and this visa can take between 7 to 15 days. So we need to start breaking down all these barriers that makes even more difficult for us to invest in our own land. And this is where these new agreements are bringing us together. And we are seeing also some of the African leaderships that understanding that these barriers that we put to ourselves should be removed, and will allow to better access of goods, services and capital between one countries and the others. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. So I have a question for Sunume. From the perspective of a financial institution, what key performance indicators can be used to assess the progress of intra-African trade?
From the perspective of the vantage point of a financial institution, there are many different ways to look at, to assess the progress of intra-Africa trade. There are many key performance indicators. You want to focus on factors that speak to the economic, financial, and trade dynamic on the continent. You could do this by perhaps monitoring the value and volume of trade within Africa. You could do this by tracking the amount of the inflow of foreign direct investment in specific industries and specific sectors. You could look at policy alignments across the continent. There are many different ways to skin a cat. But from the perspective of my company, I work for Africa Finance Corporation, and we are a Pan-African multilateral development finance institution. And we've decided to look at this problem very strategically. We recognize that infrastructure challenges are a key barrier to trade in Africa. So our mandate is simple. Our mandate is to close the infrastructure deficit in Africa. And we do this by, first of all, recognizing that Africans must take ownership of our development. We must take ownership of the challenges that overwhelm us. There's so many different problems. We've decided to focus on 4 key areas: power, natural resources, transport and communication, and logistics. I think I'm forgetting one right now. Telecommunications. And then what we've also done is we've made sure that we've recognized that it's very important to build local industries. You have a situation where, you know, it's very vital and very strategic to make sure that processing and manufacturing is at the center of sustainable circular economies. We invest in singular assets, but we recognize that it's a lot more effective when you promote integrated supply chains. When you have a situation where instead of just putting a random power plant in the middle of nowhere, you put a power plant, you put other industries, other projects that can sort of benefit from synergies, that can benefit from sharing infrastructure frameworks, which ends up reducing the cost overall and reduces the risks, the overall project risk for all these different projects. And we've done this in a variety of ways. We have a balance sheet of about $11 billion right now. The amount is increasing every day. And we focus on deploying instrumental capital, providing instrumental solutions to a lot of our challenges within this space. We also look at providing high-value commodities and services, products that put products for which we have a competitive advantage. And we've done this quite well. We have a project called the Arise IPP that is in Gabon. We've invested money alongside about $140 million, alongside Olam International, as well as the Republic of Gabon. And it's amazing what we've been able to accomplish. You have a situation where we have a special economic zone that has been set apart to spur economic development. We're able to produce the value of about $1 billion of wood, exporting wood outside of the continent and even within Africa. This it spurred about 30,000 jobs. It's a game changer. It's attracted FDI of about $2 billion from over 100 industrial, residential investors. And it's made a big difference. It's contributed about $842 million to the GDP of Gabon. And we're looking to replicate this in many other countries. We've already started doing that. We also have a lot of projects. I'm in the power sector, so we have all kinds of power generation assets and distribution assets throughout Africa. But I think what is key, when you talk about key performance indicators, I think strategy is important. Job creation is key, but you're able to create the best jobs when you sit down and think about what do we actually need. During COVID, we all of a sudden realized that, wow, there's the pandemic, and Africa is only producing we're not producing our vaccines. We're importing 99% of our vaccines. We're importing 90% of our pharmaceuticals. So from my perspective, I just believe that strategy is important. When you talk about KPIs, our main focus is to try and execute, and we track and monitor the performance and quality of our investments. We do this by conducting valuations when necessary for our equity transactions. We do this by making sure that we are solving all kinds of problems as they happen, because there are problems almost every day on every single project in Africa, since you're almost building the entire value chain. And we do this we also make sure that a lot of the investments actually meet contractual, all the contractual obligations, contractual guidelines. They meet our impact roadmap. We usually have an impact strategy, and we try to assess. We have a very robust impact strategy metric and framework to just make sure that we're moving the needle in the right direction towards our mandate, which is really to close the infrastructure deficit in Africa. Thank you.
Great. For Dr. Lori, For Dr. Olori, what are the main barriers hindering intra-African trade, and how can these challenges be overcome?
Thank you, Zinni. So, when we talk about barriers to trade, they are general ones, but some are specific to specific people like women and youth. And so we can't generalize these barriers. I think it would be very wrong of us to do that in our discussion. So the general barriers to trade, Sonome has done a fantastic job of just, highlighting the mainstream ones. And I think, honestly, if we can just focus on the priority areas where these deficits are causing a whole lot of losses in trade volumes and even, employment areas and all those other things, we would have an overall global trade percentage that will be higher in like 10 years. So from 3%, if we even say to double it to 6%, that this infrastructural challenges would actually help us move that along very quickly. But I'll highlight maybe 3 or so barriers, that I know I have faced. And this is a funny story, which is around logistics. Now, logistics actually affects the profitability of any business, right? Your ease of doing business, logistics has a huge impact on how you're able to move your product to the market for them to access your services or your product. And one instance that I remember, this was back when I was still in manufacturing. I saw that I had to go and source for my goods myself because we couldn't get the raw materials in Nigeria. So I had to go to, I think it was Togo at the time. So I make inquiries and I'm like, okay, let me go to Togo and get these raw materials. I took a car that I didn't mind, driving and all of that, got in the car, 5 a.m. I think it was, and like 2 people that work with me, and we drove to Togo, and we were coming back. Finding the product in itself was hassle. So trade intelligence, information was lacking already, because if I had the information, I wouldn't have even gone to Togo. I would have gone somewhere else because I didn't even find what I needed. So, we'll just hold that one to one side. So I'm coming back. Nobody warned me about the amount of custom, issues, the police, all the checks along the way. I'm not joking. There were roughly around 14 to 15 between Togo and Nigeria. I couldn't believe it. And guess what happened at the end? They confiscated my car. Wow. So we took public transport. What I'm talking about is like 6 years ago. So we had to take public transport. I mean, it's horrible what a lot of women face. Now, can I just say that the men who were there, they didn't get checked as much as I did. My accent didn't even help me, so that one was not good. It wasn't working for me. They double taxed me once I said, "Good afternoon, sir." That was the end of discussion. So you find out that logistics, my ability to move my products within cross-border is super key for a lot of entrepreneurs, and it's a hassle. You see double taxation, you're paying for something in Ghana, you're paying for it again in Nigeria. I mean, it's a whole mess for those who are trying to scale their businesses and they're in export. That's on one hand. Then you also see access to, and I know people hear this a lot, but I just want to, break the table on this. Access to affordable finance and credit facilities. So I'm a consultant for Afro-Exim Bank, which is the leading trade finance institution on the continent. And I say to them that anytime you call something a fund, and that fund is supposed to provide a certain level of development or empowerment, and the people you have created it for cannot access it, then don't say you are providing access. And that is a big issue. Being able to access something that is, and you know this because I'm not going to mention names, but a lot of multilateral institutions tend to put the women thing there to sensitize the women, but you now ask the women at the grassroots, did you get the We5 fund? The We5 fund is run by the World Bank. And World Bank, for example, says, oh, we have over $350 million that we've allocated to 67 countries. Question, if I go to, okay, just across the room, anybody do you even know what We5 is? Exactly. So you see that barriers to trade are not just even in the access to finance, it's even knowing the availability of the finances there. So we have very serious issues on how we disseminate the funding opportunities, loans, whatever kind of finance that DFIs want to make available for entrepreneurs. So I never like to sit on the table with the big guys and say, oh, we have a fund available. I'm like, let's make it really available. That's on the other hand. Then the one that recently has become a very serious issue is security. And security is, because we are in a very cozy place right now, we may not understand what those crossing the borders are facing. I know of many women, because I run a network, I get messages on my WhatsApp from women telling me about the brutality that they go through just to move their goods to one place. But you would think that that would be the only thing. Even those in services, there's a discrimination on pricing. It's where do you want to take it from, right? It's whether you're in products or whether you're in services or whatever the case is. There's just a very interesting scenario playing out at the front line compared to us who are in policy and us who are in maybe solving the problem. To the issue of logistics, when we talk about, customs, tariffs, all those things that most entrepreneurs have to go through at the borders and doing business generally, in 2009, I believe African countries came together to form the one-stop border post. And the idea was, let's create a single facility where people don't have to go to multiple agencies to get their products checked at the border. And I believe it was launched, or maybe, let me say, the first one was between Zambia and Zimbabwe. But guess what? Just the one here in Nigeria with our neighboring countries is not existed. So there's no enforcement. Enforcement is one of our major issues. ECOWAS, all these beautiful things that they've drawn up in the protocols are good. But in reality, is it working for the entrepreneurs? I have people in the audience doing like this. And that's what you see. So for me, the access to finance, I think I've mentioned this in many other platforms that I've spoken on, that if you're going to call it a fund, then understand that, like what Sonome just said about strategy, include how they will access that fund in the strategy. And it cannot be traditional banks. I'll tell you why. Women in here, when last did you go to your account officer to go and tell him you need a loan? It's very less likely. You know why? Because when we were growing up, we didn't see our mothers go to the bank. We saw maybe, let me put it this way, women like community, which is why Ashwebi, Parakbo, we like those kind of things. So I say, why not disseminate through those sort of communities? Why must they go to the bank that they've never seen anybody go to go and access finance? It's not access to finance. It's actually blocking the finance. So remove those barriers so they can trade. And I tell you this, women trade heavily informally. Yes. It's just that we need to structure it for them. And finance is one of the ways we can do that. So, I don't want to belabor the point, but my own is, let's make whatever solutions we bring to the trade space equal, accessible in the true sense, but also let's start to look at how we can, I love that word you used, emancipate, but it's almost like bring freedom to people. All these things that you're saying, you bring one policy today, it will counter the one that you did 5 years ago. I don't understand. So we need harmonization. Thank you.
That was really, really good. So I have a question for Lithabo. As the chairperson of the advisory board for the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Youth Forum, what type of policies are you pushing for and what impact?
I think it's exactly what she was speaking about. So around 2017-18, a lot of young people were hearing about the tripartite trade agreements before it became what we know that now as the AFCFTA, and it was between 3 regional economic communities. The youth bodies in those communities then started mobilizing youth to understand what does this mean, because how trade agreements are negotiated is not with traders. It's not with the people who are actually going to use them. It's with ministry, trade ministry, which I'll speak for South Africa, is mostly a political post. So you have politicians sitting in a room deciding the future of trade in Africa for everyone, and not to offend anyone, it's an all boys club. And so we started to speak about the inclusion of youth and women in the AFCFTA early days. His Excellency Wamkele Mene, before he was sworn into office, sat with us and met with us and spoke with us about a lot of different things. And it was a group of young people who were doing incredible things in different fields. Not all of them were involved in trade, but very quickly realized that trade policy influenced how their businesses and their industries operate. So whether you're in agriculture, construction, energy, the creative and the culture economy, there's something for you in a free trade agreement and the benefits that it gives to you. And there's also, there's a seat at a table for you to speak about the barriers that exist in your industries that are very much trade barriers. We don't think about it, but in the creative and the culture economy, when the Basketball Africa League moves across and does their different conferences, they have to recreate their conference according to the rules of that region and that country, and that is costly. But that is trade, and we don't think about it. And so what we have been advocating for is the inclusion of women and youth in the AFCFTA, and I will tell you that has resulted in a monumental, first of its kind, protocol on youth and women in trade. There's not a single free trade agreement since the establishment of the WTO and whatever came before that has a protocol that specifically focuses on giving youth and women preferential trade rules, which is an incredible, incredible thing that African leaders have done to date. So the protocol is there. It is still being negotiated. The AFCFTA Secretariat I don't work for them in any capacity, but they're open to speaking to women who trade, youth who trade, women and young people who are doing research in the spaces who want to be heard. Right now, as we speak, is day 1 of the Women in Trade Conference in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. They do it every year, and if you can go, it's literally a forum of women from across the continent who trade, who go and speak about what their problems are. And they range from things that we don't think about, and she mentioned as harassment at the borders. Women trade more than anyone else on the continent, and they're subjected to a lot of very, very scary stuff, from gender-based violence to coercion. Women are coerced into doing stuff for their goods to move across. It's more than what we can think of, and I think so it's important that women come and they speak about a lot of their barriers. Yes, we speak about access to finance and infrastructure, but there are, like you said, other very specific trade barriers for women and youth. And yeah, that is what we're advocating for. And it's alive, it's happening. Reach out to the Secretariat. They're a body. They work for every single one of 1.3 billion Africans. They are open to suggestions. They listen to people. That is their job. That is the role of a secretariat, to ensure that the AFCFTA is implemented in a way that makes sense for all of us and that is equitable to all of us. So, yeah.
Thank you, Lethabo. Michelle, are you there? Great man amongst women.
and very smart and intelligent women.
Okay, I have one question for you, Michelle. And I think this is something that resonates with you. So, to what extent does inadequate infrastructure impact intra-African trade, and what steps can be taken to address these issues?
So, I recently, last week, was the re-inauguration of a railway that connects the port of Beira in Mozambique into the border with Zimbabwe in Mutare. And from there, this railway will connect into Harare. So if you look at the development of all the continents in the world, some of them are much further ahead of us. The role of infrastructure is basic to give conditions to people to do what they want to do. As my colleagues on the panel said, women are the driving force of the continent. You see in all the borders that you cross all over Africa that women are trading from tomatoes, potatoes, from clothes, from any type of goods between one country and the others. But the most important factor is that there is no appropriate infrastructure. And this infrastructure is the one that blocks development. We cannot develop 1.4 billion people with roads and trucks and buses. We need railway. We need better ports. We need good power transmission lines. We need power production sites. We need better irrigations. So the role of infrastructure is primary for us to think about development. And if we think about regional integration and continental integration, we cannot think without proper infrastructure in terms of rail and also a road network. Ourselves, we trade fuel into several African countries in our region, in the SADC region, in the Southern Africa. And some of our goods can take between 10 to 15 days crossing between 4 or 5 countries to reach another countries. And mostly these long periods of times with losses and high costs to the end delivery site happens because of lack of infrastructure, happens because there is a lot of barriers between one country and the other. And a lot of these barriers that are generated and this lack of infrastructure is because there are a lot of middle people in these borders, in these roads that want to get some additional fees. And all of these fees that exist, they are not in our business plans. Because when you develop a business plan, then to present to a large bank, there is some fees that you cannot describe, but they are involved in all of the intertrade in Africa. So the banks like IFC, as the colleague is saying, they have a balance sheet now of $11 billion and growing every day, is the type of institutions that we need to target these infrastructure deficits. That we definitely need to accommodate all of these people that exist today in the continent, and not only the ones that are today. If we see Africa is the fastest development growth in terms of demographics. We are going to double the number of our population, and all of this population that are coming in will need better roads, better electricity, better medicines, will need basically is infrastructure. Because when infrastructure is there, the people in Africa have a very strong spirit of being entrepreneurs. You know, you don't need to give a lot of things for Africans to trade and to do business, because this is in the blood of the African people. But the people need infrastructure. If our leadership, if our governments, if our finance institutions really focus in giving infrastructure, the rest will happen as automatic because people have what they need inside themselves to do business. But the lack of infrastructure blocks a lot of our intercontinental development.
Thank you, Michelle. So we're way past the time, but I'll just want one final word from each panelist on your thoughts going forward on how we can foster economic empowerment through intra-African trade. Just, final thoughts.
Well, from my perspective, if we're able to increase intra-Africa, if we're able to increase intra-Africa trade, this would automatically result in higher added value across the continent. This would result in an increase in foreign direct investments, which has the effect of spurring the much needed economic growth across the continent. This sounds fantastic, but theoretically speaking, I believe it begs the question, as we're trying to promote more trade amongst ourselves, what are we actually trying to trade amongst ourselves if we recognize the fact that most countries, most African countries, produce relatively the same products? So if we're hoping the African Continental Free Trade Agreement would do what we're hoping it would do, I believe the status quo cannot remain. So African nations need to ask themselves, how do we add more value to the products that we're producing? How do we specialize in specific industries and specific areas to maximize potential gains on the continent? And I think it's important to really diagnose the problem properly. The problem isn't trade. The problem is overdependence. We don't want overdependence. We want interdependence. And earlier I was talking about the situation we found ourselves in during COVID, when we were unable to get access to vaccines, considering the fact that we import 99% of vaccines. From my perspective, a huge opportunity exists to develop something as simple as a pharmaceutical industry. So African countries should ask themselves, what products, what inputs can we produce to establish this much-needed pharmaceutical industry? The world, everyone is talking about the just energy transition. COP28 is ongoing in Dubai. I believe it finishes this week. Everyone is talking about this energy transition. We're hearing Tesla is producing electric vehicles. The entire world is probably going to have electric vehicles everywhere, all over the continent. This means that EV batteries, electric vehicle batteries, will be required. Right now, Africa produces about 70%, I believe, most of the minerals that are required to establish these electric vehicles sourced from Africa. So we cannot repeat the same mistakes that we made in the past. It's important for us to not just dig out the raw materials and the minerals that are required and ship them out, for the production of EVs, for instance, EV batteries, for instance. Instead, we should make sure that we are processing, we are transforming, these are raw materials must be transformed to finished goods that add a lot of value so we can earn more. I believe that if we're able to really do this, then the much needed growth, economic growth, would be realized. Thank you.
So I guess for me, it's to the entrepreneurs and business owners in the house. One of the things I have found is waiting for something to happen is just as bad as the person who is not doing it. That's what I think. And I believe so strongly that if we can take ourselves serious from the position of, okay, what do you have in Madagascar, for example? Your comparative advantage that I don't have here in Nigeria. And I say to people that the job of any institution is to facilitate. They cannot do it for you. I have seen over and over again where a country maybe in the Middle East says to me, oh, we're trying to get into, let's say, for example, they want to come into our agro space. But you find out that the entrepreneurs they are looking for are nowhere to be found. Why? They are in survival mode. The first thing they want to do is survive. And I'm coming from this angle because, like I said, entrepreneurs are the backbone of this transformation, this development we're talking about. So my question to all the entrepreneurs in the house, how are you positioning your business for AFCFTA? It's not going away. In 10 years, your business will either be a part of it or irrelevant or literally obliterate. Like, we won't even remember you. I say to people, you have to, as an entrepreneur, ensure that, like what Sonome was saying, value addition. Your production levels right now cannot be what you will use in the next 2 years. You have to find a way to get your business very much closer to the development finance institutions. Someone said to me, Olori, I'm just trying to build a studio. The person is in the creative space, and they're looking for $55 million. And I said to them, I said, what have you positioned your company as in that deficit we keep talking about for infrastructure? Or are you going telling them you need money? Be aggressive about how you are pursuing for the funding you are looking for. No one is going to dish it out to you until you show them the value. And I think for me, I mean, I'm no longer in like 9 to 5, but I realize that money is everywhere. Everywhere. The question is, how is your business positioned to be a pipeline for that money? I'll tell you, if you ask Sonome now, and I know a lot of people rush to, you know, as far you people are saving grace, AFC and AFDB, all these other guys. My thing is, how can a small business owner, even if AFC can't solve the problem, how else can you partner with other small lenders, microfinance institutions that can give those small people, small business owners, finance of any kind? So I'm also challenging the big guys to say, yes, you don't come with you don't do small problem, but there are many small problems, you know.
Can I jump in real quick?
Please.
So is there something like finance for aggregators? Do you guys do things like that? Because it's such a wide gap between the big guys and the SMEs. So would there be a structure where there are like aggregators in the middle aggregating these small businesses
so
to access finance?
I think when we got the different pipelines that we did, whether with private sector or with DFIs for the funding we got for some women, really what they were trying to bridge were other gaps aside the access to finance issues. So let me give you an example. They want to fund your logistics problems, not fund your business. Does that make sense? But the problem is these small businesses didn't know what their problems were. All they knew was, I don't have money. But that's not the problem. You can't transport your goods. That is one problem, you know. So I think there are funding solutions, but you won't just get free money that will just say, oh, take it to develop your business. No one's going to give you that. They want return on their investment or finance or whatever it is you're getting. So I think when the aggregators come together, the first thing we're going to any DFI for, any donor funding is to say, we're solving this infrastructural problem. Not we're trying to aggregate funding to solve SMEs' lack of finance. So that has worked. But I'm also saying that the SMEs need to also, you know, add a bit more oomph to their business operations and plan for the future. I think that's really what I want to end with. Just plan for the future. Otherwise, your business will be no longer in existence in a few years.
Thank you. I wanted to speak about the free movements of persons, but I'm actually just going to echo the infrastructure conversation. An enabling environment for trade is not the AFCFTA, it's infrastructure. The AFCFTA is nothing without trade facilitating infrastructure. And on this point, I really want to commend the AFC. They're one of my favorite DFIs, and not because one of our panelists is from there, but what they've done with Arise has been like the developers and operators of special economic zones have been knocking on doors 4 years. And what they hear and what you hear, the data is special economic zones and industrial parks do not work in Africa. They have failed. They haven't failed. They were just not structured properly. And the AFC has come with Arise to show what happens when policy and investment and strategy align. What they've done in Gabon is incredible. What they're about to do in the DRC with the battery SEZs is incredible. Special economic zones, I am a big advocate for them. A lot of my work is centered around it. And I've spoken to a lot of people from the AFC. Arise is not the only one. They want to go beyond to close that gap. And it's not just a trade facilitating infrastructure. It's not just roads and the trains, but it's the spaces where the goods that are going to be moved on those roads and on those trains will be produced. And I think that's it. The call for infrastructure and the financing of infrastructure. But one last thing that speaks to the entrepreneurs readying themselves that the AFC also does, which I appreciate, is invest in project development. I think the gap in African projects, you can't find good projects or good businesses in Africa. There's a huge finance gap in project development in Africa, and that needs to come from the DFIs. That is development finance, and the AFC does that. They have a whole department for project development, and they develop your projects with you. So if you
anything happens today, if any apart from the fact that you have to come physically sometimes, you also need to ensure that you have plans to actually work from home. So we can see 22% showed that there was an hybrid policy, work from home as well as from the offices, and also another 22% decided to operate on shift basis, right? Operating on shifts. And finally, 37% continue to adopt a physical work environment, and this was based on the nature of their operations. So these are some of the interesting facts we also discovered from our survey. Then very importantly is the question of a standard operating procedure. Now, what is the relevance of a standard operating procedure? You know, currently, especially with the Gen Z that we have, we've seen situations whereby it's so easy for you to employ a staff today, and before you know it, they are throwing in their resignation letter or they are moving abroad, right? So it's quite important that with the staff turnover, you are able to ensure that business continuity is still there. So the standard operating procedure, we asked our 567 respondents, how many of them have a standard operating procedure manual? Interestingly, you discover that 34% do not have a standard operating procedure manual. About 50% do have, and I think one thing that is quite concerning is that 9% don't even know what a standard operating procedure manual is. So as I'm taking you through all these responses, I want to believe that we are taking notes of them and we're actually writing down how we are going to operate going forward, right? Okay. So the next thing we want to ask, and like I said, it was a very beautiful and brilliant session we had with respect to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. We decided to ask and test their knowledge of the AFCFTA. Now, I would like to ask us, by show of hands, prior to when our panelists came up, how many of us were fully aware of the AFCFTA and what it promises? By show of hands. Can I see your hands, please? Okay. Okay, so I can see a large percentage of us didn't raise our hands. Okay, so let's see what the result was. What we discovered was that about 47.8% actually do know what the AFCFTA represents. 47.8%. So let's just say about half of the respondents do know what the AFCFTA is all about, but they have done nothing about it. They know about it, but they've done nothing. Let's move on to another section. There is about 4.6% who don't know about it, and they say they are not interested at all, right? They know nothing about it, and they are not interested. So I guess this is where we have to do a lot with respect to information, right? Then there is about 36% who are saying that no, but they are interested in learning about it. They don't know anything about it, but they are actually interested in learning about it, right? And there is about 11.2% who say they know about it and they are harnessing the opportunities. Now, 11.2% out of 100%, that's not quite much. So there is a lot that needs to be done. And we're not going to put this on the government, right, in terms of awareness. We would also put that to ourselves. We also need to do a lot with respect to getting information. So for the macroeconomy, and I'm sure a lot of us can also confirm most of these results here. after the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, we had a question of how many, by how much are your products being demanded, right? Given the last 2 years with the things that are going on in the global space. The war in Europe, which has led to prices, energy prices skyrocketing. And these were some of the responses that we got, right? So about 33% said that there has been no change in product demand, whereas about 67% have actually experienced a change. And this is something that is impacting on all businesses. I'm sure of that, right? Especially given the fact that we've seen some of our products, some of the products that we consume, they've actually changed in terms of size, right? Just for business owners to stay afloat. There is a particular product that comes to mind. I don't know if I can ask it. Okay, let me just ask it. How many of us have recently gotten a gala sausage snack or any other snack? You've seen how it's now being shrinked in order for the business owners to stay afloat, right? So a lot of businesses, especially MSMEs, are also going through the same challenge. And we asked them what are the reasons for the change. Can you guess what the first challenge is? The first reason for the change is? Okay, so if you can see it from my screen, the highest of it is the high cost of the product, high cost of the service, and this has to do with input costs, right? So about 58% complained about the cost of producing these goods and services, and that's quite understandable, given the fact that we actually have challenges with infrastructure, and given the fact that we have to rely on energy, right? Alternative sources of energy. Another interesting thing was that the purchasing power of customers was actually low, right? So these are two of the main reasons why there's been a change in the demand, right? The demand pattern for most of the consumers of their products. Okay, so what I've said before, this is it being shown according to ranks. So I'll just skip this. We asked the question of access to the official window for Forex. And I'm sure we all can confirm this response. Now, when it comes to access to Forex, only a small percentage can actually access Forex at the official windows. You can see it from the left bar, right? The bar to the left. How many have access to Forex from the parallel window or the unofficial source? And there we have it there. Yes. Both the official and the parallel window, there it is at the middle. Other sources, there we have it towards the right. And to those who it doesn't apply to at all, at the extreme right. And why is this? This is simply because they don't have to import most of their raw materials for carrying out business. Finance. We've spoken about finance. Our panelists have discussed it. The interesting thing is if you ask an MSME which of these finance sources do they consult with the most? From what we can see here, about 38.5%, right? The largest chunk of the respondents, they actually get or source their finance from family and friends, right? So this just goes to show that when it comes to accessing finance, either from the development financial institutions or the specialized banks, it's not much at all. It's not much, right? Traditional bank loans, overdrafts, and credits, just about 14%. When it comes to grants, about 12%, right? So these are some of the information we got with respect to finance. I'm going to skip this, and I'll go on to digitization. Now, like I said, digitization, technology is one of the key lessons that every business must speak, right? When you look at the impact of the pandemic and how it disrupted businesses globally, right? So technology is one of the key things that every MSME must embrace. So when we asked a question with respect to digitization, what we got was that if you look at response to digitization, a lot of people are still employing traditional methods, right? A lot of people are still traditional in their approach to digitization. About 60% about 36% are agile and they've started to adopt digital technology, while about 16.4% are kind of conservative, right? They do have a website, but not doing much in terms of digitizing their business. So we asked how many of them actually have the database of their customers. So what we've discovered is that a huge chunk of it, almost half of the respondents, are still keeping their database on a manual basis. Almost half of the respondents. 22% have no customer database. They just expect that customers will always come back, while about 30% have automated database. Okay, so that's the information we got with respect to that. We then asked questions about the impact of, when it comes to marketing, what are the sources that are available? And some key things that we pick from here is WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram. Very key. Those are 3 social media platforms that are being adopted by MSMEs in marketing their business, with WhatsApp Business taking the huge chunk of it, followed by Facebook and then Instagram, right? Facebook and Instagram following that. So we then went further to ask them, the Twitter ban. You remember the Twitter ban that occurred in June 2021? We then asked them, how did this impact on your business? And from our responses, we understand that it wasn't many people that were actually impacted. With respect to the Twitter ban, just about 25% were impacted. But a lot of people were not impacted because there were probably alternative sources. Twitter has been unbanned, right? Even though its name has changed to X. So regulations. Coming down to regulations, I think one key thing I'll just point out here is with respect to most of the questions that we asked, would you believe that about 16% of the respondents that we got said they are not registered, right? About 16% of MSMEs say they are not registered. And that is actually a concern, right? Because it gives us concerns with respect to availability of data, right? If government wants to make a policy that is going to impact on most MSMEs, we need to get them registered. So I think that's one key thing that we need to point out here. Another key interesting thing that we need to point out here is in terms of the number of regulators that MSMEs relate with, if I'm going to list them in terms of order, in the order of the number of regulators most MSMEs relate with, the first one is the CAC, the Corporate Affairs Commission. The second one is actually NAFDAC. That's the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control. This then goes to show that most of the products are consumable items, mostly consumable items, right? Then we also have the Standard Organization of Nigeria. But the key thing, like I said, is that 16% of the respondents are not registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission. And that's a cause for concern. Now, the final one, taxes, right? Which is where I also operate as a professional. We all know that most of the problems and challenges business faces right now has to do with multiple taxation. And we've heard about MSMEs being made to pay different types of funny taxes, right? I'm sure most of us might not have heard of them, and some might have. Taxes such as bicycle tax, bicycle levy, market levy, all those sorts of taxes, right? And one of the things that we discovered is that a huge percentage of the MSMEs pay between 1 to 5 taxes. 74.5% pay between 1 to 5 taxes, while 2.5% pay above 11 taxes in a year. Now, this is quite worrying because taxes are not meant to stifle your business, but it does appear that some of these taxes that are being charged are actually impacting negatively on the businesses of these owners, right? And we even understand that some of these businesses have even shut down. So these are some of the taxes that are being paid. A huge chunk of them pay value-added tax, and that is quite expected because value-added tax is based on consumption, right? Whilst the next highest tax that is being paid is companies' income tax, rather. Companies' income tax. Then we have stamp duties and import duties. Okay? So I'm going to conclude this way. And what I would like to say in conclusion is this. We know that costs have gone up, and we know that MSMEs are going through a lot. But one key thing that is important for MSMEs is that MSMEs need to take their own business destinies in their own hands. So some of the things that we advocate for is education and training, awareness of things that are going on. Because we've made mention about the AFCFTA. It's a market of 1.3 billion people in Africa. For you to be able to take advantage of this, you need to educate yourself and enlighten yourself. And also, government also needs to play its support. And like the current saying goes, government needs to ensure that MSMEs can breed. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Mr. Abiodun Kayode Ali, Senior Manager, the Tax and Regulatory Services at PwC Nigeria. Please, a round of applause as he makes his way back to his seat. Wow, it's been such an eventful day already, and we are just getting started. Now, very shortly, we're going to be going on a lunch break. But I thought, I know Nigerians, once you people eat, and the place is not here, so once people eat, you're like, I'm full. They have tried today, let me just go home. No. You must stay here with us till the end. And because of that reason, I've decided to give you a snippet, just a little snippet of what is to come after this lunch break. Now, I have the Atlogo dance performance by the Arts Afrique performing troupe in-house. This is not the full performance. This is just a snippet. All right, guys? Take it away. Applause for them. Hey. Put your hands together for them. And like I said, that is just a snippet of what's to come. After this lunch break, we're going to have the Atilogu Dance Group. We're going to have superstar Timmy Dakolo guest performance. Round of applause for him. He's not here yet, but if you clap, he'll be here on time. And of course, more fireside chats and more panel discussions. Now, please, for our sponsors and VVIPs, please make your way on my left. You will see an usher, and she will guide you to where you're having your lunch. And our delegates and exhibitors as well. If you make your way on the left, that would be your right. You would find an usher that will take you to where you are going to have lunch. Please do not leave the building just yet. Like I said, we have so much more. You don't want to miss the upcoming panel sessions. This break in itself is 30 minutes. The time is now 2:45. So by 3:15, we will be continuing where we left off. Thank you so much for being here, and see you at 3:15. DJ, take it away. VVIPs and our sponsors, please just look out for the usher just as you make your way out of the hall. And then our delegates and exhibitors, as well as guests, please follow the ushers and they will take you to where you can grab lunch. I also wanted to add that you should please stop by the exhibition stands. There are so many items up there, products and services. There's a mobile spa where you can go and get a quick 5 to 10 minute massage, get rid of all of that stress. We have another company selling candles, body butter. We have another company selling, food items. So please feel free to use this break to also check out the exhibition stands. Now, DJ, take it away.
Let the flag inspire us, it's now we're unified. The spirit of the people, nothing can break it now. This is our chance for victory, we have to take it now. Our hearts are elevating like eagles.
If you can hear the sound of my voice and you're already making your way to lunch and you left your personal belongings behind, please make sure to have them with you. If you have your personal belongings left behind in the hall, please come back and take it with you. Thank you. DJ?
Celebration, repping for Niger, pride of our nation, standing together, our voices raising, Niger forever, strong Niger, one hope, one song, make it through the rain, and together at the end of the day, we all say, when I get older, I will be stronger, they'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. When I get older, I want to be stronger, they'll call me freedom, everything take no decline. Nobody can tell me how this thing goes. If I fail, I need it, that I'll come up stronger. I love to let that way, that's how I grow. And then that's the common time go. This people go easy, spend a lot of time on yourself. I don't care about me no more, I'm only about survival. This people go easy, spend a lot of time on yourself. I don't care about me no more. So me yana me wanna me go. So me yana me wanna me go. So me yana me wanna me go. Samiyana mi wanamiko, Samiyana mi wanamiko. Wakura stay, dropping my way up, do this in my way. We don't fuck with pagans, just cause I'm your later. Don't you guys let me free, If I was back to my homeland, I let this shit hard way, man. Why I move like a gentleman, stars my face, my bro, Jack. Figure them light in my name, man. Pretty do shit about it. Till I die, you go see me, then I frustrate. Oh my days, which time was this? Figure them light in my name, and I pretty do shit about it.
off, you know what big digger is. Oh my this, which kind of this? Oh my six. Easy to go, easy, spend a lot of time on yourself. I don't care about me no more, I'm only about survival. Easy to go, easy, spend a lot of time on yourself. I don't care about me no more, some yana mi wana mi ko. 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 Some yana mi wana mi ko.
Somebody will go hold you tight all through the night. I said you need somebody. Somebody will go treat you right. Respect a woman like you said you need somebody. Somebody will go dry your eyes whenever you cry. I said you need somebody. Hey, so you need someone like me. So you need someone like me. Deserve the right things, 'cause you're a queen, a royal throne with a crown on you. You need the right king, someone to right things. The lonely days you can count on me, and when you're crying, I'm crying too. 'Cause what you feel, I feel it too. And when you're smiling, I smile back at you. I build my world around you. You need somebody, somebody will go hold you tight all through the night. You need somebody. Somebody will go treat you right. Respect the woman like you said you need somebody. Somebody will go dry your eyes whenever you cry. I said you need somebody. Hey, yo, you need someone like me. Yo, you need someone like me. Baby, no more crying, no more weeping. Dry your eyes, I'm by your side. I'll be your sunshine, shining down on you. I'll comfort you. I'll be your hero, your pillow. Lie on me, I'll rescue you. I'll be your rainbow, your shadow. I'll follow you, I'll follow you. Need somebody. Hold you tight. You need somebody. Somebody will go treat you right. Respect a woman like you said you need somebody. Somebody will go dry your eyes whenever you cry. I said you need somebody. Hey, you need someone like you need someone like someone like you don't need a man when they make you cry. But they beat you every day and night. But you need a man who will treat you right. If you are dead, you ready to fight. A cool man that's cool and humble. No go ever lay a finger on you. Say that one man we go respect you. Will the crime go come by you? I say.
I didn't mean to end this life. I know it wasn't right. I can't even sleep and I can't get it out my mind. I need to get out of sight, but I end up behind bars. What started out as a simple altercation turns into a real sticky situation. Me just thinking on the time that I'm facing makes me wanna cry. 'Cause I didn't mean to hurt him. Could have been somebody's son. I took his heart when I pulled out that gun. Rum pa pa bum, rum pa pa bum, rum pa pa bum. Man down, rum pa pa bum, rum pa pa bum, rum pa pa bum. Man down, mama, mama, I just shot a man down in Central Station in front of a big old crowd. I didn't mean to hurt him. Could have been somebody's son, and I took his heart when I pulled out that gun. Rum pa pa bum, rum pa pa bum, rum pa pa bum. Man down, rum pa pa bum, rum pa pa bum, rum pa pa bum. Man down.
Every day's not a holiday. My life's like a subway. Oh, I know this love don't last. Look at me, tell me what you see. Do you believe this love is real? Oh, I know this love don't last. I've come from far away to see these go down the drain. I waited patiently, and this is what I get. Emotional, defending me. The whole wide world is giving in. I'm not so free to express myself. No woman in me. Whoa, don't feel my way. My mama said, baby, be careful. If anybody comes to say I love you, My papa said, baby, I want you. If anybody comes to say, I love you, Now you're asking me to trust you. Tell me how am I supposed to when I know this love don't last? Could it be kind of love my mom used to warn me about? Oh, how will I know that his love will last? No, I've come from far away to see these go down the drain. I've got so much to give, but I don't know what I'll get. Emotional, defending me. My whole wide world is giving in. I try so hard to express myself, but the woman in me, don't fade away. My mama said, baby, be careful. If anybody comes to say I love you, My papa said, baby, I warn you. If anybody comes to say, I love you, Fading, yo. Fading, yo. Yeah, yeah. Fading, yo. Fading, yo. Yeah, yeah. My mama said, baby, be careful. If anybody comes to say I love you, My papa said, baby, I want you. If anybody comes to say, I love you, Ojúmọ́ mi, ilẹ̀ yìí o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́, mo ríre o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́ mi, ilẹ̀ yìí o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́, mo ríre o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́, mo ríre o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́ mi, nílẹ̀ yìí o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́, mo ríre o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́ mi, nílẹ̀ yìí o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́, mo see you as you leave. I feel it, I see it as you leave. When we kiss, I went deep, but you're far away. Everything, treated me like I was a queen. What spell did it cast on me? Or was it a make-believe? You say, girl, never be afraid of ever loving me. Those words I hung on to. Oh God, I was a fool. You became my bad habits, keeping up appearances so you could notice. When you suddenly pick the things and left the keys, that's crazy. Just the other day, I was talking to the weatherman about today. I know all he could say was no one knows tomorrow. See, I can read the weather child, I can tell me be the river for the sunshine. But that's as far as my guess goes, 'cause no one knows tomorrow. No one knows tomorrow. Time it wasn't need to go to war. All the kidding just to settle someone else's score. But the future isn't even sure. No one knows tomorrow. So we can study history and philosophy and play ideology. But tomorrow's a mystery. No one knows tomorrow. No one knows tomorrow. No one knows tomorrow. No one knows tomorrow. Tomorrow is your opportunity to fail or be successful if you please. Yes, indeed. Tomorrow is a politician's today. Is the victim of decisions and the future of our
for body. She a loving fee follow me. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, your bullet make her go crazy. I'ma get see sure for me. Say make her withdraw money. Oh, Roma, no go down good. Make her carry your luggage. I define you for this. For this, I'm no drugs, I fit to contain. And your body not baggage. She know, see, I'm falling for love. Overdose me, love the overdose me. Now you want me, love you, waiting for follow. Overloading, I'll be overloading. Your bank account, money plenty, tell me the amount.
No one tell me love would taste like this. Got my money in my pocket like this. Bitcoin in my wallet like this. Please tell me that my knowledge like this. Follow God, I know they follow man. But you I might have to consider. Trips to LA taking photographs. She signed by me, then it's an autograph.
Live to die another day for you, baby. Quit my Casanova ways for you, baby. The only time that you say that you hate me is when I take the last slice of pastry. Now I'm on the run. Loving you till kingdom come, but you drive me crazy. Send someone, still my billboard, baby.
Man, I'm gonna taxi, baby. I'm you dey, I mean like by me. I just wanna be there when you need me. Baby, now your matter, I did sing all day, yeah. Overdose, body overdose. I'ma say you carry overload, and you know you bad like commando, yeah. Oh, man, no good, carry your luggage. I define you for this. For this, I no drugs, I fit to contain. Your body,
problem, you know the finish. Make you try to enjoy. Bana, you know the finish. Make you try to enjoy. Kata uru, not the finish. Make you try to enjoy. Problem, you know the finish. So make you try to enjoy. Make you dance like Luala. Luala. Make you dance like Luala. Luala. Make you dance like Luala.
Problem, you know they last forever. Make you try to enjoy. I walk up from Bella to Apollo Metro just to find a mentor. Now who talk, yeah, what follow? Now who watch the record? Yeah. Sorry, what can I do if you're not different? Yeah. My money, they tell me to say, yeah. So I got my head, no, cause I don't pray. My man, I don't pray. Come on, man, I can't stay for one place. Because say, my day, take my friend from me. They are talking shit, what them no better than me. See you for what's I put up my ass, just shot, my hand, just good. I cry, offshore, but mine, just love. If I don't pray, Mohammed, I don't pray. Come on, man, I can't stand for one place. Go say, my bed, come on, teach me. Only you just feel my best.
I find you, I give you all you need. I
up my mind. And I made it make you free up your mind. Say your body talk to me nice. Say now my love you didn't need for your life. Yeah, our love no be lie. Say every day together, yeah, day and night. Yeah, if I leave you go by. Yeah, if you leave I go stroking your body, baby. Loving your body, baby. As you're whining your body, baby. So crazy. Loving your body, baby. Get me what need to me. I just wanna let you know. Hope every day you don't need no other body. You don't need no other body. Only you feel other body. Today you be loving me. Tomorrow you be fighting me. I don't know what you want from me. Don't know. Fire not there, you the pocket of sin. You the pocket of sin. Wake up your mind. Shebolo, make up your mind. Baby, make up your mind.
She said she like the kind guy with the chop the dollar. 6-figure brother with the pop the collar. Big benzo with the lights for corner. Multi-gunner, icy gunner. Turn up the place from just the Cano. And I mean even downtown Monte Carlo. Desperado, Mercy Lago. Guys where they spend money, no be audio money where they end funny. Just last week, my guy they formed billionaire. When police came, I swear his guys disappear. Yeah, I'ma make up your mind. If you two they fight, I'ma break up on time. Life no be play to survive, no be crime. But at least I be talk till you try.
How long will it take you to realize? I don't know who to run to right now. I'm opening the fire. I'm a safe, I'm still out there. What are we doing, my dear, my dear? I surrender you myself. My hands are in the air. Only time we tell a different square. What is the reason you do not have your own peace of mind? Are you having fun or are you doing this thing to survive? Are you taking the pictures of every memories of your life? What's the reason why we're still out here? Take give me one better thing or two. Make a nigga suit and tie, let him fly like you. Tell you the route, you try on time and it's shoes. Is that you? What are we doing, my dear? I surrender you myself. My hands are in the air. Only time will tell a different square. What is the reason you do not have your peace of mind? Are you having fun or are you doing this thing to survive? Are you taking the pictures of every memory of your life? What's the reason why we're still out?
She knows that I love her, she knows. She too bad, she too bad, oh. She knows, she too bad, oh. She too bad, oh. She knows, you've been knocking on my door. If I love you, it's not my fault. I just come back from Port Harcourt, and I won't love you all night long. My fine girl from my Bible. As I see you, I they thank God. Anybody try you, I come my God. Make I no go under for asylum. Cause she too bad, oh. She too bad, oh. She knows. She knows. She too bad, oh. She too bad, oh. She knows. She knows. I love. This not love. And she knows. She knows. Not love. This not love. She knows. She knows. Oh yeah now. One more time on the day, break it. Come close, make me second. Up and down we go play shakere. I see in your eyes we dey play. I know I follow okay with it. I dey think of you every day. Every time you dey bust in my brain, I want I do. She too bad, oh. She too bad, oh. And she knows. You still be riding for me. Back when I had no rubber, you still be spending feelings. Back when I had no boss, you still be standing me. Back when I had nobody, I had you. If you like, show me what you really feel inside. Let me kiss you on your lips. If you like, we can both decide. Baby, let me kiss you on your lips. Jump on me, jump on me, I'm on jump on me. Jump on me, jump on me, I'm on jump on me. Jump on me, jump on me, oh jump on me, jump on me, back when I'm thinking
lightsninja.com.
you they bring me back. Back when I don't get liver, now you they boost my morale. Back when I never go Yankee, but now you got on my visa. Back when the thing was strong, now you they give me joy. If you like, show me what you really feel inside. Let me kiss you on your lips. If you like, we can go beside. Baby, let me kiss you on your lips. You want fun, you too good. Give me chance, me I no go. You should play, oh no no no. Make our body joy, body tonight. And I wonder if it's possible. I wanna put my eyes on your waist time. Me happy to give you all my paper, yeah. I'm addicted to you, and I don't know what to do. I wanna put my eyes on your waist time. Me happy to give you all my paper, yeah. I'm addicted to you, and I don't know what to do. Show me that you want me. Show me that you need me. Tell me that you love me, and I go there, okay. Show me that you want me. Show me that you need me. Tell me that you love me, and I go there, okay. Time to go, make we go. Say I get you, it's a go. Back me for, back me up.
If you can hear the sound of my voice and you're, outside the hall, doing the interviews or at the exhibition stand, please start to make your way back into the hall. I appreciate those that have already come in. I've just been to the lunch rooms and appealed to the rest of our guests to make their way back into the hall. This particular part of today's event will be kicking off very shortly. The time is now 3:41. At 3:45, we're going to be kicking off, giving the rest of the audience 4 minutes to make their way back from lunch. Thank you for your patience. And the Mentor Matchup Challenge 5.0 will kick off very shortly. Thank you.
Cause in my way, this kind of body done they cause in migraine. I want to leave if you do I'm your way, or if you want if you do I'm my way. I wait, too short I don't take it. You tell me and I know they go out one day. I know they care, say they buy my damn pray. Money on me mind outside. This kind love, yeah, where they make me want more. Walk on my way. This kind love, yeah, I don't want for the night. Make I know how you feel, how you want to. Lady, girl say your body back to me. Pass make a joke, make a feel am. Baby girl, you know I see you. Yeah, with the love to the morning. Bad girl addicted to me. Only you know how see they do me. Only you know how see they do me. Oh, oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're my yeah, yeah, yeah. Casamigos. From Miami, go. Watch your get there. Baby, watch your get there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, shit, yeah, yeah. All for you, baby. If that one needed too much, say make you talk. Cause you know the money long. Yeah, break your back with it. Yeah, now me and you, they talk, no one involved. Baby girl, make I indulge you. Yeah, use my love. This kind love, yeah, where they make me want more. Walk on my will. This kind love, yeah, I don't want for the night. Make I know how you feel, how you want that. Lady, girl, say your body back to me. Pass make a joke, make a feel am. Baby girl, you know I see you. Yeah, with the love to the morning. Bad girl addicted to me. Only you know how to do me. Only you know how to do
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. We're about to kick off the concluding part of today's event, the Mentor Matchup Challenge 5.0, the 5th edition. And to help us continue in today's amazing event and to push ahead the agenda, I'd like to welcome the Atilogu dance performance by Arts Afrique performing troupe. Welcome them back with a resounding applause as they entertain us. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for them. That was fantastic. Can see the evidence of hard work. Feathers, there were beads before. Thank you so much. That was very, very entertaining. Wow, so much energy. I love Nigeria. There's so much, culture, our arts, our music, our dance. Everything is just something to celebrate. Now, what can I bring on that will top that up? Sure has to be something exciting. And if you look at the agenda that we have for you, just after that wonderful Atilogu dance performance, we will now be having our keynote address, which is a very important part of today's agenda, because the keynote address is going to be focused on catalyzing sustainable industrial growth, the interplay of gas distribution and favorable policy making. And I shall be calling on Engineer Sadiq Amai Borno to give us our keynote speech. Engineer Sadiq served as the Deputy Managing Director of Nigeria LNG from April 2016 to April 2022. During his 6-year tenure, he played a pivotal role in the launch of the Train 7 project amidst the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. He contributed to the completion of the new NLNG head office complex in Port Harcourt and led the realigning to win, that's the RTW transformation program. Additionally, as the decision executive on the Bonny Bodo Road project, he executed initiatives under the Executive Order 007. Currently, he serves as the project advisor to UTM FLNG Limited, contributing to the development of Nigeria's first floating LNG facility. In his prior role as managing director of Nigerian Petroleum Company Limited, MPDC, in 2015, he successfully increased oil production from 87,000 to a record 155,000 BPOD within 8 months. Round of applause for him. Sadiq Maiborno is dedicated to diversity and inclusion, clean energy, climate change, energy conservation, and an advocate for coaching and mentorship. And that's why we have him here today at the Mentor Matchup 5.0. A round of applause for Engineer Sadiq Almai Bernu. Thank you so much for being here.
Okay, thank you for that intro. And I see that we are back from lunch, so we have a bit of energy. Just before we went for lunch, the Atilogu dancers came here to just give us an appetizer, but I was wondering whether they had lunch with the kind of energy that they displayed. But I just want to use the opportunity, first of all, to thank them for this brilliant presentation just after lunch. But more importantly, just to say good afternoon, and just to say thank you for the opportunity to be here. And I just want to particularly recognize Ezinne and 234 Finance for organizing the Mentor Matchup Challenge. And I think this is 5.0. So that presupposes that others have been happening before now. So I stand here today to make a presentation on behalf of Mr. Julius Rone, OFR, the Group Managing Director of UTM Offshore, the parent company of UTM FLNG Limited. As was earlier introduced, we are building the first floating LNG facility in Nigeria. And that's really something that has been done by indigenous company. Of course, UTM FLNG is the platinum, sponsor for this event. I'm aware that we are a bit short of time. So I'll quickly zip through the presentation. I think I have 15 minutes or so, and then we have a fireside chat. Presentation is in 2 parts. First part is a bit technical, but don't worry about it. I'll just zip through it and just make it as simple as possible. Second part is semi-technical, but it speaks to what has been discussed today so far in terms of the role that government is playing to make things happen. So, I don't know if, right. So that's the presentation, Catalyzing Sustainable Industrial Growth, the interplay of gas distribution and favorable policy making. Again, and we've been hearing that this morning in terms of what government can do to enable a very conducive business environment for industrial growth. Let's see. Is it moving? Right. Hang on. So we talked about technology today. I hope technology will not fail. Right. Apologies, maybe this slide is not very clear. I don't know, maybe eventually Ezine will be able to share the slides. But just talking about the project, and I said UTM Offshore Limited, Mr. Julius Roney is seen there. He's a businessman of so many years, repute. And the sponsors for the project, you have NMPC is already having 20% equity on the project, and that's a big deal for us. So you can see again how public-private enterprises can work, which is the PPP. So NMPC has 20%, and Dr. Saliu Jamari, who is the Chief Investment Officer of the NMPC Gas and Power Investment Services, is also one of the sponsors of the project. Of course, my humble self there. And then we have Dr. Ken Anyanwu, who is not here today, just like with Julius. They are attending COP28, and I think that's something we'll be able to talk about maybe later during the fireside chat. And of course, the project manager is Dr. George Amara. Now, obviously, UTM Offshore has been in operation since 2012, and they're really indigenous company providing oil and gas services to the upstream sector with shipping, etc. I don't know why it keeps on going back. Okay, let's see. All right, yeah, right. So this is just technical. I won't talk about this slide more than a floating LNG is just a vessel that is on top of water, sitting on top of a gas field with connections in there. It takes the gas, it cleans it, it liquefies it, produces liquid LNG, which other vessels come to take and is exported outside Nigeria. Because as at now, we are not using LNG on a large scale, even though there's some small-scale operations going on with Greenville. So that's basically what a floating LNG is all about. And that's just a diagram that shows you how it is. Again, as I said, it's technical, and some of this information is also very technical. But what's important is that there is LPG that's going to be produced. LPG is liquefied petroleum gas or cooking gas as we know it. And I think when we have subsequent conversations today, you'll see the impact of cooking gas on industrialization and in Nigeria. So earlier we heard about women groups not having access to finance and co. But you also know that our women folk, especially in the rural areas, they use firewood to cook. And smoke inhalation actually impacts on them. At one time, there was a statistics that about 300 to 400,000 women die of smoke inhalation. So you can see that then the more we produce LPG in country, there is opportunity for better life for our people. But more importantly, LPG is also used as a fuel in industrial purposes, either in vehicles or even powering buildings like air conditioning, etc. So we see opportunity and the linkage between this project and what we are talking about today and how that enables MSMEs to be able to help us achieve industrialization. There are advantages of this, but basically what we are saying is that we have a lot of gas in Nigeria. And in fact, when they say Nigeria is an oil-producing country, that is not correct. Nigeria is a gas nation with some oil. We probably have 3 times as much gas as oil. And I think there was a report on the PwC MSME survey that talked about infrastructure. And most of the things you see is power. Either power from discos or maybe power from generators, whether petrol or diesel. And so we see that infrastructure gap. And I think that that's the opportunity we have to be able to provide energy for Nigeria. Again, I talked earlier about the stakeholders. NMPC has 20%. UTM Offshore is the main sponsor of the project. We have Delta State government investing in the project as well. And we have Vitol, which is a very big trading company reputable in the world, that's going to offtake the LNG that's going to be produced and is going to be sold mainly to Europe. Of course, we have regulators, and then this is where government comes in to pay attention to what the project is doing and to regulate and make sure that things are done in a very safe and very legal manner. We have contractors, they are reputable. So JGC is Japan, Technip is from France, and KBR is British, American. But they built the 6 trains of Nigeria LNG today that are still working. So these are reputable companies that are going to provide a world-class facility for us. Earlier, we heard about financing. Again, that's an area that's of interest. So Afrexim Bank is actually going to help us to raise the money for this project. We have legal advisors, Templars, they're here in Victoria Island. White & Case, the big, reputable legal firm in the United Kingdom. And then Alex Scott and Partners, our local legal firm. So now I'm in the second part of our presentation, and apologies if I'm a bit fast, because I speak fast, but I'm also trying to finish the presentation so that we can have maybe engagement, and if there are questions, that will be probably more productive. We talked about energy transition much earlier, and people say, well, there has to be a just energy transition. So when you see conversations at COP28, which is the ongoing climate change talks, people talk about the impact of, let's say, agriculture on the environment. So Africa, you have large land, you're doing farming. The moment you cut trees and you cut the grass to do cultivation, they say you are emitting carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. So then they say you are also responsible for polluting. So in terms of then how we can harness our gas resources that we have to find a way to finance them and make sure that nobody stops us from doing that, because they're trying to decarbonize, which is the word that is being used now. How to rely less on fossil fuel and now switch to renewable energy. I think there's a bit of time. So gas is seen as a transition fuel, probably for the foreseeable future up to 2050, right? Where they aspire to have what they call net zero, right? So we see that opportunity, but so we want to make sure that at least we harness our gas. Now we have about 206 TCF. TCF just means trillion cubic feet of gas, proven. But we have about almost 600 trillion. So we have a lot of gas in Nigeria, and we need to be able to find a way to develop it. There's energy poverty, and I think PwC mentioned that in the presentation before lunch. 60% of Nigerian population don't have access to energy, whether it's power, etc. And if you remember, there was a time when you buy a generator, they say, I passed my neighbor or something like that. So every time we as individuals, as businesses, even small-scale businesses, we have to provide our infrastructure and our power, and I think that is something that we see. Gas will be able to provide that opportunity for us. We talked about COP28, so I won't talk too much about that, but you have to understand that things that happen outside Nigeria impact on us. So Russia, Ukraine, they're at war. It affects the supply of energy and energy balance in the world. Energy security is a big issue. Today, Germany is suffering from that because they don't have gas. Again, we know what's happening in the Middle East. So will there be an oil embargo? What does that mean for us? And so the point I'm trying to make is there has to be connection of the dots. We have to see the impact of whatever is happening, either outside Nigeria or within Nigeria at government level, how it impacts on small-scale players, right? And we are not immune to that. So you could see today now, subsidy was removed. We have to remove subsidy some way, somehow. And that's impacting on us. And how are we going to adjust and manage to that? Now, how can gas play that big role? How can we accelerate gas? Because we heard about infrastructure deficit. But you need money to bring the gas out of the ground. And then we hear problems about access to funds, right? So it's accessibility of fund, availability of fund, affordability of fund. Because if the fund is expensive in terms of interest rate, you can't afford it. If it's available and there's dollar, okay, we can have a conversation. But what is important is that how can even people access it? And I think Dr. Olori mentioned something about women not having access to money. And I said to her at lunch, maybe if we form cooperatives, there's an opportunity for them to have a voice and to be able to do that. And of course, the government is trying to bring out their action plan on their manifesto, the Renewed Hope manifesto, in terms of how they want to harness Nigeria's gas. And I think they have some clear targets. I won't bother you too much about it. But if you see here, critical gas infrastructure projects, these are projects that have been identified that need to be done to bring out the gas. So when PwC presented power shortage or power deficit, how do you get the power? The power must come from gas. But the gas itself has also infrastructure deficit. So there's an infrastructure deficit on top of infrastructure deficit. So that's something that has to be done. And I think government now is doing something with the Petroleum Industry Act that has just been passed into law. And then I think maybe we'll see how that goes. Now, I think this slide, I wouldn't really bother too much. It's just to what degree has government created the enabling environment? Again, so we're talking about policy, etc. I talked about the Petroleum Industry Act and the regulators that are playing in that space. Infrastructure development, there is a deficit. They're looking at it. Hopefully that will come up very soon. But I think the solution to that is, again, as I said, PPP. So there has to be public-private partnership. And I think that's something we really need to push for. Market liberalization means that open it up for competition. And I think if there is competition, you will find out that we can get more value. So for instance, if there are 2 hotels or 3 hotels on this road, right, you have a choice of which hotel you will go to, right? And again, it depends on what value they're going to give you. So like I say, you know, I like the idea of a competition, and this hotel gives me bed and breakfast, but the other hotel doesn't give me breakfast. So I have a choice. So I think market liberalization is ongoing, but I hope that that will be something that they can deepen. International cooperation, some of you may be aware, there's Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline that they want to do. Maybe that will work. I don't know. That's a big project, but they're pushing it. Nigeria LNG is an example, not necessarily international cooperation, but because of the act that set up Nigeria LNG, you see it's like a treaty, because we signed agreements with France, I think with UK and Netherlands or so. So again, that's an example of international cooperation. So we need to have more of that. Now, is that something we look at either the AFCTA or Afrexim or something like that? I don't know. But one important point before I leave this slide is community engagement. Again, that's where you come to the grassroots. Whether you create cooperatives among them, you need to carry the communities along in whatever you are doing. So if you are in the oil industry, that is very important. If you are in the non-oil sector, again, they are stakeholders. And we know when Dangote was trying to set up his refinery here, he had to find a way to engage the local community as well. So they have a very important role to play. Meanwhile, if you give them certain small access to funds, they can also do businesses, all those mom and pops stores and all that. So that's what we see that can happen there. So opportunities for industrialization using gas as fuel. Subsidy was removed, as I said. So Labour started saying we want CNG, which is compressed natural gas, to run put on the buses. But take a bit of time because you also need infrastructure. A CNG vehicle can only travel, let's say, 200 kilometers. If you go 200 kilometers, there's no CNG to take, you are stuck. So that is something that I see will take a bit of time, but that is an opportunity if the gas infrastructure is there. We also had the president talk about electric vehicles in Dubai, just at the COP28 talks. So that's something that is also interesting. However, how do you generate the power to charge the vehicles? Probably from gas, which has issues in terms of investment and infrastructure. So we will wait and see how that will play out, right? Important also is that how you generate the electricity has to be very clean. Because if it is not a clean source, then some of the things you say you want to achieve under COP28 and climate change and all this net zero and all that will now be questioned by the same people who will lend you money to mitigate the impact of climate change. So that's something interesting. We'll watch out for that. But of interest, I think, to SMEs is industrial parks and business parks. Again, one of the panelists spoke today. Is it working? Is it not working? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But business parks, industrial parks are very important to stimulate small and medium-scale businesses, but they also need energy. So again, If you want to set up those business parks, you create opportunity for people to supply power and gas to you. So you can see the interplay in terms of how these things are related. Right, so opportunities, I think it's been discussed. I won't waste too much time on the job training. Mentorship, 234 Finance is already doing that. And I think more should be done by other corporate organizations. Problem-solving culture. Again, that's what 234 is saying. Let's have a mindset. Let's be creative. And I think it was the lady that sat here that talked about strategy. So how are we going to solve problems? So you have to identify the problems before you can solve them and come up with a strategy to achieve that. Innovation and creativity. Innovation means bringing a new product or a new idea. So if you know Apple, iPhone is one example of how they innovate all the time. But then again, the roles that government play is important. If you take Qatar 2022 World Cup, as far back as 2012, they were planning to have a stadium that would run completely on renewable energy. And so they partnered Imperial College London with Shell, I think, to create research opportunities and how to innovate. And they now built a stadium with, I think, containers or so. And at the end of the World Cup, they just dismantled the stadium. How creative was that? Again, if you come to Japan, Toyota, I had the privilege of going to Japan in 2003, and they were talking about hydrogen car. Looked like a concept. Fast forward to 2019, I was in Toyota plant in Nagoya, and they had the hydrogen car. There was a Toyota Prius with hydrogen ready to work. So you can see that if there is a will and there's a vision and there's a push, governments can create that environment. Equally, organizations can really make sure that there is that creativity and innovation in their businesses. Energy efficiency in buildings is okay, and transportation, I won't talk about that. I talked about electric transportation, but circular economy is important. So recycling. A hotel like this will say, if you stay in my hotel today, tomorrow I don't have to wash your bedsheet or towel, and if you agree, I will change it the following day. I will give you a voucher of 1,000 naira, which you can use in the hotel, for example. So that's how you incentivize savings in terms of electricity, water, etc. So do we have a culture of recycling? Can we recycle paper and the things that we do? That's an opportunity, and that's a business that I think most of these small-scale, medium enterprises can do. Sustainable agriculture is precision farming, and again, this is something that I have heard the word agropreneurs. So these are entrepreneurs in the agricultural sector, and how do we encourage them at a small scale? Again, access to finance and co. I like the idea of green finance because it then gives you soft terms and conditions when you access money. And then we can now have what we call green jobs. And people who have green jobs should be seen with some kind of reputational, positive reputation in the community. I think I'm running out of time, but I think I'm almost on my last slide. We talked about access to funds, so I won't talk about that. Gas distribution and retail. Again, in Lagos, you know, Gas Link is here. We have industries. So if you pipe gas to factories, or you pipe gas to hotels or to residential areas like estates, there's opportunity for that as well. And the small scale level is whether you're an inspector or a safety inspector or somebody who drives a truck that supplies bulk LPG to those estates. That's an opportunity for small and medium scale persons. I think what I will do, I'll probably just stop here and say in conclusion, all of us need energy for our businesses and our day-to-day activities. That's a fact. And we believe that gas will provide us that clean source of energy. So we need to do a fuel switch to move from petrol and diesel to the gas. But then, more importantly, small and medium-scale businesses are the engine room of growth for any economy, whether they're in UK, US, etc., because they add value to that. And I think so doing public-private partnerships will help us in achieving that, but provided government provides that framework to be able to do that. I will just stop here. If there are any questions or any engagements we can do offline, I'll appreciate it. But I apologize if I exceeded my time. Yeah.
One more time, a round of applause. That was a fantastic presentation. Thank you, Engineer Sadiq, former Deputy Managing Director of Nigerian LNG. Thank you. Please don't forget, if you have any questions for him, just like he said, you can just meet him at the sectioned off area. Just walk up to him and ask him questions. If you have anything from the slides that wasn't necessarily clear, please feel free to walk up to him and he will help you. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, please. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Okay. Wow, I can't believe the day is almost over, but we're getting there. Now we are going to our next panel session. We have one more panel session after this before we call it a day. And we have some fantastic speakers for you as per usual. Now, if you join us for this insightful conversation that aims to shape the future of energy in Africa and foster a collaborative spirit for the benefit of all. Now, when we look at this particular topic, is it time for borderless operations among African energy players? Well, we're going to be having our panelists come on to talk about this. In this illuminating panel session, our experts and industry leaders will navigate the complex landscape of energy operations across the continent. As Africa continues to seek sustainable and inclusive energy solutions, I mean, we're just listening to Engineer Sadiq there that was talking about gas in itself being a form of power. And from even at COP28, I've heard that a deal has been signed to actually stop, to have Nigeria be one of the countries that will stop gas flaring by the year 2030. So, of course, energy is one of those conversations that we'll continue to talk about. From policy considerations to technological advancements, we'll explore sorry for that interruption. From policy considerations to technological advancements, we will explore how transcending borders can propel the continent towards a more integrated and resilient energy ecosystem. We're going to be, excuse me, I think is everything, are we on track? Okay, all right then. Just wanted to make sure everything is going okay. So please join us for an insightful conversation that aims to shape the future of energy in Africa and foster a collaborative spirit for the benefit of all. Now we're going to be kicking this off with our first speaker. Her name is Cecilia Umoren. She's an accomplished lawyer with over 40 years of experience in the legal and corporate sectors. She currently serves as the executive chairman of Millennium Oil and Gas Company Limited, overseeing operations in the Oza marginal oil field in the Niger Delta here in Nigeria. Formerly the founding partner of the Cecilia Okafor and Associates, which is now Sapphire Partners, she's led a full-service corporate and litigation firm representing numerous foreign companies. Cecilia extends her influence to various boards, including Walter Smith Petroman Oil Limited and Emerald Energy Resources Limited. Additionally, she contributes to the governance of the Petroleum Club Lagos and holds the esteemed position of Chairman, Board of Trustees, Women in Energy Network Nigeria. Recently recognized for her leadership, Cecilia Umoren was honored with an honorary doctorate by the London Commonwealth University. If you would please put your hands together for the Executive Chairman of Millennium Oil and Gas, Cecilia Umoren. I love how you're strutting to the stage. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time. Please keep clapping until she makes her way to the stage. That is Executive Chairman, Millennium Oil and Gas, Cecilia Umoren. Please have a seat. Thank you so much. Could just take the second one. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time. Now, our next speaker Jumoke Adekomi is the Chief Risk Officer at Moneda Invest, a finance company that is unlocking growth in Africa through alternative capital. Prior to joining Moneda, Jumoke worked with Guarantee Trust Bank. She is a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Credit Administration, has a certificate from the Global Association of Risk Professionals and the ISO 31000 certification, alongside professional affiliations with the International Risks Managers Professional Association. Please put your hands together for the Chief Risk Officer at Moneda Invest, Jumoke Adekomi, as she makes her way to the stage, looking lovely in that navy blue, I think. Looking so lovely. Thank you. Please keep clapping. It's not easy. Please, as she makes her way, don't stop clapping until she sits down. Thank you so much for your time and your patience. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, our next speaker is another Jumoke. But this time around, Ade Jumoke Oyedun. She's a seasoned strategic administrator and HR leader with over 24 years of experience. She's currently the managing director at Newhouse International, a prominent oil and gas industry events management company in Nigeria and the United States. She also serves as the executive director at the Acme Multi-Tech Services, a reputable oil and gas technical service company. Her extensive skill set is evident in orchestrating essential events globally, such as the OTC in Houston, the Global Petroleum Show in Calgary, and ADIPEC in Abu Dhabi, also known as ADIPEC in Abu Dhabi, the Offshore Europe in Aberdeen, SIPEC in Lagos, and the PETAN Annual Oil and Gas Industry Award Ceremony. She's already on stage, so please just give her a round of applause for getting here before I finished her bio. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. And now to call on stage our moderator for this particular panel discussion. I'm talking about no one other than Ogechi Nkwoji. She's a certified public accountant and brings extensive experience from management roles at Bain & Company and PricewaterhouseCoopers, and currently serves as the head of the Economic Intelligence Research and Regulation at the Major Oil Marketers Association of Nigeria. She joined in 2018 after nearly a decade at Total Nigeria. Her roles at Total included Financial Reporting Manager, Credit Control Manager, and Data Analysis Manager. In her current position at Moman, Ogechi spearheads engagements with government and stakeholders, delivering both quantitative and qualitative economic research. Her focus is on addressing downstream petroleum industry issues, contributing to the aim of establishing a sustainable petroleum downstream industry in Nigeria. Please put your hands together for Ogechi Nkwoji, the head of Economic Intelligence Research and Regulation at Moman. We appreciate you here. Now I'm going to hand it over to you. You have 30 minutes. The fine for going over 30 minutes, as we all know, is a... Oh, okay, there's one more person joining us online. There's one more person joining us online. Sorry for that interference. Okay, just 1 second. Okay. So we have Michelle Husseini joining us virtually. Michelle is the executive chairman of Mitra Energy. He specializes in managing companies in the tourism, industrial, and energy sectors. Focusing on energy and capital markets, he spearheads projects to improve lives in emerging markets With a keen market sense, he identifies investment opportunities and partners leading ventures in industries like furniture, metallurgy, and energy. Notably, he chairs Amapetrol, the Association of Mozambique's petroleum companies, contributing significantly to the country's economy. His latest endeavor is the $3.5 billion Yuxin Smart project in Mozambique's Maputo province. And he's the only man on this panel. And he's not here. Why are you afraid, Michelle? I'm just joking. Thank you so much for his joining us virtually. And now I will hand it over to you to take it away. Like I was saying before, if you go over the time, you have to buy a cow for us. And we already know that a cow is 400K based off of our first panel discussion. So I will put you in charge of that. But thank you so much. You can take it away.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you all for being so patient and still sticking with us. On behalf of the Mentor Matchup Challenge 5.0, I want to welcome you all to this afternoon's session, and a big welcome to our panelists. So hopefully this should be a very interactive and exciting session. I was going to have each person introduce themselves, but we've done that already. So just to start off, I know Nigeria, we've talked a lot today, and we know about the challenges that is going on in the energy sector in Nigeria, from energy security to sustainable energy transition to infrastructure, and now to increase in demand. At the end of the day, we all know that Nigeria as a whole needs to survive, and Africa needs to survive. I know some facts. I know that now at least we're about 1.5 billion Africans, and we consume about 6% of the world energy demand. And that number is going to go up, because the prediction is that at least by 2050, Africa's population is going to almost double. So we need to start having this discussion as to how to meet this increased demand in terms of, policy changes, regulations, have these deep discussions about this. So it's apt that our topic today our topic is really apt today, and hopefully we should hear a lot of information from our speakers. So I will start off, first of all, ask general questions, and I will ask each individual panelist. Michelle, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Okay. Good afternoon.
Fantastic, thank you. All right, so I'm going to start off. Our topic, as we said, it begs the question, is it time for borderless operations among African energy players? So how can borderless operations positively impact the efficiency and effectiveness of energy projects in the African context? We've been talking about sustainable energy development as well within Africa. So I'll start off with you, Madam Cecilia.
Thank you very much. Let me first of all say that I'm excited to be amongst all these young people, because this conversation essentially, at the bottom of it is sustainability and movement to renewable energy and all the problems that the climate crisis has brought upon us. This is a problem that your generation did not cause. Even in Africa, we only emit 4% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, but we're left with the unique problem of having to grapple with an Africa or a Nigeria that has a huge deficit of infrastructure as well as energy. And we're having to face how we're going to develop our infrastructure and our energy, and also solve the climate crisis that has been thrust upon us. So apologies, but you have to face it head on. Africa has to solve Africa's problems, because all the investment funds that has been promised to Africa has not materialized. Instead, we have obstacles that have been thrust on us. But fast forward, go back to the question which is, of course, a borderless Africa will catalyze, development and investments, because it will provide a seamless collaborative operations when there are no borders. You can imagine, Africa is a $1 trillion market. If there are no borders, you didn't have to worry about, oh, how do I get my operations to Ghana or to Kenya or to anywhere? You know, it would give you the opportunity to scale. Nigerians are very ambitious and they're very innovative. And once the opportunity is there, they will take it. They're already struggling to do business in other African countries, not to talk of if the borders were collapsed. But that's a further conversation, because collapsing borders takes the will of the government, and it's not just something you talk about. We've been talking about it for a long time. There's been many conversations about, we even have ECOWAS. How is that working? How do you get your goods from here to Ghana without all the obstacles that you face? But I'm aware of time. I'm sure this conversation will go on through the other people.
Thank you very much. Do you have any comments, Jumoke?
I think one of the things that would help efficiency is the fact that cross-border operations would encourage us leveraging the strengths of each other. So if we collaborate, I'll give an example. If we have instances where you have production, you produce oil, but you don't have refining capacity. There's someone else that does have refining capacity, but does not produce as much. So by the time we work together, that leveraging will bring about efficiency in Africa.
Adejumoke?
Yeah, thank you, Ogechi. With all being said by Madam Cecilia and Ms. Jumoke, when we work together with the borderless operation in the African continent, we get a better Africa, and it will increase the GDP of all the countries in the continent.
Michelle, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay,
I
perfect.
can hear properly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to ask you, in your opinion, how can governments and the private sector collaborate to overcome geopolitical challenges and foster regional cooperation in the energy sector?
Yeah. So first of all, from what you introduced, the demographic boom that Africa is living at this moment, where we will double the population by 2050, means that there is a large need of infrastructure developments. And part of this infrastructure, it is power, electricity. And a lot of the integration in these different African geographies means that the countries cannot work independently, alone, to make sure that they have enough capability to produce the power and even the transmission of that power. I will give you the example of our region on the SADC in the Southern Africa. For more than a decade already, we have a regional market for power that is called Southern Africa Power Pool, SAP. And this is it's constituted by all the power utility companies of each country, where we generate a unique market that can do a cross-border energy supply between countries and the others. And this has allowed several projects to come online in the different regions, because we can now integrate and transfer power between countries in the region. And if you look at what's happening today in South Africa with the load shedding and all the difficulties that they're having with such a huge demand, the regional countries around South Africa are developing projects to mitigate part of the South African problem. I will give you two examples. One is in the Zambezi River in Mozambique. There is a project to build 1,500 megawatt on the hydropower. That basically this project will be to supply South Africa. And there is another project in the region of Maputo, in the capital of Mozambique, that will produce 2,000 megawatts produced by natural gas, where we will have FSRU, a floating storage regasification unit. And this facility will then, with a thermal plant, produce power, and this power will be transmitted into South Africa by several lines of high tension that they are bringing power from South Africa into Mozambique, but now will be reverse, sending power from Mozambique into South Africa. So this means that the African countries and the governments have understood the need of regional integration for power transmission. And several of the projects that are today in development in the African countries have in account the integrated regional market, because sometimes by the specific location of the material to produce the power, the feedstock is located in an area that there is not enough demand there, or we cannot generate enough demand, but very close by there is a country or there is a large city that can consume the power, and making a more efficient those projects and financially viable. So there is a big integration in the regions. Of course, it's necessary to keep improving on the regulatory framework. For example, some of these markets, with example I gave with the Southern Africa Power Pool, can only be participated by the power utility companies, which is state-owned enterprises. So private companies must produce power on an independent source and sell this power to the power utility and then integrate in the regional market. Some countries are now moving forward, understanding that they should allow for private sector also to intervene on this, and they're making regulatory changes to allow private sector to come into that space. So I see that there is a very large development into that sphere that will bring us more closer to continental integration in terms of power production and power transmission. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ali. So what I'm hearing from the panelists now is Africa needs to solve Africa's problems, and we need to leverage our strengths from each other, and we can see that there's a lot of collaboration and integration going on, at least in Southern Africa. So, Madam Cecilia, can I ask you now, coming home and coming to our grassroots, how can local communities be actively involved and benefit from these borderless energy projects to ensure social and economic sustainability?
If you listen to the earlier discussions, the earlier panel, they dwelt on the communities being stakeholders. They will benefit from the huge supply chain. Like somebody talked about the batteries, that the storage batteries that are, it's an initiative for African, an African initiative for renewable energy battery storage. And that was just passed in this COP 28. I think you must have heard about it. So you can imagine that kind of thing. Some of the components will be coming from Africa, so from Nigeria. So we need to prepare our grassroots, the local communities, by sensitization, by training, by engaging them. You can imagine the number of NGOs that will spring up if there's a full collapse of the borders, and if collaboration and cooperation is actually be willing to implement it. But the grassroots and their sustainability practices that they can pick up from other countries, maybe things like solar gas cookers or things like that, there'll be so much exchange of knowledge and transfer of technology and information. And the important thing is to involve them, in decision making, because once they're involved, they'll take ownership of whatever initiatives you start. Because this is what we've seen in dealing with our communities every day. So training is important, and information is important, and involving them is important.
So just a follow-up to that, do you see any possible challenges or, from involving the local communities, and how would you think they can be mitigated?
Well, the truth is that the challenges that come from involving the communities is when there's no sincerity in interaction with them. You need to always keep them engaged. If they know what is going on and how it can benefit them and how it can improve the lot of themselves and their children, they'll key into it. But when there's lack of trust between the government, or maybe the NGOs will come and tell them something and they disappear, they don't come back, make promises they can't keep, then you have problems with the communities. But the mind boggles as to the kind of benefits that will accrue to communities if there's actually collaboration and cooperation among African nations.
And communication, yeah.
Yes.
That's right. Thank you for that. Adejumoke, I'll come to you now. What challenges and opportunities arise when implementing borderless operations in African energy sector when you consider the regulatory environment?
There's always a teething period. A child when a child is given birth to, it will crawl, or maybe even teeth, crawl, walk before flying. So the challenges will be there, but if we understand where we are going, if we work together, if we collaborate, because the word is called collaboration, we will get there. Part of the challenges is that we Africans, we don't trust ourselves. We believe in still engaging the services of the multinationals, even not only in Nigeria, in Kenya, in Uganda. So we need to look away from that and collaborate with each other. And also, there's so much taxation. For a company to collaborate or to start up business in Nigeria, even if we are not a Nigerian, so multiple taxes can collapse business. So government needs to look into that. And we need to also learn to, that's basically trust, learn to help to use all the custom duties. I know Ms. Olori was talking about her traveling out to, is it to Togo or to Cotonou? When she was coming back, she saw 14 police checkpoints. So if you have a project, a project to deliver in Uganda or in Gabon, you are moving your equipment from Nigeria. That means the whole cost of, there will be the heavy cost of moving your equipment from one African country to the other, which collapses business and it discourages investors even coming into Nigeria, for example. But the advantages are enormous if the governments do their own work. They are the major key players. I know they have started the initiative of the NOGICAT, the PIA, but if it's being implemented properly, NCDMB, they are really trying, and they have moved from 15 to 40%. They are really enabling, they are really creating enabling environment for indigenous companies to strive better. But we need more of the regulators to ensure, because from home, if your home country is doing well, it will attract investors to come. And when they come in, they will transfer technology into each other's country. They will train even a layman. Everybody will be interested to do business with a transparent policy and access to funds, good roads, electricity to power all the sectors.
Thank you for that. Other Jumoke, how can technology play a role in facilitating seamless cross-border energy operations in Africa?
Thank you, Ogechi. Through data, access to data. Technology can enable access to data, access to market intelligence across the continent. That is one. Another thing is the fact that cross-border energy operations and transfer of funds go hand in hand. So technology would also enable payment solutions to ensure that transfer of funds is seamless. Also, project optimization. You don't have, with technology-enabled tools, you don't have to always physically be at a particular project before you can inspect, before you can monitor, before you can control, and that reduces cost. And finally, I think transparency. Through technology-enabled tools, you can have access to whatever it is that is going on somewhere else. At Monida, what we have done is build a platform that has incorporated all of this, such that I can onboard someone from Congo, I can onboard someone from Mauritius, I can onboard someone from Namibia, which is what we have done already, a platform that gives you access to data, to market intelligence, and is also payment solution enabled. And it also provides transparency, even for investors, such that you can have access to projects that you fund and you can see how they're doing. So I think technology, access to data, project optimization, and transparency, those are the things that technology can help cross-border.
Okay. I was going to ask about finance as well, but you've touched on that. So what were your challenges that you faced in terms of setting up these systems and platforms?
Yes, for the challenges, the first thing is regulation and jurisdiction. So whatever it is that applies here might not be the same thing that also applies somewhere else. But what you can do with that is collaboration and partnership. You don't have to be physically present. But if you have someone there that has your interest, if you have someone there that works with you, that works for you. Another thing is access to funds. It might not be easy to get access to funds because these cross-border transactions are large ticket transactions and you always need massive funds. So that's another thing that we have done. So we have created a fund. We have created an African fund, about $500 million, such that we can access, businesses across Africa can have access to it, have access to capital, and we can also work with them and give them execution support.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so this fund, what is this fund?
It was
called?
launched in Cape Town, South Africa.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yes, during the Africa Energy Week.
Okay. Michelle, are you with us?
Absolutely, I'm
Great.
here.
Okay, I wanted to ask you, what
every single word.
That's good today. What policy frameworks are needed to encourage and support cross-border investments in the African energy sector, in your opinion?
Well, I think that in the power business, basically you have three items. One is the production of power, another is the transmission of that power, and the third one is the distribution of that power. Now, in general terms, in the African continent, all of these activities has been concentrated in the hands of the public sector through the power utility companies. Now, a lot of these companies are facing very, very heavy problems, operational problems, and it becomes more relevant the participation of the private sector, the African private sector. Now, what we need a legal framework that can enable African entrepreneurs to invest in the energy sector. Now, this sector, it is a very high intensive capital investment. And in general, projects are above $100, $200 million investment with a long period term of amortization. Now, if the legal framework is not clear, if the PPAs, the contracts are not completely secured through the appropriate legislation, it do not generate the right confidence for the investment in the sector. It is and it will become relevant, the participation of the private sector in the business of power. And as I said before, we cannot think of this sector if we do not think of cross-border operations, because basically a lot of our countries are the largest concentrated areas, and not only by demographic, but also by industrial allocation, are very close by, and this enables the integration of these projects. Now, the appropriate legislation and the modification of the legal framework, of course, we have so many countries in Africa. Each one of them, according to their stage of development, must do their process. But we need to think that to integrate on the regional sphere, we need to advance to allow much easier flow of the private capital into this business, to allow much faster development of private initiatives. To finalize and to summarize very quickly, I will give you the example of South Africa. South Africa is the largest consumer of power in our continent. They consume more than 56,000 megawatts of power. Now, if they do not allow the private sector to really boost the production of power and the transmission of this power, and then the distribution through the municipalities, this will mean that they will carry on suffering for many years, because their power utility company is facing very large financial problems. So it cannot be easily bankable. But private sectors that have very strong, robust balance sheet are able to be financed to develop large-scale projects that can mitigate the problems of power. So all of this means that we need to advance to the improve of our legal framework to allow private sector to enter into such a business.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I know our time is fast spent. So I would like to close to get each person's opinion on what next. So now, discussion in the last 30 minutes, we have talked about where government can come in, where the private sector can come in, and how important it is for both sectors to collaborate to have an efficient borderless operation. So now we've spoken, we've talked. What would you like to see next from the government or from the private sector?
Okay, for one, from what everybody has said, and I think, I've heard it a lot today, government needs to be intentional about implementing some of these policies. For instance, borderless movement of persons. I was in France and I drove by road to Italy. It was seamless. Nobody stopped me. So they need to be serious about this if they actually want us to gain the benefits of the collaboration. And also, someone was talking about when you are in one country and you want to do business, you have to look for somebody because there are multiple regulations, to apply. Why can't government and private sector sit down and see what their needs are and try and harmonize some of these regulations, at least the ones that will enable freedom of movement and goods and services, so that there'll be easy transfer of goods and services and operations, so to speak. So they need to harmonize the policies and the regulations, and they need to be serious about collapsing the borders.
Thank you. Jumoke, your thoughts?
Yes, for us to have growth, it's cross-border energy operations is inevitable. So the thing is, we have to prepare, put the infrastructure in place, put the framework in place to ensure that it will be seamless.
Adi Jumoke?
Okay, I would like to see synergy and collaborations amongst our Africa energy leaders, in which I think is already on. There's an event we used to organize in Petan. It's called SciPec. I remember 2019, groups of people from Uganda, they came just to learn about Nigerian NCDMB, local content policy. So after the event, I was told by my leaders, Mr. Roti and Mr. Bank Anthony. So we took them to NCDMB to learn them, and they took it back. Now we are hearing about Uganda local content policy, but it started from Nigeria here through this event, SciPec. So that I expect to see more synergy, more collaboration amongst our African leaders to shape the future of Africa. Thank you.
Michelle?
Without power cannot be development. And our governments and our leadership needs to understand that not only the public sector, but the full integration of the private sector will allow the power development of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, thank you all. I think do I owe you a cow? I do owe you a cow. Just all right. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you very much, Michelle. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for them. You know what time it is. Media, if you could just come together for pictures. We have 30 seconds. If you want to take any pictures, any videos, please come together in the middle of the stage while we just document this. You know, if you've not taken a picture, that means it didn't happen. Thank you so much for being here as we start to gear up for the fireside chat, a very brief fireside chat that will be taking place shortly. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time and your analysis on today's subject matter. Thank you so much. Did you get all your photos? Thank you. Please put your hands together for them as they make their way down the stage back into the audience. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time. All right, then, without any further ado, I would like to re-invite to the stage. He already gave us his keynote address, Engineer Sadiq Aimai Bornu, to make his way back to the stage. He's the former Deputy Managing Director of Nigeria LNG and Project Advisor at UTM FLNG. All right, you could just have a seat. Thank you. And also, welcoming to the stage for this fireside chat is Esiri Agbeyi. She's a partner with PwC Nigeria and previously worked in PwC New York. She leads the private wealth client services team, which provides specialized services to high net worth families and entrepreneurs. The team ensures their structures are optimal for succeeding generations and a thriving economy. Esiri is also a specialist in sustainability, cross-border restructuring, tax planning for mergers and acquisitions, including deferred taxes for group audits and corporate tax compliance. She has worked on high-ticket tax structuring assignments for multinational investors with interest in sub-Saharan Africa. A series tax structuring and advisory experience spans multiple sectors, including oil and gas, power and utilities, manufacturing, and the FMCG, of course. We're going to be having this fireside chat with the topic still being the interplay of gas distribution and favorable policy making. I'm going to pass on the baton to you now as we start this fireside chat. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and good day, everyone. I'm very honored to be here. It was a pleasure also listening to Engineer Sadiq earlier when he gave his very insightful keynote address. And the fireside chat is pretty much going to break this down into practical considerations for fiscal policy. I don't know if anyone knows the country Turkmenistan. Anyone? Yeah? So I'll tell a short story. In 1969, some Russian engineers went there to explore gas. And you know about that story, right? You don't? Let me tell the story more. And they didn't realize that there was a sinkhole there. So the equipment they were working with sank. And what did they try to do? They wanted to clear up everything, and they decided to burn the equipment. And so this was in 1969. They were trying to explore gas. What do you think was the outcome? Fire. And it's still burning. And it's just as old as Nigeria. If you go there, you'd still see the fire burning. So one of the things that excited me was there are major opportunities with gas, but there is also health hazards associated with it. And I know you spoke intelligently also about using that to also eradicate. Sorry, I think there's some noise coming from. I was actually in a meeting, guys, and I jumped from this meeting to this one. That's how we multitask. So we're talking about moving and indigenizing, expanding industrialization in Nigeria, especially with SMEs. One of the areas that we're looking at is with cooking. How can we make clean cooking possible? Gas is also one of these fuels that we can use, but it has its health hazards. What are your thoughts regarding industrializing the cooking of jollof rice without firewood?
Thank you very much for that question. The cooking of jollof rice without firewood, right? I have an uncle of blessed memory. He doesn't eat any food that is not cooked with firewood. Okay, he says the taste is not the same. But I think in this modern age, we are now transiting. I think we just have to imbibe clean and best practice, right? Clean practices and culture. So we have been using LPG in Nigeria, which is cooking gas, for quite a while. Yes, I know that there have been some accidents here and there, but I would say generally it's safe to use, right? I think the most important thing is how do we get people to switch to cooking gas? Now, again, earlier when I talked about financing, I talked about accessibility, there's affordability, there's availability, and then there's acceptability. So the 4 A's, right? And that people have to agree to use cooking gas, switch from kerosene or firewood to use cooking gas. So that's something you have to deal with. It's about enlightenment and encouraging people and incentivizing them. Because again, if you look at under the COP28 and the climate change thing, there's something called the Clean Development Mechanism that allows you to earn carbon credits. When you switch from a traditional means of energy that is polluting and you switch to something cleaner, they will look at the baseline, take the savings, and give you carbon credits. In those days, you can cash it. The market is down. in terms of carbon trading, but I think maybe after COP28, it may come back again. At one time, you could get almost 18 euro for about 1,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. And that's good business. But even if you're not getting the money in cash, you're going to get a certificate. And that certificate allows you to offset your emissions. So if you are producing gas or oil, you can bring that certificate to minimize. Because at the end of the day, Nigeria has what's called NDC, which is the nationally determined contribution of what we will do as a country to reduce global emissions such that the temperature rise is not more than 1.5 degrees centigrade. So and I think that when you bring it down from nationally determined contributions down to the various levels, if I was the president of Nigeria and you ask me, how are you going to reduce pollution? I would probably say oil industry. But do you know that the transportation sector too is guilty of that? Same thing with cooking gas. When you cut trees for firewood, you are emitting carbon dioxide because the trees, as we know, they capture carbon dioxide as part of photosynthesis. So I think that we are getting there. The only problem is the availability of the cooking gas is not enough. Right now in Nigeria, we are probably consuming about 1.2 million tons per annum of LPG. Nigeria LNG supplies about 500,000, so you still have 700,000 shortfall. One or two pockets can give you something. The bulk of it is imported, and we're going to look for $1 to import it, and that's a big deal. And so Christmas is coming. I don't know what LPG is now. Is it 18,000 or something?
I don't know, but it's just interesting the way you answered that and linked it to such a complex industry, which is gas, down to cooking. Everything is very much related, and what we gain in one side is definitely gained in the other, but then there are offsets to be made. One of the points you made is also around making the infrastructure available so that we can actually get this LPG to these stations. And you mentioned also affordability of financing. So now most of the big banks, the industrial banks, are saying, no, we need to scale down on financing fossil fuel projects. Gas is also a fossil fuel. And if that's the case, and we're looking for a lot more infrastructure, where would we possibly get this affordable finance? Is that something that you've thought about on a big scale?
So when you talk about the funding, are you talking about natural gas or are you talking about cooking gas now?
Both, because ultimately, I'm sure that from gas, once you distill it, you have different types of gas that will come through.
Yes.
So I think it's really starting from natural gas all the way to the different forms that we have.
Right. So now we see decarbonization is something that the world is talking about, coming from COP28, COP27. And just yesterday, we were in Yenagoa for the Nigerian content, practical Nigerian content, and the topic of a panel discussion was decarbonization. Nobody is interested in lending you money if you're going to go into dirty business, which is the oil. Gas is okay. So now, gas is in two parts, and I forgot to say that earlier. There's associated gas, where when you're bringing out oil, gas is there in the well, so you have to either flare it or re-inject it. Or if you have opportunity to take it, like we want to do with UTM FLNG, then you take it. Then you have the non-associated gas. That's gas that is sitting on its own, there's no oil. Now you're going to have to invest money to bring that. That's very expensive. So the economics is what is stopping people from going there. We need the right fiscal framework from government to be able to incentivize investors to go and bring out the gas. Now, if the incentive is there, I think there will be organizations that will lend money, either as individuals, private equity, or even, let's say, if you go to Afrexim and Co., they are more interested in the gas than the oil. I'm not so worried about raising financing for gas. Well, I think the issue is that there are certain conditions you have to meet to be able to draw down and get the money. But don't forget, most of the people that will also lend you money, they want that gas to go to their country for energy security.
Indeed.
So.
Indeed. And, you also just mentioned about gas flaring. So one of the commitments as well from COP28 is that we would end gas flaring, I think, by 2030. Nigeria has also committed to that, by the way. But we've been talking about gas flaring for a long time. We've been talking about penalties. We've penalized a lot of companies. In fact, it feels like it's just a pat on the wrist. Is there anything that government should be doing differently to make sure we meet those targets that we're committing to?
So this is an interesting question. On the plane coming to Lagos from Abuja, I sat next to a gentleman who's an expert in gas, and he was in the World Bank. And the penalty for gas flaring is so small. I would rather flare and pay the penalty than to go and invest. So government needs to do more in terms of incentivizing how that gas is done. Now, it's all about the price of gas. If there's offshore gas and I bring it to the shore, the cost of bringing it, I have to transfer that cost to somebody. So the moment you say, no, for power, this is the price of gas, right? And then for commercial activities like in Lagos, it's $7, maybe let's say per MMBTU, whereas for power it's $2.70 or thereabouts, right? And then for LNG, which is export, maybe it's a bit less. Then why will I spend so much money to bring gas to shore? I may as well take it to Ghana. You understand? So I think the framework needs to be looked at. Right now they have what they call AGFA, which is the Associated Gas Fiscal Arrangement or something like that. But then now NAGFA or NAGFRA, which is a non-associated gas, has come in. The terms are not very favorable to the big players to invest. So I think that's what government needs to do, to go back and look at it and then see how they can make it more attractive for funds to come for capital-intensive projects in gas exploration.
Yeah, and it's interesting you say that because I know the government had this decade of gas, is it called?
Mm-hmm.
Have there been any benefits coming through from that arrangement that we pretty much laid out for gas to go through the next decade?
Well, I will try to speak like a private sector person now because I've left government. But I know the decade of gas, what it did was it identified 10 critical gas infrastructure projects. So, for example, you've heard of AKK, which is, Ajaokuta, Kaduna, Kano, but there's also the Calabar-Ajaokuta pipeline. There's the OB3, These are big projects. So they collect gas either from the east part of the country or western part, and then there's an interconnector. Now that interconnector, which is OB3, is yet to be completed, but I understand it's gone far. It's with projects and funding. I feel that if government makes more effort to get this infrastructure in place, then people are incentivized to bring out the molecules. Because if I'm going to bring out gas from the ground and there's no pipeline to transport it, there's no point. It's the same thing again with local farmers, by the way, who grow tomatoes, but they can't take it to the market. You have to bring it just by the side of their farm. If there's nobody to come and take the tomato gets rotten. But the person who will come and take it, if there's no rural access road, the person cannot come. So again, these are the dependencies that we see. So until the infrastructure is put in place for the gas to come in, then the power will come. When the gas is there, I think we'll still be struggling a bit.
So in some ways, what I hear is almost some public-private partnership of sorts, and I think you spoke to that earlier as well. But now, just taking a step back as well and looking at the outcomes from COP28, some of the decisions being made there is about 120 countries committing to triple their investment in renewable energies. That's totally different from gas. Is there a way that your company is looking to also perhaps strategize and build around renewables, or is this just going to be strictly gas? And what's the future going to look like for your company?
Well, I would say as an advisor, if I were to advise the MD, so what I will say now, it would be an advice. But I want to believe that the group MD is thinking about it. So whereas our focus today in UTM FLNG is to do the LNG, which, by the way, stops the flaring of associated gas in that field. So that's environmentally, But you will find out that I talked about energy efficiency briefly. And so in our head office, we're going to have solar panels, we're going to have energy efficiency and the building management software, right? Like, for example, in my previous life, I had an office where if you're sitting down working, you don't move for quite a while, the lights go off. That's a smart building. I do that with my hand, the lights come on. So that's energy saving. So as companies, we can do that. And then maybe moving forward, if there's incentive from government for people to invest in renewables, whether it's solar, whether it's wind, whether it's hydro, I'm sure that as business people, we will be able to do that as well. I see opportunity. By the way, renewables has link with the oil and gas. You have what they call green hydrogen. And hydrogen is now something that is going to replace gas with time because it's clean, right? Sometimes you say hydrogen, you just take water, hydrolysis, you break it down into two, the oxygen comes out, the hydrogen is there. It's a simple process. I try to make it simple, right?
Yes.
But it's a possibility. So if you now use solar or hydro from using gas to generate hydrogen, it's called green hydrogen, and that's a big deal. Other countries are doing it. I don't know yet if we're going to get there because we're just trying to develop our gas. But I think that there's opportunity in renewables. By the way, my house, I have solar. I have 32 solar panels on the roof. And I try to see if I can go off-grid. And one of the areas is to say there's something called feed-in tariff. If right now I'm not in my house, I'm in Lagos, and I'm generating electricity that I'm not using, I can feed it back to the grid. And I can get a positive credit on my meter. You don't have to give me money, but we have to agree on the tariff. That's what's called feed-in tariff. So that means that if 10% of the population have solar and they're not using it, they're on holiday, they should be able to come into the grid. And that energy is a cleaner source than, let's say, gas. And therefore, there should be incentive for that. So again, these are the things that NERC and co should look at. And I think maybe PwC should be able to advise government as well.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, what I hear you say is it's going to take time. And then we also need to look at scalability as well. How expensive really is perhaps setting up a solar panel outfit or power generation compared to just using gas in terms of multiples? Any idea?
Are you talking about at home or industrial?
Industrial.
So I don't know. I haven't seen solar, or let's say I haven't seen solar or renewable at industrial level. What you tend to see is a mix. So maybe you have a big building like this. They have a wind turbine on the roof, so it generates some electricity that they power the lights and security lights. But the lifts, maybe not, right? So for now, we don't have that level of renewable energy that is done at industrial level. What I have seen at industrial level is propane and LPG butane. And there's a factory in Apapa Ejora that actually runs on gas. The air conditioning, central air conditioning, the lights, everything is on gas. And I also saw a gas-powered water heater in that place, right? So that's how they run their business. But I think it requires a lot of energy to be able to do that. That's gas. But for solar, it will be difficult. And solar is expensive now because of production. So quality solar panels from Germany will be expensive, from China will be cheaper. German panels will last 10 years, Chinese panels will last less than 10 years. I won't say how many years, you know. So, so right now, they are not on the same scale. But you see, it's about energy mix. And in Europe, each country, based on their strength, they have an energy mix. Maybe let's say 40% from gas, 30% from solar or wind or geo, depending on which country. And then it's an ambition that they have. And with time, they're trying to wean themselves off the fossil fuel. So this is now strategy. Somebody talked about strategy this morning. So that's strategy, what we want to do, what we want to. So when they make commitments at COP28, then they need to follow it up.
It's going to be hard to follow through, though. I guess it requires strategy, like you said, and a lot of effort between public and private collaborating. And maybe just as we're looking to close, because I know we're stuck for time, when we think about, you know, industrialization and perhaps, hopefully with time, using gas to the fullest extent and maybe moving into green and blue energy, where do you think Nigeria or Africa could probably pull this to, as in terms of the time frame? Because we're giving ourselves now timelines to go net zero by 2050. Is that realistic?
So 2050 is for net zero. right? I think it's just an aspiration. Even the Western countries, I'm not sure they'll be able to achieve it. Why do I say that? Russia had problem with Ukraine at a time when they were talking about phasing out vehicles, diesel cars and coal. And all of a sudden, it's affecting us. Then they started shifting the goalposts because it's about their interest. Their energy security and their national security is tied to energy security. So I would say for Africa, we need to think deeply. We are blessed with abundant sunshine. We are blessed with rivers that we can use hydro. There is wave. There are other things that we can do. So how do we harness that? How do we do that? Now, if you have government saying, let's get people to start assembling or manufacturing solar panels in country, let them start manufacturing batteries in country. And I think there was some talk about DRC, Congo, and lithium and some other things like that, right? So if we can do that as Africa, which is maybe the AFCTA or whatever they call it, that is an opportunity. And we hear talk, and I've been to AfrExim events and AFDB, let's have visas, and I think Michelle was talking about getting visa from Mozambique to go to DRC. It takes 14 days. So these are the things that block our ability to achieve a 2050 ambition. Now, I think we should have a can-do attitude. Yes, we can, and we work towards it. The advantage we have is that we don't have to start reinventing the wheel, and we don't have to start with baby steps. So, for example, if you say, I want to do railway, do standard gauge. Don't go back to the old thing again, no matter how much it's going to cost you, right? Because if you start from that one, by the time you are getting to where you want to develop, it's becoming outdated. And I was talking to you earlier at lunch that when Europe says by 2030 we want to phase out diesel cars, where are they going to send their diesel cars? They're going to come here as tokumbos, right? And that's what it is. So we become a dumping ground. So are we going to have a policy that says, no, we're not going to take them because we want to have CNG cars, we want to have electric cars, and therefore we will close our borders to that. So maybe these are things that as African nations, as governments, and as even private sector, where you have a strong lobby and you can do advocacy to say we need certain help from government to be able to leapfrog adoption of renewable energy and looking at technology. So research and development and innovation is one area that we can look at.
I really like the fact that you ended with innovation, and I'm going to ask you a trick question. So one of the areas that we've kind of invested in is to say governance within organizations also needs to include youth. And I like the fact that this is mental matchup. So there's a concept of shadow boards or shadow councils. In your company, is this something that you're willing to look at to say we could have a board of youth that would help us with innovative ideas as we look to build the future for Nigeria and Africa?
From within our company?
And
or like other companies?
Yeah, consider your company, consider others. Just having a shadow board with youth that could help us with the innovation necessary to leapfrog all of this invention.
So,
what are your thoughts?
Well, no, my thoughts will be different from whether the company can do that. My thoughts is, first of all, as somebody who champions coaching and mentoring, this is something that I'm interested in. And I believe that people are important, especially the youth. And I think I was being introduced earlier. I was in charge of diversity and inclusion in Nigeria LNG. And that was something that we see, right? But when you look at the talent pipeline, you look at the youths that we have, each and every person has God-given talent. And how do we unleash that potential in people? So sometimes, I think when I was in NNPC, they used to say, get some 2 young people who come and shadow the chief executive, come to the board, observe what is happening. But then, in Nigeria, there are some things that are sensitive. So again, it's a need to know, are they going to sign NDA or something? I don't know. But I think that that's a good direction to go. I will champion something like that. But I can say off record that the person I'm representing here, he has plans for what he wants to do with youths. And I think in the fullness of time, and maybe when he engages SNA, I think, and probably PwC, because what he wants to do with youths will require some kind of auditing. And it has to be done by proper organizations, one of the big 4. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Because if you want to empower youth, you can't just say throw money and then that's it. I have a foundation, go and do that. No. I want to achieve an objective, and I want independent people to be there. So, for example, Wigwe has just opened the university, right? You can bet from where he's coming from with governance, he's going to put something in place to be sure that the KPIs that he has been set are being achieved. So I think this is a good point, and that is why UTM FLNG and Julius sponsored this 5.0 at platinum level.
Yeah,
Okay, yes.
a round of applause.
So that just says to you the focus on that. And so maybe what we will do, we will take that as a takeaway, and we will come and touch base with you again to kind of develop something that will work for our teaming youths. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
And, you know, I'm very big about connecting generations. So it was interesting. I looked at the 1,000 Naira notes, and I saw Alaji. Does someone have a 1,000 Naira note here?
Myborn, yes.
Alaji, Aliyu, Maribono.
Yes.
Is that your relative?
Yes, Alaji Aliyu Maribono was my dad, my father. He was the first indigenous governor of Central Bank. And I was born in Lagos, by the way. And for those of you who will know, but I doubt it in this room, I went to Anti-Ayo Prep School in Obalende. For those who will know, you know. So, but just to say something, and I know that maybe we're short of time, but see, I always say to my children and to people I talk to, what he did, what he was able to achieve was why they put his face on the 1,000 Naira note. So for me, I cannot do anything that will spoil his name, first. But secondly, and more importantly, then that's my moral compass. I now need to be able to achieve something for myself, not necessarily to be on the currency, but to be recognized. So for me, that's my moral compass. And what I would say to people, you really need to, because business is your name, right? Today, and we had that, if they say Julius Baja, right? If they say Apple, so PwC, right? No, business is your name. So again, you as an individual, whatever you do as an individual is very, very important. And I think once you have that moral compass, you have your personal mission statement, you have your leadership action plan, what you want to achieve, set goals for yourself. In the next 3 years, where do I see myself? And then you keep on refining it as you go. I can bet you the sky is the limit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I love to end it on this note, actually. Social capital is actually critical to all these business ideas or innovative ideas. And it's just amazing that we have seen from one generation to the next the transfer of innovation as well. Thank you so much for being part of this and for making it very insightful. Please, a round of applause to Engineer Sadiq. Okay.
Yes. Please stay for pictures. Our media team is already on it. You have 20 seconds. One more. All right, then. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. All right, then. Thank you so much. Wow. Where did the day go? We are almost done. I'm very excited about the next panel because even though I might not know all of them personally, I have had an opportunity to observe their work from afar. And you know now, we creatives, we always like to rally together and stick together. Our next panel, the creative panel on globalization in the creative space, as to whether we are ready or not. As we embark on this captivating exploration and the dynamic of the ever-evolving landscape of creativity, in our thought-provoking panel, Globalization in the Creative Space, are we ready? As the world becomes increasingly interconnected, this discussion gathers creative visionaries, artists, and industry pioneers to deliberate on the profound impacts of globalization on the creative sphere. from the fusion of diverse artistic influences to the challenges and opportunities presented by a global audience. Our panelists will dissect the readiness of the creative community for this paradigm shift. So I'm asking that you join us for this engaging conversation that transcends borders and envisions a future where creativity knows no bounds, fostering a global tapestry of artistic expression and cultural exchange. I'm sure you're wondering, who are the members of this panel? Well, if you opened your brochure, you already know. But it is time to introduce them and bring them on stage. I will be starting with Ozina Anumundu. Ozina is the founder of the TSC Agency Nigeria. She spearheads the communication agency providing tailored services for brands with a notable portfolio including GT Bank, Alpha Sports, Arise Fashion Week, and Honeywell Flour Mills, among others. You can take the second seat. She also serves as the lead curator for Ozina.com, showcasing her keen appreciation for Nigerian fashion brands. Ozina seamlessly merges branding and fashion in her diverse experiences, fueled by her innate fashion insight and a passion for self-expression. She explores identities through timeless and trend-setting pieces that reflect a rich blend of heritage and adventure. As you can already see, I'm sure that's a Nigerian designer you're wearing, isn't it? Of course, always representing Nigerian designers. Please put your hands together for Ozina Anumundu. Our friends call her Zina. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. We're going to our next speaker, another favorite of mine, Chioma Ude. She's a Nigerian entertainment executive. In 2010, she founded the Africa International Film Festival, AFRIF, a film festival that is held annually in Nigeria. In fact, it just wrapped up a few weeks ago and is known as the First Lady of African media. Chioma is one of Africa's most successful business leaders and media executives, having co-founded Envivo, a multimedia digital content delivery system. As a serial entrepreneur, Chioma focuses on new opportunities to improve the narrative about Africa. Her endeavors overall are based on her belief that training and empowering young individuals, especially young women, will foster a greater, brighter Africa. I know that's right. Put your hands together for Chioma Ude, founder of AFRIF International. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. Now I'm calling on our next panelist, Adora. She's the co-founder of Lumination, a transformational learning company which is dedicated to empowering individuals and organizations to take decisive action to get their best work into the world while living a purpose-driven life. As a brand strategist and chief storyteller, she's collaborated with multinational brands like Google, Guinness, Johnny Walker, Microsoft, Fenty, Adidas, and many more. She has been mentioned in the Entrepreneurs magazine's 11 Africans that are changing the business landscape in Africa. She's a two-time Future Awards Africa nominee and a recipient of the Royal Leadership Award by His Imperial Majesty, the Oni of Ife. Adora has been featured among Nigeria's under 40 CEOs and top 30 under 30 and was awarded Most Inspiring Woman of the Year in 2019. In 2020, Adora was named one of the 100 most influential people of African descent in support of the United Nations International Decade for People of African Descent. She's also the author of this thing called Purpose, a book that helps understand the true essence of living with and true purpose. And that's actually how I found out about her when I purchased her book. Please put your hands together for Adora. Mbelu. She's the founder of Illumination Global Network. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. Our next panelist is Matthew Ohio. Matthew is the founder of Industry Nights. He envisions the creative sector as a force capable of bridging Nigeria and Africa's poverty gap. It is for this reason that Industry Nights was created to provide opportunities for emerging musical talents to showcase their abilities, connect with peers, and build a community of creatives that amplify African stories in diverse ways with their voices. Taking inspiration from Fela's perspective on music as a weapon, the impact of Afrobeats and other Afro genres on the continent's brand is evident. In line with this, Industry Night is committed to creating opportunities for artist managers, brand managers, and record labels to sign new acts. Please put your hands together for Matthew Ohio, the executive producer of Industry Night, which is interesting because I remember when Industry Night started, he was upstairs. Yes, I remember. That was back in the day, but of course it's evolved from that since then. Now, our moderator for this panel session, Akintunde Marino. He's the founder and CEO of Utopia Media Group with over 11 years of experience in finance, marketing, and technology. The group consists of Utopia Media Limited, a digital marketing company, Arcadia Mobile TV, a content monetization platform, Arcadia Digital Networks, specializing in mobile app development. Akitunde's business acumen spans across finance, international trade, and advertising. He is passionate about youth development and frequently delivers talks on robust business strategy, content monetization, and digital content to millennial and staff in various organizations. And also that found him pioneering Spark Magazine, the digital arm of Business Day newspaper, where he leads as the Chief Operations Officer. If you could please put your hands together for Akintunde Marino, CEO, Utopia Media Group, and I'm proud to also call him my friend. I'm going to pass the baton to you now so you can take it away, and we're looking forward to. Don't forget, if you run over the time, what's the price? 1 cow, 400K.
No problem. How long do I have? You have 45. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Hello. Welcome, everybody. So our topic today is globalization in the creative space. Are we ready? And I wanted to pose this question first to everybody. Do we think, I would say Nigeria as a whole, because we are the foremost creative industry on the continent, are we really ready for globalization? Because it's already causing some issues. But I want to get everybody's take first. So I'll start with you, Ozina.
Good evening, everyone. Straight to your question, are we ready? I feel like Nigerians are always somewhat born ready. We are always ready to just take opportunities and make the most of it, especially in the creative industry, right? Where with the power of social media and, in the creative space, entertainment, fashion, music, theater, etc. I think we're a little overwhelmed with it, but we're definitely ready for it.
Choma.
Hello, everyone. I choose to say different, of course. I don't feel we're ready. We're positioning ourselves to be ready. We're far from ready in the film industry. So it might be different for the fashion industry, but for film, we're not. There's so many things we need to understand, be it international practices, be it anything legal, we just sign and be going, we don't know. Confidentiality, structure. We don't have one film studio to attract anybody to come and do movies here that will go global. But on the other hand, we're very, we're tenacious. We're gritty people. We dig into it. And so we're doing the best we know how to. But going global is a different, totally different story.
Thank you. Adora.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with what Shoma said. I think that we are in the process of becoming ready for what it is that we need. There's definitely an absence of structures, but also, I often say that we invest a lot in the UI, in the front end of things, and not so much in the back end. And so what you have a lot of times is a non-investment in the value chain that is actually required to be able to produce quality on a large scale, right? So we're still struggling with being able to, scale our ideas, scale our projects, scale our products. And until we, I think, first of all, accept that to go global, you need systems and structures. And then when we start to invest in those things, until we start to invest in those things, we're really just, how do they say? They say putting the horse before. So, yeah, I think we're in the process, and we do have what it takes to be able to do it, but we need to invest more in our people to optimally make it work.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I think on the music side of things, because that's where that's my perspective. I think the problem with the music thing is that we think we're ready, but we're not ready. And I think the major problem is ownership. I think we are losing, or we've actually lost ownership of the music industry in Nigeria. All the major record labels are either in the process of being bought up or have already been bought. And it's unfortunate because it's something that we could have actually owned 100%.
Wow. Okay. So my next question would be in each, and I'm deviating a bit from the questions just because I think it's something that is really, really particular to our economy as a driver for revenue, and all of a sudden we've lost it. And in each of your different respective fields, what do we think we can do in 1, 2, 3 steps in each industry to just kind of curb this loss? Like, I was going to come there, but I just wanted to know, so what can we do? Is it a lost battle? Is it something that all of a sudden, again, we have lost because, we didn't put in the right structures, or we just winged our way through it? I just want to, because this is really impactful. A lot of people are going into film, fashion, entertainment. This is what the bread and butter of the economy is. Music, Is there a way out, Because it seems like we've gone back to how it was in the 60s, back to the gatekeepers again. We have to wait, you have to lobby, when we had our own industry and it was thriving. So I'll start with Choma.
Oh, with me?
Yes.
So with reference to the film industry, we are losing and we're gaining at the same time. Ours is a bit different in terms of, I think we're gaining more than we're losing. But then again, the guys that dared to put in the structure of cinemas, they're definitely not gaining. So that's a downside for all those people that, started the whole process and drove this economy, the film economy, to where it is. If we had more cinemas, if we had more investment, then that would have deterred people from going the way of streaming now. But then everybody goes streaming now because, of course, it's in dollars. With cinema, it was always a catch-22. Am I going to make it or not? Would it be profitable for me? Most times it's not, because the cinema takes 60%, well, 50% if you're strong. When I mean strength, I mean like a gatekeeper. If you're not, it's like 60%, and then 15% goes to federal tax, and Lagos, I think 10. So you end up with barely nothing. And so you wonder, and then you have to do marketing. So then you hardly made anything. Meanwhile, you spent all this money, lost all this investment in films. So I'd rather go streaming. Now that brings me to you. The streaming company, all streaming companies are owned by foreign companies. So you sell your film or you license it. If you sell your film, your IP is gone, even though I feel like your IP should go. That's my thoughts. And then if you license it, you're licensing it for 5 years. And so when you license that film, after 5 years, it becomes library. If we had a more developed infrastructure, then you would be able to sell it to different TV stations. But is it NTA that's going to buy it from you or what? Hardly anybody. So then you sell it back to the company you sold your movie to initially. And so by the time it comes library, then it's $10,000, $20,000, $30,000. So you say to yourself, why didn't I sell the film in the first place? That's it.
Interesting. Adora.
All right, so I think for me, the pathway that I see is through education. And I say that because that's a space that I'm deeply passionate about, is capacity building. And education from a place of understanding both soft skills and the hard skills. One of the things that I definitely find a lot in the creative space is a lot of people who believe that they're the best at what they do, that they're really great at what they do, and not necessarily, I found there to be a lack of transferable skill. I find that people, they just know how to do this thing because they've been thrown into it and, out of either survival or just, my friend is doing it, so I'll just learn and figure out how to do it myself. But the challenge that we have with that is it's not replicable, right? So you have a lot of creative people who can't make a science of what they do enough to be able to, transfer it. And then you have a lot of the people who do get these grants for creative education just being so focused on like quantity versus quality. So they'll say they trained people in 2 weeks on something that is impossible to train in 2 weeks, but they'll tell you I trained 20,000 people, and I'm like, how? So we have a lot of mediocre talent. I mean, and whenever I say this, people sometimes get offended. But for me, that has been my experience, and especially because for the nature of my job, I work a lot with people in the global space. And I can see sometimes the difference, right, in the way that, in the skill sets that, we have in the creative sector. That being said, again, I think that, it is something that we need to just heavily focus on and invest in, just being able to, we talked about globalization. So it's like, being able to figure out how to bridge the gap between the industry here, the creative industry here, and the creative industry in other markets, not just from a let's collaborate perspective, but also from a let's learn. Right? Let's learn how you do it. Because I'll tell you this, majority of the phenomena that come out from Nigeria, and I'm not talking about just film or music, right? If you look at the value, I always go back to the value chain because the UI is the Nigerian. The value chain is not the not Nigerians for most of these things. I remember when I moved back to Nigeria in 2009, and I remember, I worked on all the top TV projects at the time. I worked on Nigerian Idol, Nigeria's Got Talent, X Factor, all of those shows. And every single time we had those shows, we had a majority of our crew was South African, right? So we would bring in South Africans. We will have Nigerians in certain roles, but you would not trust the Nigerians to be in certain roles. Why? Skill and mindset. Mindset is a huge one as well. So just the way we think about things. The way we used to see it at that time was that when you bring in the South Africans to work on these projects, they're so focused. Like they came here to work, so they're not on their phone or they're not running somewhere in the middle of the shoots, right? And I'm not saying that to say that we don't have capacity to learn these things. I tell you this, I'm a huge proponent of Nigeria and Africa, and that's why I'm here. But I feel that we need to first accept the reality and stop carrying our shoulders so much. And then when you accept the reality, then you can fix the problem and you're actually sitting in a position of learning. So that's my opinion.
Martin?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of solutions, I think from what I see is that the business community, the business, the technocrats, the funders, the VCs, all these guys, I think there's a big disconnect. So, like, say you're in the oil and gas sector and you have an allocation, you could raise finance in like 1-2 minutes. But when you're in that creative sector, raising finance, getting partners, getting the kind of support you need from that same sector is almost like impossible. So I think like the business community needs to be educated or needs to be like lobbied on to really put more attention, you know, like the PWCs, the kind of people that we had speaking earlier on today. So those kind of people need to come into that creative sector and look at it properly and see how ways that we could fund it and look at the numbers and, you know, really take in-depth look into the sector. I think that's what's really missing. You know, I don't think we don't have locally. I don't think we don't have the means to own the sector. You know, I think the creative sector should be a sector that is owned by Nigerians or owned by Africans. I don't think it should be like every other sector, like the oil and gas sector, where you have to take the crude out and bring back the refined thing and sell it back to us and all of that. That's actually the way the creative sector is going, the same way our extractive industries are going. So I don't think it's too late, you know, but I mean, on the music side, most of our top guys are already gone, but the guys that are coming, I think we can have an intervention where most of the talent that is coming should be owned by, you know, Nigerian companies, Nigerian entrepreneurs, Nigerians or Africans, and let's keep that, at least let's keep that. Let's have control over the creative sector.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Rosina.
So in the fashion industry, I think what we struggle with the most is production, right? And the talent is there, the skill set is there, but then the production is a big problem because it's capital intensive, there's no structure around it, and I guess that's where we struggle with international markets in terms of our designers and our producers here can't necessarily meet the demand that they're getting globally. That's why most of them go outside to handle production. So in terms of solution, I feel like the first steps would be to forming some structure and understanding that's a very capital-intensive space that needs to be invested in.
Now, I have specific questions, so I'll start with you, Rosina. Have you observed any trends or shift in consumer preferences as a result of globalization into the fashion industry?
So I guess fashion, music, everything I like, what I've noticed in terms of trends is that people now have more refined tastes and more refined preferences in what they want. So what it is that the international market is very appealing, right? Yes. And then when they want things locally as well, they still want some of that international standard that they're seeing. That's why even, for example, when, what's that RMD movie?
Black Book.
Yeah, Black Book, for example, just using that as an example. Yeah. That movie did well globally, right? But it was still a Nigerian story that was being told to an international audience that resonated around the world. I think we had it #1 in North Korea and several countries. I feel the same applies in fashion as well. Now we have, on my website, for example, an order went out today to people in Australia. We have people around the world who are fishing for our styles and our stories and our visions, but it's now more refined than it was in the past, I think.
Okay, thank you. Choma, in the context of globalization, how important is local adaptation versus creating universally appealing content?
It's a good subject for me.
Yeah.
Because it cuts the barrier to globalization. You have a book, let me give you an example. There's a TV series currently on Netflix. It's done by the South Africans. And if you haven't watched the Spanish version, everybody's like oohing and ahhing on this particular TV series. It's so good, blah, blah, blah. It was just adapted. So instead of going through the script writers here that are good but not so good, they're getting there, and guessing your way through it, you rather adapt like a manga. Now I have companies in South Korea and Japan sending mangas over saying, we want it adapted to a Nigerian story. So those adaptations, even Chinua Achebe's book, what's it called again? Like Things Fall Apart. It's known all over the world. So adapting that and embracing that would throw us globally much faster. So I'm all for adaptations. I think the stories are more refined. Already they're out in the world. So I'll give you an example of Chinua Achebe's book that has been taught in so many universities. A movie coming out of that book will be well received because it has an audience already. If you do manga, there's a cult followership of anime fans, so to be well received. So basically, it's a leapfrog to globalization in a good way.
Okay, thank you very much. Adora, what advice do you have for aspiring creatives looking to thrive in a globalized creative industry?
I have plenty of advice, but the first one I'll say is exactly what I was talking about, which is upskilling. Invest time upskilling. The Japanese have a concept of Kaizen, which translates as continuous improvement, infinite possibilities. I think that when you take a stance of lifelong learning as a young creative and not close your mind to feeling like you're an expert, I think there's just so much potential to be able to become better and better and better, and to be able to collaborate on a global scale. So that's definitely my first one. The second one is, build a personal brand in whatever way that you can. Authentically, right? So I'm all for building a personal brand, and I say that because, again, the world has become smaller because you can pretty much, like now, if I have an idea, right, I have an expansive worldview and an expansive mindset about that idea. Like you no longer have to go from champion of Lagos to champion of Nigeria to champion of West Africa to champion of Africa to the rest of the world, right? Now you can literally go, boom, straight to global because you have access. But what I find is, people are always looking for your track record. Right? People are always looking for who it is that you are, what it is that other people say about you, how it is that you position yourself. The world has transitioned into a storytelling world, right? So tell your story authentically, position yourself, position a brand that allows you to be able to contact or connect with anybody in any market and say, hey, I want to work on this with you, and this is why I want to. They're going to check you out. Right? And so that, I would definitely say upskilling and positioning in a way that allows you to, stand forward, not necessarily stand out, but stand forward.
All right, thank you very much. Matthew, do you believe that globalization has leveled the playing field for creative in the music industry, or are there still challenges to be addressed?
It's a double-edged sword. So like I said earlier, globalization has helped, definitely. We all saw Portable at the British Fashion Awards.
That was hilarious.
If that's not globalization, I don't know what that is, whatever. So in the sense that, a guy in solo can go on the laptop, produce music, put it online, and the guy in Tokyo can stream it. So yes, it's helped. But going back to what I was saying earlier, it's not a level playing field because we don't have the resources, we don't have the finances, we don't have the structure to own this music, you know. So we have the big record labels just coming and buying everybody out and for chicken change, basically. So I don't think it has leveled the playing field, but definitely there's some advantages.
All right, thank you very much. I'm coming. Okay, this question is for Chioma. Can you share an experience where collaborating with creatives from different parts of the world or Africa enhanced the outcome of a project?
Oh, this would be my best question because I run the Africa International Film Festival and is arguably the...
It is the biggest film festival in Africa. Thank you very much.
And so we have so many people coming from different parts of the world into the festival. And, you know, we have these panels every day. We run out of panels because there's so many and we run out of hours. And so when the panels are over, we have our networking sessions, which we call our parties, and the conversations continue. So first of all, you find the Rwandans. I had a conversation with a couple of them, not just me, just marveled at how fast we produce. Then you have the people from Senegal who their work is so good. I mean, they pay attention to details. But they make maybe like, I don't know, let me just say 100 films a year, while we make 2,000, and they can't understand it. We find out that they sit and wait for grants while we go and look for the money. And so all these conversations we keep having every night, every day, brings us closer. And also, you know, we learn from those different conversations. It's such a potpourri of thoughts, minds, what we've done. There's this American guy who he was watching his friend's Instagram, and she was in the festival. She came from America too. And he called her and says, you know, I'm flying in. He came in the next day. He's one of the top executive producers of, name it, so many TV series in America. So he sat down and made sure he met so many producers, so many actors. It was like a job for him, just finding out the mindset, what we need to upskill, what do we need, what does he need to do. The stories are so many, but basically, I can't keep abreast with all the positives that happen in the festival because we all come together. It's just a confluence of minds from different cultures, ethnicities, and the festival is just my classic example. I don't know that I explained it well, but I don't know. I hope I did.
Okay. So I know that the audience is a lot engaged with our panel, and I just wanted to find out if there are any questions that anybody would have to engage with any of the panelists before we continue. Anybody? Any question? Don't be shy. Any question? Okay.
Akin today, sorry. I mean.
Oh, yeah.
I said, while we're trying to get a question, I kind of just wanted to add, since this is a conversation, just to what Chioma was saying, and something that he's mentioned a couple times as well. You know, he talked about the funding, and I hear funding all the time as a reason why our creative sector is not as robust as it should be, right? And I think that the challenge is a lack of collaboration. That's why I absolutely love what Afrif does, right? The truth is, you have so many investors who are coming into this market, but because everyone's operating in silos, everyone's fighting for the same thing, right? I find that the stakeholders, I was speaking at an event, well, I asked a question at an event a couple weeks ago, and then it turned into me delivering a collaboration lecture. And because all the key stakeholders in the music industry were at that event. And the conversation was about collaboration. And I was very upset because I said to them, I've heard this collaboration thing so many times, but the truth is all of you in this room cannot stand each other when you step out of this room. And the challenge you have with that is that the table becomes smaller. You want to play against the big giants, you have to have the heavy hitters on the same table. But when you're diluting the funding, and one guy comes into the room and says he's trying to invest in this particular thing, and there are 20 of us who are fighting for his money. And in fact, those of you in the room are really wasting your time fighting because he's going for dinner later on with the person he's giving the money to, right? If we continue to play that game, we'll continue to play small. If we get to the point where we can put our egos on the back burner and say, look, like, we need to sit on a table that is bigger, right? I think we'll be able to, I believe that we'll be able to hack some of these funding challenges that we're complaining about.
Let me speak a little
yes,
bit
I was even
sorry.
going to ask, I'm going to ask a specific question to Choma. So, I am in the content space. I've been doing it for a while. I believe funding is a myth. I believe funding is a myth, especially when it comes to content. People will tell you, oh, invest in this amount of content and you'll get this. Is there a template? Now, I'm not talking about, obviously, there are the gatekeepers that if you go and meet the gatekeepers, blah, 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 yeah, I know that. But I'm just saying it for the viewers watching at home, the small content creators that, haven't blown on Instagram yet. Is there a blueprint? Do A, B, C. Then I'll ask Matthew too. I'll ask Adora. Just steps, I'll ask you too. Like, how do you do this? Because the question they always ask is how. Like, we're sitting here because we know what we've been through to get here. But for them, I don't think they are built like us because you need a certain type of backbone to just keep going and not, So I wanted to ask, is there a blueprint?
For getting money or for making content that would sell?
Both.
For making money. So the theme this year, of course, was Indigenous going global, but I spoke a lot to community over competition, which is what she's talking about, that collaboration. The guys bringing in the money, they see us. Of course, they've already planned before they come into Nigeria. They want to see us fight or not fight. And so when we start fighting, they generally just pick someone and go with that person. But when we collaborate, then, it becomes so much easier. I've always wondered, why is it that we don't collaborate? When I do collaborate, I get burnt, by the way. And I find that it's from childhood. It's from how we're taught in school. It's about how we see the country. It's about the economics of Nigeria. Are you from a polygamous home? Are you from... There's so many reasons why we will not collaborate well. But when we do decide to collaborate, you will get so much... I believe there's a lot of money, by the way. A lot. And you can get it. So for the people that are out there, their names are known, it's an easier discussion. For the people who are not known, you can collaborate with the people getting the money to... So for me, it's about, okay, the gatekeeper, go get the money. We live in a different society. Get the money, but then how are you spreading it? How are you growing the next person? What are you doing to contribute to that person's success? And you can. You can get money for 10 films. Literally. Do 5 and get all these other kids that are doing very well but can't showcase themselves because they don't have the money, and you collaborate with them and make those films. So you co-own the films with them. It shouldn't be about one person all the freaking time. It's so annoying. But then again, back to how you make your films. I aggregate for one of the streaming platforms, so I generally see what they ask for. Now, it works, actually, it does work. So, streaming is on the net. So first of all, they check to see who is playing hard on the net. So on your Instagram, you see all those things, oh, your Instagram, Facebook. I didn't know those things mattered. I wasn't on any of it for so long, but they do matter for streaming companies. First of all, of course, your story has to be really good. And so I don't believe we write good stories over here. If I say we don't, that means that maybe 2% do, and so 98 don't. So as long as the percentage is so much, I'll keep saying we don't. And so we don't write good stories, one. So if you can get your stories done and, thrown out, get many people looking into it, that's one. And then two, it's a matter of who you're choosing to be in that movie. It also counts. And of course, the last one being your production value. So these three things generally will get you a lot more money than the ordinary person.
Okay. Matthew, is there a roadmap to getting music distributed or getting an artist to blow? I mean, we go way back, and I know Wizkid, I believe, first performed at Industry Night before he was discovered. Yes, right here. Yeah, so is there a blueprint for, because everybody can rap now, everybody has a song, everybody has a demo, it's hard in Nigeria to move forward. So just to give some kind of clarity, do you have any points?
I'm not going to lie, there's no blueprint, there's no step 1, step 2, step 3, but I can tell you what you could do that could increase your chances. And in this society, I think relationships are the first thing. You have to maintain relationships, and get network and meet people and keep those relationships. Even if you offend anybody, you need to circle back and make amends, because it's a small industry, and at one point you're going to need someone, and you're going to so relationships are very key. And it's relationships that have actually grown that industry. Because when it started, not when it started, but when it started growing or getting big, you see that there was like a network of people that were just helping each other, and that's kind of evolved. So, and consistency, definitely, and you just have to be consistently, working on your craft and consistently improving and consistently dropping music. I don't really think there's like a step 1, step 2, step 3. I've seen people that come into the industry with billions and they still don't make any impact. I see some people who come with 0 and make impact. So, and I think it's like that everywhere, There's an example that they always give. Rihanna and an artist called Tia Mary were signed the same year, had the same budget, same record label, same everything. And now nobody knows who Tia Mary is, but everybody knows who Rihanna is. So there's not really like a step-by-step process, because there's a lot of, moving pieces, a lot of factors, and even the individual himself. In the music industry, you're investing in human beings, and human beings are very temperamental and all of that. So it's very difficult for you to say, with movies, okay, you're investing in the movie is the product, but with music, the person, the individual, and people are temperamental, people, all sorts of things.
Okay, Adora, I'd like your own take on this, because you kind of border the two. Yes. Border the two, yes.
Okay, so I think my advice, when I think about, a roadmap, I definitely think that, or a blueprint is, sit in your strength. I think maximizing your strength. I find that a lot of times people try to do every single thing themselves. And that's because, as Chioma rightly said, right from when we're kids, you're taught to compete, and you're taught that somebody else is going to take your bread, and then you're taught to, sort of fight for your rights and your authority and your power, and then when you get it, you now want to use it in a way that kind of showcases that you are at the top. And the challenge that you have with that is you cannot build a system and a structure to support your creativity. Right? So, I'll use an example. Like, one of the people that I manage is Osa Seven, who's one of Africa's top graffiti artists, and I've been managing Osa for 10 years. 10 years is a long time. A lot of people will say, whenever I tell people I've managed Osa for 10 years, they're like, how? But you can see the growth and trajectory on his journey because he trusts, right? He doesn't have to worry. We can go into a meeting and all he needs to do is be there, right? Knowing that there's someone who can structure everything on the back end to make sure that it works. And you don't see a lot of that in this environment. So you see a lot of people who, as you mentioned, who are starting and then they get some sort of fame and they can't sustain it because they don't have a team behind them that is able to focus on helping them build while they walk in their strength. And so for me, the advice I always give people is know what your strengths are and then figure out how to build a team that is strong enough, that understands your vision very clearly, right? And is strong enough to help you walk towards that, right? Now, the other side of this, which you didn't ask me, but I'll tell you, is that, as you're building that structure, as you're trying to build these structures, right, you have to be willing to part with something. And that's the thing is, if you have people in your team, if you're always working with interns or you're always working with people on a lower level, how do you grow, right? The reason why you're afraid to work with people like me is because you have to pay me well.
I'm not afraid.
No, I'm not talking about you. You know what I mean? The reason, yes, that's what happens a lot of times, right? So I think if you want to work with people on a certain level, you have to be willing to part with something. And so understanding that if you make the table bigger, right, every single person breaks bread. You bake the bread to break the bread, and then you can sustain your talent and your gift and your dreams and your vision over time.
Okay. Rosina.
Just off the back of what she said, I feel like that's also a problem in the fashion space, is that sometimes people confuse being talented with being able to run businesses. They assume that just because I'm a designer and I understand patterns and stuff, I can actually run a successful business, So a lot of times people in the space fail to focus on, they don't know what their unique selling point is, the fact that they're talented and they don't want to have a team. Their businesses function around them. People forget that they're selling product and just see it more as themselves as individuals. And so for me, that's something I'd also say, kind of what she's saying as well. Also, the whole conversation about community versus competition. So for example, I can just give an example. A designer reached out to me yesterday or 2 days ago, and she was saying how she's noticed certain designers use Asian tailors, right? But she knows for a fact that they're never going to share or never going to tell. And I'm like, it might even be more cost effective if you all come together and you're working together. Abroad, a lot of companies use the same production and the same factories, but here they're so terrified, like, no, if this person does, it's very small-minded. They're just so stuck in their ways, and if you look in the long run, you're actually limiting yourself. So collaboration is definitely key, and also understanding that you need a team. You cannot just be an individual running a business.
So I want to ask a question about that. If it is really so, the answer is collaboration, are we so stuck in our ways that you don't think we would?
Yes, it's literally that, and also, I guess, the fear around collaboration when there's no structures, there's no protection. You just feel like if I collaborate with the next person, what if they rob me of my business? What if they, so that is part of the issue, the fact that there's no structure, there's no protection, and they don't feel safe.
Culturally, sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, culturally as well, right? Yeah, thank you. Culturally, right, like, we tend to celebrate the talent, right? We don't celebrate the value chain. Yeah. Like, when I think about, I'll use an example, Tennessee, right? Like, I remember going to Tennessee and, just seeing, so when you go on a tour around Tennessee, right? Like, they take you through these different houses that are owned by, millionaires in the US, and they tell you whose house is what, right? And you have all these guys who are songwriters, audio engineer, who are millionaires, right, in America. They're not the talent. You don't need to know them. They live in Tennessee. They don't need to be known, right? But they are living their lives the way that they want to live their lives, and they are contributing their talents and their gift. Here in Africa, everybody must be the star. If you're not the star, people do not know how to work behind the scenes.
It's hard for them to be two stars in the same room.
I tell young creative people all the time, right? Creative people say to me, young people, I mean, that want me to mentor them or, talk to me about stuff. I say to them, I'm like, look, I spent several years behind the scenes. That's why I can sit on a stage and have conversation about anything you throw at me, because I have experience. I don't need to speak from head knowledge. I don't need to cram anything. I'm speaking from a place of experience because I have worked the work, right? And when I was working the work, I was not a personal brand. I was nowhere in the front. Nobody knew who I was, right? But I've invested. And I think you have to be willing and okay with investing in it. There are people's dreams that I work on now that nobody will ever know that I'm a part of these dreams because I don't need to tell you. Just know what I mean? They are the star. They need to be the star. And that's okay because I'm comfortable being a pillar. So if you can be comfortable being a pillar, right, I feel like there's just so much more. This collaboration thing is really about being a pillar. And if you can't be a pillar, forget it.
I think I think people also are very sentimental and go into business with with their hearts, And this part of the world, I think they forget that structures. You're okay. You have a friend. The two of you have an idea. You go into a business, and you forget to talk about the paperwork side of things. I think that's one of the major problems. People they move with their hearts first, and they say, "Oh, my friend ran away with this idea, but did you guys, talk about it?" And so a lot of people lead with their hearts here, which is not a bad thing, but when it comes to business, business is business, and people should just have that structure, that business part of things. I always tell artists, artists are always like, "Oh, I need a manager. I'm like, you don't need a manager. What you need is a lawyer. You need a lawyer first before you need any other thing. Then you can talk about your manager, because your manager you're gonna need to have a contract with your manager. So who's gonna do that? So people, they put the wrong thing. They prioritize the wrong things. And it's always like people lead by their hearts. Meanwhile, all these other guys in other countries, it's all business. Before they even send you an email, they're sending you an NDA. You're going to sign an NDA before they even give you any information. I mean, they could have drinks with you, they could eat with you, party with you, but when it comes to business, business is business, So I think that's also one of our problems, this whole, is my family, is my guy, is my townsperson, is my, all of that, all those things, So I think people should just be black and white on when it comes to business, and that's one of the major things.
So from this conversation, I'm hearing very clearly that this industry doesn't have the robust pillars for it to grow anywhere. What can we do about it?
The mindset, it does.
I think it has the capability to have robust pillars, but we're just not there yet. Yeah.
Choma, what do you think? So how do we solve it?
By having more conversations like this.
I think first the conversations right, but then when the younger ones see people who have achieved from a place of being behind the scenes and just supporting, they'll be motivated to be that kind of people if that's what they want to be. So I think it's a case of just learning by what they see for now. Yeah, and guess what? Nigerians love money. So if they understand that person behind the scene makes a lot of money without being out there, they would, so it will become an option. So we need more people who are ready to be behind the scene, pushing whatever industry.
Also telling their stories, and documenting their processes as well.
True. You have to, because that's how the kids learn.
And I want to say something about the funding. I mean, personally, I'm not really an advocate for that whole international funding thing, because I think the creative sector could be funded locally. But anyways, looking at if we don't collaborate, because I've spoken with a lot of funders recently, if we don't collaborate, it's not even going to be worth funding. I sat with a couple of people from Australia or so, and they were like, if the deal is not $10 million, they're not interested. They're not going to be interested in $500K or $1 million. And to get those big tickets, you need to be able to collaborate and come together so that together then your business can be worth that kind of, investment.
All right. Any last words from anybody?
Just responding to what you said. Yeah, I definitely think, even we just need to also look at how to have a value proposition, with whoever it is that you're looking to collaborate. People are leaving money on the table all the time. A lot of times I look at, really amazing properties or products or services that people are creating, and if I audit, I can see a majority of the time that they're leaving money on the table because they don't have capacity or energy or time to really chase on some of those things. And I just think if we can, on our ends, as Shoma rightly said, looking at collaborations that work, being collaboration in action, and not just talking about it on all the stages, right? This morning I woke up and I saw that Dilab collaborated with KK Relay, the slippers brand. Yeah. And I posted in my Insta stories and I said, man, this is brilliant because guess what? Dilab has the capacity to just create slippers themselves. Yeah, they can launch it themselves, but why? Why?
And with the collaboration with Dilab, just because I'm working on that too. So with them, they keep their identity and they keep their audience and all of that, but they partner because they know they don't have the capacity to handle the production. So it's a win-win when you think about it.
Exactly, and we need more of that. We need to see more of that in action.
I think also it's the funders. When the funders dictate collaboration, you'll be forced into it. And in being forced into it, I hope you find the right person to get married to. That too is a major one.
All right. Thank you very much. Questions in the audience.
Okay, so question number 1.
Hello, thank you so much. I had one question. I just moved here in January. Choma was my pillar. It was my experience in AFRIF that brought me to Nigeria in the film industry. So thank you, Choma. I have a question for all of us, so she might be exempt on this, but what advice can you give in your sector for the global markets who want to come in to Nigeria?
So who will be taking that answer? Ozina?
Yes,
okay.
Definitely. For my sector, the advice is in 2 parts. Consistency, right? You need to keep being consistent in your processes because it's not going to be an overnight process. It can't just happen today or tomorrow. You need to stay consistent. And then the second thing I was saying is also storytelling, like Amadora had mentioned right now, people need to be able to see your brand. They need to see what you're doing. They need to have some form of portfolio of you. So thanks to social media, the digital age, you can document better. You can tell your stories better. Instead of just sending emails saying, oh, we produce here, you can shoot short documentaries. You can show them visuals. You can share your story easier. So those are the 2 things I would say in my space.
All right, then.
Okay. Just an observation. So I heard when, he was talking about investment and, the foreign investors wanting big deals and the need for, you guys to come together, to collaborate, right? So for me, from my own perspective, I know that there are local investors. So I come from the tech community and I know that a lot of us are looking at investing in, movies. Right, we've done 1 or 2, that are on Amazon currently, and so there are a lot of opportunities around accessing smaller capitals. But one of the issues we've seen in some of the deals is the clarity on or the structure, right? Even the person doing the deal doesn't have the budget really, tight, You don't have what the ROI can be. We know that it might not always go as planned, but at least to have an idea that you really have that documentation put together is usually the problem. So I just wanted to point that out, that there are investors that are interested, but it's more around putting the deals in the proper structure and making the opportunity available to people like us.
All right, then I think that was more of a suggestion than a question. We have creative panel. You guys are popping off. Okay, so question number 3.
Hi, good evening. My name is Omar, and I'm a brand strategist. I've been waiting for this particular session because, it appeals very dearly to me. And I'm still trying to build, or I'm still building depth in my career. It's something I'm really particular about. And I've been working with some startups, and I've noticed that the startup market, or like the startup industry in Nigeria, is growing, but I feel like they don't have a lot of, they don't do a lot when it comes to branding. So the ones that even try to brand looks like they are doing something very, very extraordinary. So from your years of experience, what do you think early stage startups need to learn about branding? And this question goes to Akintunde, Ozina, and Adora. I'd like to know three things you think early stage startups need to learn about branding.
That's a fantastic. Are we doing ladies first this time? Okay, no, Aki, we can start.
Okay. So for startups, there are two sides of this, and I'll say it as somebody that had to build from bootstrapping. Your brand is important, but it is dependent on what life cycle you are on. Now, the problem you're facing with startups is very simple. It is a trade-off between paying salaries, keeping the lights on, generators, servicing whatever clients or opportunities they have. Branding comes last. In marketing, let me just tell you, it's a passion project. You would succeed in it, but it's an uphill task, and I'll explain why. When there is a change in economy, and you have to become an economist if you are in marketing, advertising, as soon as something triggers in the economy, the first budget that is wiped off is marketing, because there is still production. If the products are on the shelves, with the customers we have, will survive. Marketing is now, do I trade off market share? It's now a schematic, you see, it's now negotiable. It's now a conversation to be had. Conversations not to be had will be things like supply chain, logistics, visibility. So as an advertiser, you have to become a business person and sit in the seat of a business owner and understand what transcends. It's just priority, and they will always prioritize survival of the business over proper branding. But proper branding from scratch is important. But then what you have to do is kind of build an SME toolkit. So you can say we can start with the logo. After 1 or 2 years, we can start off with social media. But what most brand strategists do is, oh no, today you start with the logo, your official email account, then you have to start running your social media. That is an ongoing cost that the owner of the business, if he understands how to run a business, will say, but I need to hire somebody. Where do I trade it off? So you have to look at it like that. It's not one size fits all. I'm talking about 14 years working with multinationals on this. Even multinationals where they understand the importance of branding. It's part of their KPIs, which is where we played. They will still tell you, oh, we're going to start very small. And that very small is a test, because we don't know what we're going to find. And if multinationals with billions of dollars in investment and infrastructure want to start small, how much more a startup? That is my advice.
Ozina?
So my advice, first thing I would say is identify your market. As an SME and you want to do your branding, you need to understand who your focus audience is and who you're talking to. So for example, with my agency, I think we started 8 years ago. I always knew that I wanted to eventually play in the corporate space, but I knew that I was stronger in the fashion space because of my social media was growing. So I identified this market, and because of that, that was what my branding kind of focused on. That would be the first thing for me. And then the second thing I would say is also when you understand who your audience is, then amplify your voice as well for that audience. So for example, if your audience is in agriculture and social media isn't a powerful tool to speak to them at the time, do not invest so much in that because you might now feel like you're doing the wrong thing, as opposed to if your audience was in music or in fashion, where social media is an easier tool to work with. And the final thing I would say is to stay consistent. You always want your brand to speak ahead of you. There are a lot of times I'm in meetings and people speak about my agency and they're unaware that I own the agency because the agency now has its own identity and has its own brand.
And last but not the least, Adora?
Off our mic. Yeah, I think for me, I'll just say one thing, which is just understanding the difference between brand and marketing. I think that a lot of people don't understand the difference between brand and marketing. Your brand essentially at the very basis, foundation is your promise. Your brand is your promise. What is it that you are promising people that you're going to deliver? And what I find with a lot of startups is they start off promising one thing, and they deviate from that promise and end up doing so many other things and wonder why people are not drawn to, why you're not retaining customers, right? And the reason you're not retaining customers is because you might think that you're doing great work, but that's not why I signed up to be with you, right? So I signed up for a reason. There was something that you told me you were going to do, and as long as you don't fulfill that, I'm going to look for it somewhere else because as Ozina rightly said, the target audience wants something. That's why I came to you. I don't care that you're doing 50 things. That's great. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. But you see that speed that I signed up with you for. That's what I want. So I often use the example of, take, for example, 2 fashion designers, right? So you would have someone like a Maya Tafo, right, who will do quality work, but will not give you your clothes in 1 week, right? Because he's telling you, my promise is, when you get these clothes, it'll be amazing, you will love it, the finishing will be great. You have another fashion designer, aka, Mama Perpetua, because there's a new series I just watched on Netflix, but I'm just saying, right? So you have a Mama Perpetua who will promise you speed. So she'll tell you, for example, you don't expect me to give you very beautiful finishing, but what I'll give you is speed, which means if you get your Ashwebi on Friday nights, right? I can deliver it to you 100% for sure by Monday, right? And she plays within her promise field. That's what I think that more startups and more people, SMEs, organizations need to be doing. I find that a lot of the companies spend so much money on the marketing without having figured out the foundation. So the brand is not effective. Like what story are they telling? You talked about story, for example. Most people they don't know what story they are telling. They're doing copy and paste. Let me tell you, yesterday I ran an interview for a bunch of graphic designers because I was trying to hire some new guys. They sent in their portfolios, I looked at the portfolios. They came in yesterday and the same thing I said to all of them. I was like, look, I look at your portfolio and it literally looks like copy and paste of the next guy's portfolio. And the reason why is because most of them have worked on like tech startups. And what the tech startups do, and even the banks do, is the brand guys tell their team, see what that guy is doing, just copies, put our logo, change the color, right? So all their portfolios are the same. Like I can't tell the difference, right? Nobody's standing forward, which is why when I was speaking before, I said it's not about standing out. You can stand out all you want, but you stand forward. And what do I mean by that? It's decisive advantage. Stand in a position where people choose you before they even engage with all this pizzazz of your all the marketing. Before they even get to the marketing, they just trust your brand. I walk into a supermarket, I walk into a ShopRite, for example, right? You have all these, the promoters who start trying to grab you to buy certain things. You know what the product you're buying before you even get there. That's decisive advantage. That's standing forward. I've made a decision as a customer that I'm going to choose this person. So it doesn't matter how many options you present to me, I'm choosing them. So as a startup, as a personal brand, as an individual, as an organization, as a product, whatever the case, like continuously just figuring out what really is my brand promise and living out that brand promise over and over again, that people choose you every time and you're never afraid to step into a space and think that somebody else will be chosen because your brand precedes you, not your marketing. That would be my
Thank you so much for that. We actually have one more question.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So I want to ask particularly about foundational creative education and how that plays out in the creative space. We see the creative space as the next big thing after tech, right? But we're not seeing the creative space adopting what the tech space has done. We see a lot of Netflix movies. I mean, the space is already fragmented now where you can start your own YouTube page, have 5 people in a house and do a movie in a couple of hours and put it on YouTube and have a couple of millions of views if you have good content. But we're not seeing the talent quality being developed in terms of like incubating talent. We don't see a lot of people who get recruited from film schools. We don't see a lot of people who get recruited from university departments of, what they call it now, theater arts, into mainstream movies. It's the same people, or, the criteria to getting into a big movie now doesn't require talent. It only requires networking and all that kind of stuff. So what is this group doing in terms of building proper talent, incubating talent, and even housing that whole, the whole 9 yards of talent that is required from filmmaking to acting to movie production to design to animation in one house? How are we incubating that talent to make sure that these guys can even leave your so-called or whatever it is film school or incubator and go and start their own movie industry or their own YouTube, channel and actually make it out of there? No one is really doing that. And if they're doing it, it's not at scale or at the scale that, we're supposed to be seeing it. It's not impactful. So I don't know if it's a question or if it's an idea or whatever it is, but I think we need to see that more. There's a lot of attention now in your space that people need to actually go into the real value of the filmmaking. I mean, there's money in there, but the real value is in developing the young. I'm in education, so that's why I'm passionate about this, right? And that's the next phase that I think, is going to be really big. Everyone is a startup incubator these days. They're teaching people how to code. But who's teaching people how to act movies? Who's teaching people how to produce movies the right way, where they can actually, now get funding to buy a good camera, to start a good movie and do a good movie within that incubator and really scale? So that's my question.
And who's going to take that? Choma, we're looking at you.
So I'm trying to see how best to answer that question. It's not even a question. First of all, we need big studios. We really, for what you're saying, and you're saying the right thing, by the way, but we're not there yet. We're heading there, but we're not there. Now imagine if you have a big studio. In that studio, you have a training academy attached to it. They can train, they can go in and so you train in the classrooms, and then you go into the studio and you also be part of a good movie. And at the end, there's exhibition, there's product, you have to have the structure. We don't have it yet. Yes, a complete ecosystem. But I'll tell you what I know for sure. It's coming. For sure. I know 2-3 people who it's like a race to the finish. It's going to happen. Next year, you'll hear it. Now, you talked about the people making YouTube movies. We have to have those. you have to have different groups or different strata of people in film. Not everybody is going to do the big movie. Not everybody is going to be going to the cinema. The YouTube guys are also doing very well. I know some people that are doing very well just doing that. It doesn't mean that they can't upskill themselves. And so I think film, really, in this whole group here, I think we're the best. No, we employ more people. There's more engagement to be an entrepreneur, really. You can shoot your own movie and do your own thing. You're out there. And there are different avenues. I don't know how many avenues to making money you have in fashion or music. But in film, there's just a million routes to making money and being somewhat independent without being the top.
All right, thank you very much. No, so I mean I like the answer, but you know, where there's no film school, the raw talent is what I'm even just, you know, we don't have a big studio, we might not really need that, but in terms of like just that raw talent, that young kid. So say for example, you have all of those film schools, the New York Film Academy, all of that. We see in Nigeria when we use kids to act, these kids are not actors, they're not trained. This is just someone's child, probably from the cast. You just tell them, say no, say yes, or they don't really, you can see that these kids are not actors. So you don't really need, I mean, I know that those studios will come and all of that for the big films, right? But just that raw talent and knowledge transfer that just teaches, just like a fashion show. You teach a model how to walk on a runway, right? And you walk and you tell her to walk this way. In the same way, we can start to teach people how to, because some of our actors are really, really bad. Yeah.
We do have those. We really do have those.
Yeah, at scale is what I'm saying. Yeah.
But what Adora says, they train for 2 weeks and they think that's it. We have a lot of people that train. To what capacity? Is it mediocre? Is it high quality? But do you have people that are training constantly? Yes, there are. We just need to upskill in a good way, because we can.
Thank you so much. Maybe you can meet her after and can collaborate on starting at the Afrif Academy. I'm just joking. We have one last question. I believe this is the last question. If you have any other questions, please feel free to walk up to the panelists after the closing remarks.
Good evening, everybody. My question is directed at Matthew. Hi. So my question is, the trajectory of the music industry now, do you think it is sustainable and scalable in the way that it is going? So for context, it's Lagos in December, and half of the people that I know are like, I'm not going for any concerts because the space, the sound, it's not really great. You also spoke about how most of the top music labels are selling their companies. Most of the really good artists are half of the year, they're outside of the country touring. And by the time they come back, they can't even charge what is affordable to a lot of people because it doesn't make sense to them. And they're making more money abroad. So logically speaking, it makes sense that people are either selling their labels or going to the countries where they can make the most money. So what needs to happen? Does the government need to intervene? Do we need more local funding? What do you think needs to happen to sustain the growth of the industry as an industry, not just having select stars that are really good, doing good things?
Well, okay, that was a lot of questions in one. That was a lot of questions in one, but let me address the concert thing, because like the concert is really where I operate. And yes, the guys are overcharging. They're actually charging themselves out of the market, and they're doing themselves a disservice because this is the market that actually put them where they are, and they need to come back. Also, it also comes to infrastructure. We don't really have venues. We don't have proper venues. I mean, after Echo Hotel, Oriental Hotel, that's it. Harbor Point, that's about it. And so there are limits to the kind of concerts you can throw. You can't do a 20,000 capacity concert here. I mean, look at what happened in the Afro Nation. That just shows you that infrastructure is a very big problem. I think it can still be salvaged because there's a lot of demand for this music, and the artists who are currently like trending cannot meet that demand. So there's a lot of local demand and there's a lot of international demand for the music. So there's still space for a lot of artists, you know. And the fact that these guys are overpricing themselves is also creating opportunity for other guys. So I don't know if you've noticed, but it's actually helping the older guys, the older musicians, because now the older guys are now coming out of the woodworks and getting bookings. So it helps. So it's just more, it's a bigger market and it's more opportunities. So I think what we really need, we need more platforms like Industry Nights, more platforms to discover artists, more platforms to fund artists. How can people access funding with their IP, with their music, you know? In other parts of the world, you can use your music to access money, just the same way you can use your house to access money, loans. So I think those opportunities are still there. I think the financial sector still has to find a way to understand the industry and take advantage of it, because there's a lot of money in music. I think the musicians are making more money than the actors, for sure. Yeah. No, but to be honest, you know, like if you look at one artist, there's a whole ecosystem. One artist has a producer, sound engineer, graphic guy, stylist. With the music, the music actually touches every aspect because of the creativity. Yeah, well, so does film, because film uses music and all of that. So I mean, yeah, there's a lot of opportunity, and it's very, very viable. I think we just need more pipelines so we can get more artists out there and discover more artists.
All right, thank you very much, everybody. Matthew, Ozina, Choma, and Adora. Thank you all very much. Yeah.
All right. Before you leave the stage, you've grilled their lives. It's okay. But before they leave the stage, please, if you can just come forward for a picture session, media, photos, videos, any photos you want to take, please take it now. Very, very engaging panel session. Thank you so much for being here with us and staying with us till the very end. 15 more seconds. Yes. Click, click, snap, snap. You can see that the cocktails are already being shared. We're about to end. This is our very last panel discussion of the day. Please put your hands together. A resounding round of applause for them as they make their way back to their seats. Keep clapping, please. Keep clapping, keep clapping. I know you are tired, but please now. Please keep clapping until they make their way back to their seats. Thank you so, so much. Thank you, DJ. God bless you for that. All right, then. So I'm just going to call on Dr. Kenneth to give us our closing remarks. He's the chairman and founder of the National Group of Companies. I hope I'm seeing your handwriting well. Dr. Kenneth is also going to come forward and give us the closing remarks. Once we're done with the closing remarks, it's time for the networking and cocktail hour. The very last hour would be to mingle with the panelists, with the VVIP guests. If you have any questions, that would be a good time to talk to them. All right, then, Dr. Kenneth, take it away.
Thank you very much. Wow, what a day. You know, what a fantastic and amazing event. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. The guests, delegates, exhibitors, panelists, visitors have been great. We've spoken about local production, tech, trade, retail, international trade, energy, and the creatives. We want to thank everyone for participating. A special thanks to the sponsors for sponsoring this event. We will be uncouth if we do not properly recognize the organizers of the event, the MC, and all the team members that have made this possible. And I want to especially thank and recognize the founder of the Mentor Matchup and 234 Finance, the great Ezine Zini Wazulu. Please give a round of applause to her. We definitely need more matchups for mentors and mentees. I encourage us all to continue to collaborate. Let us continue to match up. As we close, we wish you all the best. God bless you all. Please, there is music, there's networking, there's hangouts, there's chops, and there are cocktails. After this, please stay back, network, have fun. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have now come to the end of the 5th edition of the Mentor Match-Up Challenge, brought to you by 234 Finance. I'd just like to say thank you to all the sponsors. They've really made today possible. We have PwC, Media Partners, Business Day and Arcadia, UTM FLNG Limited, Mitra, Moneda Invest, as well as Energy, IFD Energy Solutions. Thank you so much for being part of this event. My name is Sheiton Atigari. I introduced myself earlier. I'm a journalist and news anchor with Arise News, but today I have been your host. Follow me on Instagram, Twitter, Sheiton, SEYITAN, ATIGARIN. Quick plug-in. SEYITAN, ATIGARIN. I've had an amazing time being here with you, and I'm so glad I could be front row watching the work that is being done to support the MSMEs that currently exist in Nigeria. Until next year and until next time, or the next event you're going to book me in, all right, because I believe you got my name. I would like to say goodbye, drive safe, and we'll see you next year. DJ, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, this here's another one for the steppers. DJ Wayne Williams, put the record on. DJ's playing our favorite crew. We stand to win the whole night through. And what do when we're all dressed up and in the mood? We stand to what a stepper's groove. Where do we go soon as the weekend gets here? The club. Why? To party and have some fun. What is it that can come and take away all your stress? Tell me. Music. Of all the questions you have passed my test. Happy people.